The S&P 500 here poised to open marginally lower to kick off the session. We're going to talk about the overnight session in a bit, but lots of volatility specifically in Asia and the South Korean Kospi index. And as you can see here, given that tech-heavy move to the downside in Asia, you have a corresponding drop here and more significant gap down in the Nasdaq compared to what we saw with the SPY. We'll take a look at USO as well, because we're hearing potentially about a slight escalation of tensions over there. Not too much of a gap up here, but again, slightly poised to open higher compared to, being poised to open lower for both the Nasdaq and the SPY. Let's do a little bit of housekeeping as well. At 8:30 a.m., you get U.S. trade balance is basically the one big number here that we have today. But you also have comments from U.S. President Trump. He's going to be appearing in camera with the leader of Turkey, the president of Turkey. That meeting set to take place at 8:15 a.m. Then at 12:05 p.m., he'll be attending a NATO dinner. So certainly keep that in mind. I'll cover all of that for you guys. Let's take a look as well here. Speaking of weakness here in South Korea, you had a drop right now in a lot of these memory-related names. Here's Micron. There is SanDisk. We'll take a look at STX as well. These names dropping lower in tandem with a drop in Samsung. They actually posted really strong preliminary earnings, but the market didn't react too well. And so far, looks like the U.S. market not reacting too well to these numbers either. SpaceX to trade alongside the Nasdaq. You have an interesting story here with Walmart. President Trump tangentially involved in that story here as well. And lots to talk about here on an analyst side. So lots to get into. Good morning and happy Tuesday, Sharif.
Thank you, Adira. Yes, there's broad weakness in the semiconductor space, guys, as Samsung reported earnings and the market was none too plussed with their CapEx guidance, nor are they really ambitious that the memory demand will increase from where we are here. So we'll definitely keep an eye out on that. Google also throwing their hat into the energy fusion ring, a headline there. And then Meta being sued here by several states for a combined $1.4 trillion. Still up on the morning, though. SpaceX being added to the NASDAQ 100, of course, and Microsoft Xbox restructuring, some layoffs coming out there. And then Rivian raising money to kind of get the next phase of production going with the R2, $1.5 billion, sending that stock down 10%. Baba in focus with Anthropic, Klarna also in focus, LMT and Synopsys exiting some of their legacy software there. So a lot moving here this morning. Adara, Fiserv as well, I think, I was looking at this one, is up 5%, exploring a debit networking sale, apparently.
Yeah, there's definitely, I think, a lot to discuss looking forward, but let's take a look back and see what we did here in the blue ocean. We're going to take a look here in Blue Ocean Technologies to see what were the top most traded symbols. Micron, number one here, so we're talking about memory in focus, and that's immediately evident. Number two here, you have SOXL, that's the Direction Daily Semiconductor Bull 3 times ETF. SanDisk, another memory name here, SNDK, their third. Roundhill Memory ETF, or DRAM, that's fourth. Then you get MSCI South Korea ETF, that's EWY, that's fifth here. Then another South Korea ETF, this one leveraged. This one is in sixth place here, QQQ's seventh. Micron levered ETF in eighth, Intel ninth, and 10th place. We got TQQQ. So really, it seems like a lot of people in the overnight market were trying to take advantage of that tech drop, both in America and in the U.S. with a lot of emphasis, America and South Korea with a lot of emphasis on the memory aspect of this drop. With all that in mind, now that we've kind of seen what happened again last night, let's take a look at what's going to happen today with Sean and Neil. Welcome back, Neil, and good morning to both of you.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, a little Blue Ocean recap. That's
what I was saying. I was saying to Adair, we got a little Blue Ocean recap there. I was saying to Neil, that was
I like new things. Exciting.
I was like, did that something that I missed, or is that are we doing that every day, Adair?
We're doing this. It's a brand new thing. We're going to be trying to do it every single day around this time.
There you go.
It's a brand new thing.
I thought maybe you guys added it last week.
I just thought maybe I wasn't paying attention before, because I was like, what this Blue Ocean thing? That's new. And then mentioned it, but welcome back. So I heard your trip was well, obviously. Nice.
The trip was a heck of a lot of fun, no word of a lie. What one of the best things about it was how dramatic all of the England games were. So therefore there was like high tension and people are losing their minds. Although I didn't, the last one was at 1 a.m. and we had to fly out yesterday. So like I didn't.
Oh, that's right. The timing would have been off.
I was waking up and checking the score like 3 times, but it was like 1 a.m. to 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Everybody was a zombie yesterday in the morning.
That would have been the whole city would have.
No, we're on the train, and like most of the dudes were like just like Walking Dead.
Yeah,
you could tell everybody had stayed up for the match, and they let kids go to school late and all kinds of stuff. But we're back, and the market's down. Boo. Come on. Can we have an up market? I'd like to return to up 1%.
Well, you should return. Yeah, you should return yesterday. We were up a bit yesterday, and now today down on Samsung. Of course, a little bit of those issues as we worry Marvell to the downside. Some of these other names starting to go down. So we had a big time. I mean, AMD was at all-time highs yesterday. I think the market will be fine. Looks like we're trying to get going here. But there's SpaceX with that little ad yesterday. Nice move. We picked up some 155s, early, and then it started to rip there late. Today will be added to the to the NASDAQ 100. So we'll wait to see what happens with SpaceX coming through today. I have that marked down. And then I just put out on Twitter there, I have Palantir as a long and SpaceX as longs. But today looks like a short day, so we'll have to wait to find out what's going on. And then yesterday we had a big trade off the open with Apple. We'll see if we can get that again here today at some point. But Apple, wow, all-time highs incoming for Apple today as we're all back. Like people wrote this thing off. We're down to 275 last week, up to 315 here today as it's really, really rocking and rolling. It's just some of the chip names, right? We talked about that Marvell. We will go over some Samsung and TSLA and all that as we continue to go. SK Hynix coming on Friday, so that should be somewhat interesting there. Won't necessarily trade it as a IPO, but that should be fun to see what winds up happening there. I want to check on Bending Spoons. Same thing, $35, $36. That's another recent IPO. And then yesterday, because of what's been happening, Cerebras is going to be back down to that 180 mark today. This will be the first time that we'll test in and around that 180. Actually, no, we broke. Oh, my bad. We broke into 165 last time. So we'll wait to see what happens here. At 180 was where we came out with Cerebras, and then it popped to 350 on that first day. So this is going to be another name. I actually didn't realize it had broke through there last week. So June 25th got down to 165 there, and then a nice battle back. And so we'll see another IPO that really hasn't won over the hearts of investors quite yet. So that's what we're doing, man. Did we ever see a tilapia farm? No, I don't. I've never seen a tilapia has been banned, I think, from our.
You guys didn't have it.
No. Yesterday, unfortunately for you, we had burgers again. So every day you're not here, needs to be burgers. But today should be a good one. We had a sneak peek yesterday, so
it won't be bangers and mash. It won't be like a steak pie. It won't be fish and chips.
No.
All the usual stuff that you got to have it. The Yorkies are a must. Erin's decided that
you gotta eat properly when you're in the right.
Dude, she's in love with the Yorkie. It's like she'll just eat those. Well, half a meal too, protein, vegetables like that.
Well, you're doing a lot of walking around. You got to eat some kind of healthy.
You got to get your.
And you're on the Uber boats. You were saying that was a good look.
Honestly, that ended up being one of the weird. I want to say it's not a weird highlight. Actually, I think I might have.
I came back and it was like it was a great highlight for the Uber boats.
So we got stupid lucky. And the night we decided to take the Uber boat, we're on the way back, and we went right into the sunset. So we're going into the sunset. We caught London Bridge as it was, not the London Bridge, the Tower Bridge. As it was going, as they were bringing it up and down, so we were able to catch that. If you're ever in London, the Uber boat's really cool. And apparently, I talked to Adam, he's like, yeah, I never used it. I'm like, you're there. Might as well. Like, get to be on the Thames, enjoy it a little bit. Not that does anything for the stock, but it's convenient. It's actually good for. I can see why people would use it to commute as well. But I come back, and some things have been moving. I look over at the financials, like really happy about the financials, really happy about Robinhood. We talked a little bit of that today, but it's as if nothing happened in Uber. Like it's exactly what it was doing before. So this is just as dead as it was, but hey, the boats are fantastic and they were fun.
Yeah, I wish I didn't like the Uber boats so much because when I came back, I was buying Uber because I liked the boats.
It's so cool.
I wish I had bought Micron, for example, instead. But yeah, okay, 810 right here. Weather becoming nice around here. Your Blue Jays continue to be crazy disappointing, obviously this year. But hey, man, you get one up year, one down year. Hopefully they'll be back there. And at least Vlad pulled himself from the All-Star game, which.
Well, he's clearly hurt.
Yeah, he's going to take some time off with his back there. 4 home runs this year. Yeah, they just finally got one run. Yeah, it was 31 innings they've scored. The last 31 innings, they scored 1 run.
Well, they're taking the World Cup to heart.
Yeah, they're really sad about that. And of course, with the Dominican Republic being out, of course, big time effects for Vladimir Guerrero.
It was sad that when Portugal lost.
Yeah. Portugal was big time game here against Croatia.
Yeah.
Apparently that was one of the worst games yesterday. Spain versus Portugal. Apparently it was a horrible game. But yeah, congratulations to Belgium. Unfortunately for the United States there yesterday. But hey, no host team making it through.
Nope.
To the round of 8. But the round of 16 was pretty.
That's
nice.
still impressive, man.
Yeah. So now we go. Oh, it's Egypt versus Argentina. When is that game? Is that today? That's today. Oh yeah, that's today. Wow, that's gonna be a big game there. Hopefully, they can. All you need to do is hang around, because there's been these late goals all over the place.
Anything can happen, although I'm not sure anything will happen. Well, you can't predict these things. To be honest, it's been so competitive, and that's been a lot of fun. The parity's a lot better. Not that I expect. What do you think? What do you think, Shreve? You think Egypt's got a chance?
When I saw Cape Verde actually play that way against Argentina, it gave me hope that obviously Egypt could be competitive as well. So I think we really have a lot of athleticism. What I do like is our ability to win the ball back. What I don't like is our ease with which we give up the ball. We try to make these low probability passes that are deep. Anyway, I think it's if we can stop the big man, Mr. Messi, then I think we've got a shot now.
There you go. You heard it here from Sharif, and I'll say, I don't know, let's just make up a random score, 3-1, Argentina.
Yeah.
Messi scores
2
once. Only once, though.
2-0 Egypt.
Ooh.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking.
Feeling it. He's feeling it.
Feeling Egypt over there. So a little bit of Mo Salah. I can name one player, Mo Salah, and I think that he has a chance.
Liverpool, baby.
He has a chance to score 2 goals. Some Arsenal guy scored yesterday, I saw. Yeah, that's right, Mourinho, for Spain. So that was a good one there. Moving on, and now we wait to see the next World Cup, which is where? Does anybody know where it is?
Yeah, Morocco, Spain.
Oh, that's where. It's
it's all regional.
Oh,
now.
good.
I don't think
cool.
they'll ever go back to doing.
Oh, good.
It makes so much sense to region.
Yeah, that's nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, Portugal, Morocco, and Spain. That's awesome. Okay, let's go back over to the desk. It's 8:12. A couple stories to cover.
Yeah, we're going to be definitely getting into some DRAM and talking about what happened last night in South Korea a couple times. We'll start that in a second. But I also want to mention SpaceX. This is another name that's going to get covered on a rundown. But I am seeing some analyst notes come through. We know they're now going to be trading with the NASDAQ today. I'm basically only seeing buy coverage. Average analyst rating here about 200 to 235. But then you get Raymond James, which assigned an $800 price target on SpaceX with a strong buy rating. Apparently this has to do with the PE they've calculated here, but they also saying the company is one of the defining industrial infrastructure companies of the 21st century. I mean, this is crazy outlier price target. Sharif, do you see more analysts kind of weighing in with this really outlier expectation, or do you think we're going to get a little bit more muted expectations? Again, company still very new, just joined the NASDAQ.
That's a great question, Adair. I think it'll really depend on the rating agency themselves and how they view that. We've seen rating agencies take completely diametrically opposed views on Tesla. Some people have price targets of $80, south of 100, and some have even loftier price targets. So I think that's kind of the emotions and the polarization of Elon Musk, Adair.
Yeah, we'll get, again, talking memory in a second. I just want to let you guys know, Bloomberg reporting that Amazon has launched an 8-part U.S. investment-grade bond sale. They're expected to price later today. So another bond sale here in Meg 7 world. We're going to talk, though, now about these memory names. I went over the Blue Ocean review. About half of the names that were the most traded tickers in Blue Ocean were related to memory, and that's because of what happened with Samsung last night.
Absolutely, Adara. That's accurate there. Let's talk firstly, obviously none of us trade Samsung. Of course it is on the pink sheets, but I just want to highlight here, guys, their profitability because it speaks to the possible froth in this market. Listen to this. So just for Q2 of this year, 90 days, they made $58.4 billion in profit, not revenue, in profit. That supersedes all of their profit from all of 23 to 25, and they did that in a 90-day window. I think that's pretty insane. Nonetheless, they're selling off and they're bringing down the entire semiconductor space with it. There's a lot of reasons for that. One, the capex is quite high. The market, as it has been for the last few months, is worried about excessive capex. Adair just brought us Amazon raising. Well, they're raising probably for AI capex. But I also want to mention that the Whisper number here was markedly higher than the LSEG number. So LSEG was looking for 87.3 trillion won. Well, the whisper number was between 90 to 100 trillion yuan. So, possibly maybe some dampened expectations here. Also, there is the fear that we're peaking in terms of memory demand, but, certain analysts have a different view of that, Adara.
We're going to have to wait and see how do you guys view these memory plays today.
What's interesting is, are we still going to get shocked when these numbers come out and we're supposed to be blown away every single time? The market at this point, it's like if it doesn't completely exceed all the high expectations, then it ends up being a bit of a ho-hum. That being said, when I look at DRAM, it's at a support spot, right? It's pulling back into the 50 period. It's pulling back into a prior support, bounce level, I suppose, more than a support level. You look at things like this. You look at in sympathy where Micron is at, down that 5 points. It's at the 50 period trying to hold on to some support. Now, I think this looks a little bit weaker than DRAM in particular. I think I feel a little bit better about DRAM holding that low than I would about Micron, but they're on the precipice here. And I almost feel like the bigger event too that maybe isn't, I'm sure it's talked about enough, is it's not an IPO, but SK Hynix, when that ADR comes over and it gets listed, that's just more capital that's spread around into this just absolute mega space, which has been blowing everybody's minds for so long. And I think we're past the point of buying the exuberance, I think. So that's what happened with Samsung. You throw in a little SK Hynix at the end of the week, then maybe that just gives even more reason for some selling to start to come in. I like the chances for DRAM, the ETFs, better today to catch some support than maybe an individual name. I think, this didn't completely break down. You still got this sort of 59 bottom in here in the 50 period, more so. But yeah, sell the news and selling because of SK coming at the end of the week. I think that'll be pretty exciting to be able to trade that name. But again, it's not really an IPO, if people can be invested in it already, but it does help to weigh and provide some sell pressure, I think, for some of the memory chip names. People are just starting to look for that top, and any excuse they can get, CapEx, numbers not impressive enough, they'll take it.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about DRAM over the last week. It's one of Joe's favorite names to discuss, and today I'm going to be taking the short side of DRAM. I don't want to try to think about it too hard here. There's 63 bucks. I just wrote it down. It's for the first time it's on the note today, between $63 and $64 for DRAM. I just think it's getting hit a little bit. We talked about with SK Hynix coming through, and just more liquidity in the space. It's going to dry up some of the options and available trade. Things to trade are going to be more spread out, therefore less capital focusing on maybe on Micron or whatever. But yeah, it's been beat up. I think it's been really late to the game here, anybody that's looking at this rate now here today. But the story remains the same. As Sharif had mentioned, demand is still through the roof on all these products, right? And so as long as that keeps on continuing to be the case, I do think there's going to be some dip buy opportunities, but today the momentum is short. So I have learned a lesson trying to fight things like that. So we're going to wait to see about DRAM. I don't know why my 5-minute chart's not showing, because it stops at 645. I got to figure out that. But for right now, downside play here into 61 bucks. I'm just going to wait for a little bit of a pop to see if the NASDAQ wants to get going again. It just started to go, and DRAM went from 60 to 61. So if we can get the NASDAQ, retrace half of this, or, we'll see about a short. So I'm going to be looking short in DRAM today. And, part of that, Micron's now under $1,000. We can look up Samsung and have a look over there on the ADR, on the pink sheets as well. But there's Micron to the downside. Samsung's ADR symbol is, I'll get it for you in a minute here. Samsung pink sheet symbol. What is it? I don't, because that's something that we never even look at it.
I never
ever. I know the 10 cents of the world and all that. SSNLF, is that SSNLF? No, that can't be it. SSNLF. No, Samsung. We might not even have it. We never even really talk about it. It's OTC is SNLF. SSNLF. PK. Yeah, we don't have that right now, so I'll have to SNN. SNNLF. Do I even have it on e-signal? No. Oh, SS. Yeah, SS. No, SSNLF. Anyways, here it is on the daily chart here for e-signal, and see, nothing's even showing up. So I'm gonna have to find out what's proper with it right now. You guys know what symbol it is there in the chat? Yeah, people aren't really putting in anything right there. But yeah, that's Micron for today. And then of course all the other ones, right? SNDK trying to go through as well, 1600. You know, that's high was what, 22 or so, I believe? Yeah, 23, 20, 22 and change, 23 high. That's pulled back to 16 again now. So has everything changed? I don't know. Marvell's, you know, we recently were lucky enough to get some out at 330. I mean, obviously we don't get out of a whole bunch, but now that's down to 230. So you're down $100 on there. ARM's trying to break through $300 today as well. So there's lots and lots. Yeah, SSNLF. Yeah, we don't have it. So I don't see that one. But there's ARM again trying to hold on to $300. I mean, that should be an interesting level today. So there's some names that are here. It's just if we lose these levels, I think you'll be happy to be short.
Look at Nvidia.
DRAM ETF. Yeah, I mean, Nvidia down to 190 is a problem.
Ooh, that is definitely a problem. Nvidia is on the precipice. It's only 2% down, but there's that 190. Forget about these dark pool wicks, which apparently are still a thing while I was gone. No, but you're losing that 200 period moving average. And if 190 goes, look out, Nvidia. So yeah, you're dragging a lot of things down with you. You know what I haven't seen this morning, or maybe I just wasn't looking hard enough? Where are all the small cappers that are running? Was that not a thing last week? Like, I feel like we're still in the midst of, I guess after PDT, where you'd get like so many of these crazy 100%
Yeah, we're talking about that with Luis.
But really this morning, there's like, I don't know, there's that C-pop again, and then that's that pop culture or whatever, like that penny stock, it's gonna do 1 billion shares. There's one of these today that's gonna do well, it's not 130 million. I probably shouldn't give it credit for 1 billion when it's only at 100 million. But let's just say it's going to do significant volume because it's a penny stock. But I haven't seen too many other ones. You let us know. What are you watching this morning, Sharif?
Question, Neil. Let's load up the old scanner here. Go line by line. CRNX, that's the buyout you and I spoke about off camera. TDTH, breaking down below the volume weighted average price, but the number 2 gapper in the market right now, trying to reclaim $3. SUGP had a nice little move up there, nice breakout early on at around, I believe, 8 or 7:30 into that 120 area, but it is losing VWAP and about to lose the $1 area. Last but not least, BJDX. This was a early market mover right at 4 a.m. Best it could do was 210, now breaking down into 141. So I got to agree with you, Neil. The pickings are slim today in the world of small cap gappers, Adara.
Well, then let's look here at some of these larger names, including GOOGL. We're going to talk a lot of Meg 7s, I think, as we head into the bell. But I think Google is certainly worth noting, as we do here. They're investing in Fusion Play in Europe.
They are, Adara. 411 million euros, about $468 million. It's a financing round for a Munich-based company called Proxima Fusion. You know, this is part of Google's hunt, of course, for carbon-free energy to sustain their data center infrastructure, make no bones about it. But look, this price tag was just not in isolation. It actually was programmed to be more than 400 euros so that they could unlock some federal money from Germany. So under the terms of a memorandum of understanding that they have with the state of Bavaria, I guess they call it the Free State of Bavaria, I don't know why. In any event, if the funding round exceeded 400 million euros, then that would unlock 1.2 billion euros in a secondary national subsidy from the federal government. So this was strategically planned. Not much more here, Adara, to talk about other than some of the technical differences about the type of fusion reactor that they're using, but I'll save you guys the details.
It's still interesting that they're getting into that fusion space. I do also want to let you guys know, if you see the headline, President Trump is already on Truth Social, now posting about Toyota moving from Mexico to the U.S. and saying, quote, tariffs at work. So he's on Truth. Google investing in fusion. How are you guys feeling right now?
Yay, fusion. I'm telling you, man, people have been talking about fusion energy since I was a kid.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like abundant energy possible. Everyone's still using boring old fission everywhere. But you know what? Like ultimately, we know. Forget about the fact it's fusion and it's maybe waiting for a much larger breakthrough in practicality. I think the more important thing is just underscores the fact that power is still going to be very much in play, and everyone's recognizing that, and they're still having to spend out for more and more power. So I think, understandably, that's going to make a lot of sense. Appreciate you, Adam James abroad. I'm back, but are you still out abroad? Like, when is Adam James home? That's what I like.
Adam James inbound.
Adam James inbound. Adam James at rest. Adam James with his feet up on the couch. Adam James is always abroad enjoying life, and we appreciate you. But I don't want to be negative about Alphabet here because I like Alphabet. But to complete that thought, if you're being real about it, like, this has been successive bounces on Google, which has sort of failed right in here, that 50. And it's on a nice run going back into this 370 to 375 area. Like, look at the run. It's been a great run. Now all of a sudden you can tell me they're making, story of CapEx investments just as you're starting to crest that 70 level. It's kind of a big turnaround point for Alphabet. I don't know if it's there today. We'll probably need to pop $7 or $8 in to get to that resistance, but I don't know. It kind of feels like it ran nicely into the spot, and no one wants to hear that they're spending more money. What we do want to hear, though, are some options plays, because Joe has been on the desk, but he's always ready to be at the screen to let you know about some options.
All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the activity from yesterday's session. We're going to kick things off with Tesla at this $420 marker. Guys, we're at the money here, right? We can just identify that by our delta, but let's actually take a look at the open interest and the volume. So we're sitting around 12,400 contracts at that specific level. And then as for open and close, we're sitting on 30,000 flat. All right, now there's a $30 spread. I wouldn't be surprised if this tightens up a little bit. This was third on the most contracts traded on yesterday's session. Only ahead of it was the NASDAQ sitting in second place, and the SPY with around 400,000 contracts open and closed on yesterday's session, all right? So now as for this delta metric, guys, we're sitting around $51, okay? So you're not at that one-to-one. You'd have to be a little bit more deeper in the money in order to have that direct one-to-one ratio. And that's why at times people are like, okay, well, why is my options contract not up as much as the underlying asset? Well, it could be because it's not in the money, and your delta is something that you want to keep an eye out on. All right, so your gamma exposure is relatively light, and your at the money IV sitting around 50.8%. Now, as for the contract itself, guys, at one point it was worth around $19 here, so $1,900, and then proceeded to lose the majority of its value, about 85%. But a couple of days before expiration, right, we're going to be looking at the 10th for our expiration cycle. From this bounce right out of the open, you get 270%, and that's what I was talking about on yesterday's session. Just the fact that sometimes it's better to wait, especially if you're playing with these nearer dated expiration cycle contracts. If you happen to get that big pop, you don't want to hold on to these for too long, because if you had bought it on Thursday's session, that gap down, you lose the majority of its value before the open, and then you wait, but it didn't recover. But instead, if you were patient enough to grab it, then you would obviously have the benefit of getting some of that substantial return. Moving forward, we're going to look for a bottom here on Nvidia. We're south of this right now, guys. As you can see, the underlying selling off with the Samsung earnings report. DRAM down as well too, guys. Open interest at that level, the $190 strike price, sitting around 22,000 contracts. Now, the next support system that I found was $180, but the open interest still relatively cool. Now, as for the volume, guys, 14,100 contracts there, and the bid and the ask, we're sitting on a $3 spread. You see the difference between the two? $30. $3, okay? So that's where things can get a little bit expensive. Now, as for your delta, this is, before the close, was closer to, or it was out of the money, but now it's going to be closer to in the money. After the open, you're going to see your delta metric change and the value of this contract change also increase, right? Because you're selling off this put contract is going to increase. Now, as for your gamma exposure, you're sitting on $3, and your at the money IV around 39.3%. But let's take a look at the contract itself. Once again, you get the gap down, you lose the majority of the value, but then it slowly starts to recover as the market prices things in. We'll take a look at some more upgrades and downgrades momentarily. Let's send it back to the desk.
As always, killing it, Joe.
Yeah, no, I was like, I just wanted to bring the story about Toyota because we got that story about them sort of onboarding into the United States, and we're not really getting any action on it. It's still only 10,000 shares. But if you're going to look, and, we've had traders on the show before that had, sort of recommended Toyota. It just got crushed over the last couple months, right? Same kind of ways that we've seen a lot of these. Rivian today down. We'll talk about what Rivian's up to in a minute. I'm sure that'll be on the list. But here it is, man, 245 all the way down to 170, 175. Yesterday we had some good comments about Dell, and that started to rip up before fading out a little bit at the end. But why not get some Toyota Motors today, as President Trump's already truthing about it, and just seems like there's a nice opportunity for it to come back up through its 50-period moving average. So Toyota Motors definitely on one as well. And then we will talk about Rivian missing. They're raising. So they're raising another 75 billion, I believe there. How many shares it was? I'll find out about that. But here it is right here. The company's also offering 75 million shares. That's what it was. So downside there on Rivian coming through. 75 million shares, including 11.25 million underwriter options. So there's a lot of sort of, coming out of the Rivian share price rate as it becomes diluted is the word I'm looking for there. We did have a question there about Micron. That was that you're stuck up near the top, right? I mean, so you've got about $30,000 worth of a position right here. And, we're not going to be we are not financial advisors, but you're kind of caught in the high side of this trade right now. I mean, you're long at 1150, so you're kind of long basically at all-time highs. Similarly, coming back into the 50-period moving average. We've seen these names, make moves like this in the past. Like even this move from 460 down to 360. That's $100 right there. This past, and this happens like once a month, it seems like. There's another one, 473 back down to 337. That was pretty violent. And that was during, the run higher. And then right even into here, 812 down to 670, 1080 down to 870. And now you're just part of this one, 1200 down to 930. So it does suck. It kind of does leave me in a little bit of a bad position here, being long some of the AI names with you. But Micron, if anything, we heard again, more demand coming from Samsung. So I would think that there is an upside play at some point here. But to say it's going to stop anytime soon, I don't really know. And if you're caught and it's a big position, which it kind of is, $30,000, depending on where you are with that, you could get out now down that 20%, which kind of sucks. But maybe trim a little bit if you're nervous. There's really not too much to say other than, you probably bought it. If it was for a swing trade, hopefully you have an out plan.
Well, that's the thing. But if it's for the long term.
I mean, if it's for the long term, you might want to buy more. But down 20%, I think
20%
we've seen these dips happen before.
I think that's the thing. It's done 20% dips in the past.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
it's like
6, 7 straight down days.
The time that it doesn't bounce after it, hits that 200 period or 50 period, I think that's the one where you get a little bit more concerned. Maybe we're in that, especially with SK Hynix coming into the week. East meets Westy Bestie. Shout out to our viewer here from TikTok. Welcome back. Appreciate you. And welcome everyone back every single day, where you're coming from TikTok, YouTube, doesn't matter where you are. We're here for the viewers. We're here to cover the markets, let you guys know what we think, what we see. And I know we did just have an economic number. It's a small one. It was a trade good balance, but the market's not really moving on it. A lot of times, if things hit at 8:30 and we're expecting it to be a biggie, we'll go right over to it and let you guys know. But that trade good balance did absolutely nothing here. The Nasdaq was down 0.9. It's still down the same 0.9, and not much has changed. But we're pretty light on economic data.
But we're not light on TikTok right here. What's up to Kieran over here? Shout out from Kieran from the UK.
Holla.
So Neil just got back
We're in
from
the UK.
I was saying that was one of my favorite trips when we were in London. I preferred it. Rome was great, Paris was great, but I really enjoyed London. Thoughts on Hood. So there's lots of stuff coming through here. So welcome everybody, whether or not you're on TikTok, whether or not you're on YouTube or anywhere. We have that chat up. Shout out to Bravely as well. Keep those super chats coming in. And believe me, we will be going over many different names here today, including some Palantir, some Robinhood, some SoFi, all of those exciting names that continue
Robinhood's on the list for
every single day. Yeah, Robinhood trying to push that 120 again. SoFi trying to push 19. So there's lots of good stuff happening right now. Neil's back. We're happy with that. It's 9:34. No early guests today. So lots of stuff to talk about through the rundown. And Randy just went to go check if breakfast is here yet. He seems to be very disappointed. Randy moping around. Hopefully he comes back and
he wants some eggs
and
bacon.
Is it going to be that eggs? He wants some eggs and bacon. That guy put a mound of bacon on last week. I was surprised.
I could go for some bacon
over there. Yeah, some bacon would be nice. I didn't get any lunch. What was the breakfast yesterday? Anyways, I didn't have any. I don't think. Oh yeah, that's right. It was hard-boiled eggs.
Oh.
That's right. We saw that yesterday. So we'll see what it is today, and hopefully Randy comes back. Hopefully with a coffee too.
That'll play.
Hopefully everyone's having their coffee and whatnot there today. SpaceX trying to make another move higher through. So yesterday we have. So I have the sticky note is now out. It's now posted. I wrote down on this note, and yesterday SpaceX was a top stock again yesterday. I think every day we're looking at SpaceX. There seems to be some kind of opportunity there. Today I have two ideas. One is the 155 long or the 161 long break. But the problem here is, and we're talking about the add into the NASDAQ 100, and 155 is pretty sweet, man. I mean, if that ever comes in anywhere, that's what we had yesterday. We had the short 160 on the break. We traded it twice. First we went long. We won a little bit on that one. Once we went long again and it lost 160, we went back into the red or relatively flat. And then that second break right here around 130, we did it for you guys live on the midday show. That was a break lower into 155 where we had a couple covers down there, and it was an easy cover because we had that bid coming through. So right there, 155, we're going to try to take that long. Or I just wrote down a 161 break. It could. I'll take 162. Let's just see where it winds up opening up. I basically just wanted a pre-market high break, and it was looking to me like that 161 could come into play from yesterday's close. So we're already up there. So I really like SpaceX. We will talk about that, I'm sure, as we get going here as well.
There was that IPO you were mentioning. Had that one?
What, bending
tradable?
Oh, I didn't take it. No, it actually did the exact same thing. It's funny that you say that because it did the exact same thing that that SpaceX did. You see, it opened up
and then wicks the bottom.
Okay, that means it's here.
Oh,
wait, here we go. It's sausage, not mounds of bacon. Oh, it's those little quiche things.
No.
Okay, that's not bad. I don't mind those ones. I don't like the pastry with the quiche, but those things look like the egg bites. But yeah, no, Bending Spoons opened up at $31. I didn't take it. I wasn't super interested in it. It does break the 31 early, goes down to 30.70, and then basically rips higher the rest of that day, and it's come back in. So we'll wait to see if Bending Spoons has a trade. I've written it down on the list for 36 the last couple of days, but it hasn't. It was actually this day. I think it was Wednesday we looked at Bending Spoons, but 33 is not bad. These guys take
looks
apps.
like an interesting
revamp the app there. Italian company, so you can't really go wrong. CCHH, $4 million float. So here's another one, I guess, that you want us to look at.
Small cap.
Yeah, thanks for all that shout out. Well, that's Adam. Okay, so he's looking at this breaking $1. So we'll have to wait to see if CCHH goes. And yeah, there it is. So this might be the one. You asked what Sharif was looking at. Here's another one here. CCHH. And yeah, it does have that. What is that top right there? 170. Wow, you'd be happy if you got 170 today. That's for sure. But there was, before we zoom out too much, these last couple tops that we just broke through is 60 cents. Then you got up to here. We just touched out back to March at 80 cents. So watch out for the 83 mark right there. CCHH on the move here today. And I guess we can I can look it up in Google or Benzinga or whatever, but we'll get the story there on CCHH. And then the other one, of course, was a perennial name that we seem to be talking about once a month, it seems like. CPOP with 140 million shares.
Never stops.
Just got a couple pops and then a couple drops. And hopefully you guys have been watching this for long enough to know that, hey man, we're not sitting around and holding these shares, you're just trading them. So we'll have to wait for CPOP a little bit later today. But
if you want to hold something.
Yeah, Apple.
Then Daddy from TikTok.
Okay.
With more than some extra D's in there, but that's all right. What do we think about Apple? We're at an well, I don't want to say we're at an all-time high because technically not yet, but today seems pretty reasonable to me. The market's down, Apple is up, it's showing its relative strength. When the AI names and the chip names and the memory names sometimes look weak, these guys stand out a little bit. I know they're starting a little extra CapEx spend, but another chance for a breakout of the highs here on Apple. Obviously, it's put in a lot of work the last couple of weeks. It wouldn't surprise me now that you're tagging this level, if we're talking about today, if now that you're tagging this top, which is about just under 317, you have like a consolidative or maybe pullback kind of day, that would make some sense when you get to this high. But all that matters is you put in a higher low after the fact. But like this could literally top here, dip into 300, and still look very, very good. Structure fantastic. I think a lot of times they're just a boring name. And before I left, we'd have multiple times we would put up these polls like, what do you like out of the Mag 7 when the Mag 7 were weak? And nobody's picking Apple. And yet again, Apple goes back to the highs. And even though it's the one that not everyone seems as excited about, which is shocking to me because it seems if everyone's all worried about the top of this AI play, like why wouldn't Apple be more appealing out of the Mag 7 names? I don't get that. Because to me, it seems like it would be the safest one in the group. But is what it is. Ball ain't lying on this one as it heads back into this top. So
I mean, the thing about Apple is they have the monster buyback. I mean, they're just a great. When you make the products they make, it's just it's a forever buy, right? I mean, you want to buy dips, you want to be able to try to hold it through these moves. It's a small little dividend, but there's at least something there. And yeah, the share buybacks pretty much aren't going to stop. I mean, instead of buying companies, and spending money in capex, they're rebuying their shares. The Apple float has shrunk. Okay, so that's the other thing. Unlike
it's always shrinking.
Yeah, because they're always buying it back, right? So unlike Rivian today, offering 75 more million shares. What up to Scott there in the chat? We want to give a big shout out to Dad's Market Status as well, talking about paying dividends. Welcome from TikTok, right there. Dad's Market Status, talking about dividends. But yeah, Rivian down 11%. I think this could be a buy opportunity. I mean, if you missed the boat on Rivian, kind of breaking through right there, all you've done is come right back into its past breakout spot of this $18 mark. Maybe a little lower, if the market doesn't like this, but they're producing the vehicles, man, and they're rolling them out. My kid sent me a TikTok yesterday about this guy reviewing the Rivian R2, and great reviews. Obviously, it's probably mixed reviews. I should try to find a negative one. But yeah, nice downside play there for Rivian, coming right back in. But with the wife taking the Model 3, the Tesla, to Oshawa today and using full self-drive the whole way, I'm pretty sure she's going to be wanting a Model Y at some point. But yeah, we're going to wait to get the Rivian. I can't wait to test drive the R2. Let me know in the chat if anybody else has received an R2 or been into one. That should be exciting. They're not here yet in Canada, so that should be an exciting look there as well. All right, man, 842 right now. A couple names we just talked about. I'm pretty sure they're going to be on the list, like SpaceX.
I'm sure Rivian will make the
all
list.
of that.
Apple probably not on. It's not in play per se, outside of the fact that it's so close to the all-time high.
Yeah.
Like it has a story.
We have the last 2 days, Apple's been my #1 stock, so I put it back on the list. We'll see if we can get some dip buys in it. But hey, the Nasdaq's trying to go higher right now, so we'll see if we can break through some of this pre-market level and then maybe even get back up and see. We're not going to test 30,000 today, but we'll see if the Nasdaq can get going upside 300 points away from 30,000. We'll see. I guess it's possible. See if Nasdaq can get back to zeros by the time this market opens up. And then we don't have. Was there too much news today on the list? There was we don't have anything. We have
there was a trade balance
at 8:30, which
there's like maybe the 3-year comes out at 1 o'clock. There's a bond auction, but it's pretty quiet in terms of. Look, it's stock specific. It's really just the memory chips. It's going to be about that. It'll be about SpaceX. Obviously, Rivian has its own individual news. You can't really avoid that. And we talked a little bit about Alphabet raising money. No, but it's a relatively light news day. That being said, you see who's to right here over the shoulder. So anytime news does hit out of nowhere, like maybe right now, Dara's going to have it for you. We got Fed speak today. Oh, come on.
It wasn't on the calendar. That's because he's on Fox Business.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of times, if they're speaking at some kind of event, it'll be on the calendar. If they're speaking for some kind of news outlet, they're not going to be on the calendar. As such, this is a Fox Business interview. But yeah, just a couple comments coming from Feds Williams of I believe the Bank of New York.
Okay. Yeah, I guess they're not in a quiet time at all right now. We actually did talk a little bit about the Fed, and we're going to throw it back to see what stories you guys want to talk about in there behind us. If we just have to, we don't want that Java death guy over there. 25% now chance of a rate hike. So 75, 25, and that July 29th is coming quick. So 3 weeks away right now. So we are going to get into a quiet period pretty soon for the Fed, but 75% chance that we just stay chilled out. And then depending on what the task force says, Kevin Warsh and Task Force Company will be looking at a possible rate hike. And then into September, it gets even more frothy, where it looks like we will have a 50-50 chance of no hike or yes hike, and maybe even 2 hike by the time September comes around. So there's a little bit of an opportunity here to see where these numbers go. More economic numbers before July, right? So we still going to have to get the CPI, PMI, and all that, and that should set us off one way or the other. We'll talk today about trade and military things. Yeah, I mean, pretty much this is what this guy talks about all the time.
Military thing.
I wonder if he'll talk about, soccer, or, maybe there's some injustices there last night. I don't think so. Will he talk about Palo Alto, though, or CrowdStrike? CrowdStrike does the 4-1. Pan W just, wow. I mean, what a mover there. It's not all just in the memory space, man. This has been a double since May. A double since May. It's July 7th today. So, wow. Palo Alto, a major, major mover here, and one that always helps out the old account. And maybe it's time to get some out of Pan W. Probably not. I like the space, and I like what we're talking about. Strike. There's some other names that may be a little bit more depressed, Fortinet and Zscaler, but right now, Pan W and CRWD is a tough one to show on our charts. So I'll show it on another one because we just got the split for CrowdStrike, but look what it's doing today. Up to 202 right now, CrowdStrike, and there it goes, man. That's hitting those highs, and even from them from May, 119, actually Palo Alto outperforming CrowdStrike in the same period. But yeah, we really like both of these stocks. Up to 202 today is CrowdStrike, and yeah, really starting to go higher there in the space. We talked about getting the hack ETF. That's a hack if you want to get all of them. But all right, from one position back there, we just talked about Sharif and Adara, over to the board. It's the market upgrades and downgrades with Joe.
All right, guys, welcome back. Let's take a look at some of the NS actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with Broadcom at the top of the list, actually getting a downgrade by Erste Group here. You're down 2.7%, going from a buy to a hold, and no specific target there, guys. Adobe, once again, on the downgrade. You're down 1.9% here, going from a buy to an underperform with a $190 price target. B of A. Don't mind the typo there. Now, Cisco also getting the downgrade, guys. No specific target. You're positive 0.6%, but going from a hold to a sell. And then we have American Airlines also getting the downgrade, going from a buy to a hold with a $19 price target. That's actually up from $15. Now, to look at some more positive things, Meta getting the nod here, going from a hold to a buy, and no specific target once again by Erste Group. And then we have Regeneron up 0.6%, going from a hold to a buy with a $185 price target. Cloudflare up 0.5%, going from a sector perform to outperform, and a $300 price target. That's up from $225 by Scotiabank. And then we have DR Horton, guys, going from a neutral to an outperform, up 1.3% by Zelman Group. Those are your NS actions here this morning.
Yeah, I mean, again, as we sort of talked about a little bit here today, not much in the way of, Cloudflare could be interesting there. If you want to look at NET, N-E-T, that would be another name to have a quick little look at. They're up to 247. They're starting to go higher there today. The name that, we always get questions about and, just waiting for it now, Meta at 600. I mean, this to me looks pretty good. We traded at 600 level yesterday. We got in, we got out. It was basically a flat trade there as it broke up into 602, then faded back into 599. But the fact is like we held this 599 area, and we now have some of these top, kind of wicks to talk about. So, a dip down in here, I don't know if it's the most attractive looking stock today, but it's up in a down market. So I think Meta's just been beat up probably a little too much. We talked about what their PE was yesterday of 18, I believe it is right now for Meta. So that's, I remember, Sharif will remember this as well. The last time Meta was like a screaming buy, I thought we were, 15, 16, 17 on the PE. It was about $100. And then it just ripped, all the high heavens. We've got a great trade on that one, as I think many of us did. But, it's not looking super, sort of, I don't know. It's not opportunistic is the word I'm kind of looking for a word. It's kind of just stuck in the middle. So whether or not we break above this 640, I think we'd get a little more excited if that would happen. So I think that's something to talk about there. We did talk about getting Amazon with another note today. So, they're trying to go out there and raise. We've seen Meta go out there and raise. This is not affecting Amazon really at all on today's, action for them, corporate action there. So on the raising of more debt, more money, they're adding some more debt. As we said, not really kind to Rivian. It's been okay to Amazon, but Meta's been just kind of floating around here, man. I don't know. Like yesterday, we had that big dump into 582. The fact that it's at 602 today, that's a nice $20. I like this long back here at 600. It's a little too early to make that like a super call, but we'll watch Meta today for sure. Like around that 600 mark, good news happens. Meta, we've seen the spike up, man. We've had $15, $20 winners on this stock, and because it's $600, definitely a place to look at. And Joe's not on this show today; he'll be on the midday, but he likes to trade FBL. So if you have a little bit less capital sort of restrictions to yourself, or more restrictions, go into here, $23 name FBL. Goes just as well as Meta. And, obviously, I think this is FBL is what, a double? Is that right? Or it's just the same? Yeah, 2x long. So 2x long on FBL today. And if you're going to look at $600, it kind of pairs out to the same down here, 2350s or so for FBL. So another look on that one. Yeah, wannabe trader talking about some puts right there. Shout out to Bravely there on TikTok. And here it is again, Carlito's Way. Great movie, and glad that you're watching today. 1 penny as the super chat for that one. So good morning to you as well, and welcome everybody that's here. TikTok's starting to pick up a bit, so we want to welcome everybody on TikTok.
Look out for Benny Blanco.
And yeah, you got to watch out there. Carlito's Way, another great movie, man.
So underrated.
There's so many good ones
top five gangster films
from that era. Yeah, for sure. We have this is not from that, but we do have. We're reloaded.
That is from Carlito's Way.
That is. Yeah, that's right. That's when they're in the bar.
The pool hall scene.
Yeah, exactly. In the pool hall scene there for Carlito's Way. Many people think it's Scarface, but no, that's Carlito's Way. So, all right, we'll go back over to the desk there. 8:51. Getting on in time here. 40 minutes till this market opens up.
Let's talk a little synopsis. This is not really moving in a massive way. It's a lighter volume name for sure, but this story is really interesting. Reported by Reuters that they're going to be exiting their chip fab manufacturing control business.
Yeah, there's 2 specific areas that they're getting out of to focus on a higher margin business. The first one is the equipment engineering systems, and the second is the fault detection and classification segment. And they're leaving it. They're pivoting away from this for the physical. They're pivoting away, I should say, from the physical factory to chase the high margin automated chip design business. It's a kind of a corporate reallocation of resources after they acquired Ansys for $35 billion, looking to focus more on that. Engineers are going to be freed up from those former positions, and they're going to be put into an agentic AI design architecture teams. And they're racing to kind of lock up elite programming talent to scale these tools. So, another company here, Dara, looking to do what is in vogue.
Yeah, that's a synopsis here for synopsis. Are you looking at any of these fab names or even SNPS itself, Neil?
Well, so SNPS is not one that you'd consider for day trading. I don't think. At least most people probably wouldn't. I know Dara likes the spready names, which may not always have the same amount of volume. But what's crazy about this, what this name is, it's been under a lot of pressure, right? And we're talking a lot of things have been relatively weak, but when you look at the just sheer volume, like it's good volume, and CHOP losing the 200 period, downward sloping 200 period moving average, like it just has not looked good for this name at all. And when you see it, like it tries to hold, but like you've just made another rejection of the 200. So even on a little bit of a push up, I get it. It's up a point. You got the story, the market's down a point. You want to think good here, but it's hard for me to look at anything but all of the resistance and like a heavy weight on this name, almost like an anchor, and you really see it in the price action. So this feels like it's telling you short of pop till proven otherwise, back into like the like it's about 65, 460, 465, right in and around and just above that 200 period moving average. One of the things that I feel when everyone's thinking that the stronger names are top heavy, you're looking for other places that you can go that have been beaten up. But that just doesn't mean that you try to bottom pick everywhere. I think it's still more along the lines of find something which has shown you that it's made a bit of a bottom, which has shown you that it's starting to put a bit of a curl and some higher lows, or maybe got a catalyst that it's responded to positively. So in that vein, if we end up, and I'm not saying we will, but if we end up with 1% now on the NASDAQ down, turning into, say, like a 2% kind of day, and Synopsys is able to hold these gains, maybe even get up a couple of points, well, that could change the opinion, but it would still be in a down. So you're just looking for signs that it's trying to exit, which I have not seen any here. So this one looks like a pass for me, for sure. And I know we're getting a lot of symbols people throwing in here, like, is Oracle going to catch a bid? Someone just mentioned there, and someone just asked about SMR as well. One of the things I want to remind all the viewers, when you're putting symbols in this, with the dollar sign, it makes it really easy, not just for us to be able to pick it up in the chat visually, regardless of where you're chatting from, whether it's on TikTok, whether it's on YouTube, doesn't make a difference. It's just easier to pick up the symbol, and then we can get there on the visualizer and see what the top tickers are going to be, right? And it's not to say that these are the only names that we're going to talk about, but it just makes it a heck of a lot easier for us to be able to, sort of curate everything and go from topic to topic. Because we'll look at what we're trading, we'll look at what's moving, but hey, there might be something going, or something of note, or something of interest that the viewers, you guys all want to see or discuss, and we're not there unless you guys let us know all about it. I just saw Figma in there. That's one I haven't heard in a while. We've talked about the cybersecurity names. Yeah, but Synopsys, that's going to be a hard pass for me. I don't like that chart at all. Ooh, that's what I didn't get. I got my breakfast. I looked over and trying to grab the refill on the coffee. Oh, the coffee.
Oh, the coffee.
Yeah, because I'm already finished the first one practically. There's a little bit left in the Yeti here, but
yeah, I didn't have enough hands.
No, it wasn't a hint. Randy's like, was that a hint? I'm like, no, it's not a hint. I was just literally saw the coffee. I'm like, oh shoot, I need a coffee.
I'm good for one.
That's all. Randy just pokes his head and he's like, I'll get it. Appreciate you, Randy. Oh, we got a super chat in here. KLAK and Lamb. We love some Lamb. But remember, to make chips, you need machines. And when there's demand concerns, when there's this is the top, things are going to start pulling back. Well, these guys have been rallying as if everyone's just going to increase spending forever. They're at the forefront. It doesn't, whether you're talking about Lamb, KLAC, you could be talking about ASML, though the ASML was a good deal just recently again. We could be talking about AMAT would fall into this category as well. They've been ramping, they've been trending higher, but the second you start to show signs that this is, we're not believing that this growth is going to continue forever, yeah, they come back down to earth. These are not normally stocks that trade in the way that they have. So Lamb is a good company. It's not accustomed to moving this way. I think most people that have ever owned it will probably think that. You're losing the 50 period all over the place. Lamb is another name which is searching for a bid in the most recent pullback. You've seen it pull back before, and it looks really bad here. Look at, if you go back to when it was at 260, this stock pulled 260 to 190. So it did lose over 25% on a dip going back into February of last year. So it's done that before, and when you look at the 440, well, that's about a 25% dip. So it looks extreme from a dollar value, but from a percentage point, this is about the area of pullback it's done before. You get concerned if it consolidates here and then presses lower for a lot of the technical charts when you're looking at a lot of these chip names. We said that with Micron as well, and oh, that's right, KLAC is not going to be split adjusted, so that chart's going to be a bit of a mess. But you get the general idea. When you pull the 20-25% back, the concern comes if the next leg is also down. Then you start to feel as if we're in a bit of a different situation. But it's 8:59. Wow. Looks like we're about half an hour now till the market opening back up here on SpaceX into the NASDAQ 100 day. Although, everyone knew it was going in, and There's also the lockups that are going to be expiring, so that'll provide some pressure in the other direction as well. Let's get to the desk, talk a little future, get into that free watch list.
751 and a quarter, guys, is where we close out on the SPY. That brings us to only 1.25% below all-time highs, and it also pushes us back above that 750 key area of technical resistance we've been speaking about. We're barely above it right now, though. So the SPY is down 0.14. We're at 750 and a quarter. So the first level of support we're looking for is to hold that 750 level. We don't have to hold it on a straight basis, but that is what we're looking for, that key area to hold. If it fails, we're looking right back at 745 as the area of support. We use that area as a key area of support over the last few days. If we start catching a bid, Adara, we're looking at 755.
Before we catch a bid, you have to understand what is moving in the first place. You can do that with our free Trader TV Live watch list. How do you get this watch list, you may ask? You can use the link that's going to pop out here. You can type that right in and get that watch list. You can also click the link in the description. It will provide you info with what's moving, what to keep an eye out for throughout the day, economic events, earnings. We've got it all. And again, it's free. Let's start with a group here that was at the top of this free watch list today, and that's going to be these memory-related plays. Here's Micron, DRAM, another one to look at. We already talked about how these really were leaders in the blue ocean in terms of amount traded, and there's a pretty good reason. It involves these preliminary Q2 earnings from Samsung.
Yeah, ridiculous earnings, guys. I mentioned this at the top of the show, but it bears repeating. In Q2 of this year, 2026, Samsung made an equivalent, of course, in won, but equivalent in dollars, $58.4 billion in profit, not revenue, not anything else in profit. That eclipses all of their profits for 23 to 25. So that is causing a lot of fear, Assassino, amongst analysts that we are getting into an excessively frothy state when it comes to RAM. And when it comes to, obviously, the margins that they're charging some of these companies. Should also mention that perhaps a little weakness in Samsung stocks, which is having an effect, of course, on some of these North American semis, because the whisper number for revenue came in a little bit light. So they printed 87.3 trillion won in revenue on the quarter. There were buy-side whispers between 90 and 100 trillion won, Adara, but semis all week this morning.
Keep an eye on semis, keep an eye on memory stocks. Which ways are you guys looking to trade this type of story today?
Well, I hate to say it, but looking southbound here. I like the names that have lost the 50 or the 200 more recently, and will look continuation, as opposed to, let's say, a Micron, which today is losing the 50 period on the daily. It's obviously this is going to be a sympathy play, but it kind of goes beyond that, because this market has been almost seemingly looking for any indication that it's gone too far, like it can possibly grow like this. And once again, you heard from Shreve, you get these record insane numbers out of Samsung, and then they sell them off anyways, because somehow, like, the whisper numbers are like that the pie in the sky, the big expectation numbers were missed. And so that's what we're reacting to. So you end up here in the midst of this. This is a bit of a bigger pullback than some of the names we were just talking about, like Lam and such, off of the highs, but it is still trend down. As I said, I prefer the things that are maybe like lost. Nvidia's lost to 50 already. It could be losing that 200 period as we speak. If that breaks down to 190 today, I think it's in a world of hurt. It could even pull back, bounce, and you've got 194 prior day low. Which would give a nice resistance level. And I think that I looked at the structure here, and one of the names that came up to me was like, well, you're already in a downtrend on Intel. It's something Adam and I we're at the Naval Museum running. Adam DeLue is one of our viewers here from London, and we're at the Naval Museum. We end up talking stocks because you have to. It ended up happening. And one of the things was looking for, if you like a space that's weak or a sector or a theme, sometimes you can find the name that's already trending in that direction. And that's what kind of leads me to Intel, just looking at the last couple of days and strong selling on the stock, because specifically it tried to bounce at the open, hard fail. Tried to bounce at the open, hard fail to get back to the lows. So that sets it up for a nice pop and fade idea. that of some of the chip names. And right back, there's prior highs at prior close and support at 122 on this name. And then you've got like the pre-market high, which lines up with this support at 119. So I like this one from a structure standpoint for pop and fade. But I am thinking short on the chips. It's just not specifically in Micron, but I think the sympathy here in Samsung, it's pretty real. It's real until proven otherwise, at least.
I asked, what people are looking to trade today. A-Day Trading, what's up to Luis? A response, SNDK. We got some Microsofts here. SoFi, SpaceX, Ondas as well. Palantir, Micron from Dane. So go let me know what you guys are looking at there on X. But yeah, SanDisk is another one of those names that is starting to drop down through again. So I think, I'm choosing DRAM. It's on the list today for me. Any kind of a pop-up, we want to short this thing. So now the 200-period moving average is at 62.50. So looking for a 62.50. We definitely want to have this one on radar for today. And sometimes these markets just get a little over their skis, and meaning we know that there's interest here. We know that there's going to be a lot of money floating through for SK Hynix coming in on Friday. I think a lot of the sell-off, it's kind of like similar to what happened to Rocket Labs and Astera and all that, and Sidious. And as we get excited for SpaceX to come, there's some money coming out of some other names in order to free it up to look at SpaceX and start to trade that name. So I wonder if some of that's been happening as well. But for DRAM, right back in here into $56, we could be getting some kind of a dip by opportunity at some point there. And hey, this is going to be hot at some point again. So we're going to have to wait. It seems like there's a shift, and we've talked about, getting into J&J, getting into the banks. Like all of this has worked out perfectly. So, when this rotation is on, you can see some other winners. I mean, we were talking about J&J down here at 220. It's now at 260. You don't really get those kind of moves from J&J, but there it goes right now as you're just getting a switch up. They're reporting, I believe, July 14th or so for J&J. So that name's starting to go. So there's a lot of rotations happening in this overnight sell-off that continues throughout the day. So you got a dip by opportunity yesterday in J&J. You're not getting it today. But again, Samsung, all these names, I think we're just getting a little too excited about it. Great numbers, great quarter. And even AMD, I said the other day to Joe, I was like, oh my God, I really like that Intel. If that can come back in. AMD, I think, does need some reworkings of the price, because if Nvidia is getting hit as hard as they are, we just talked about the 200 period, that's $300 for AMD, right? You're up at $530 right now. So there's a lot of room to go to the downside here on advanced micro devices if you weren't all rose-colored glasses about the space. So I would say watch out for an AMD short, down 4.5% today.
Take a look here at SpaceX here. SPCE, just be where, guys, President Trump is still talking. That's what I was listening to. He's speaking in Turkey. But SpaceX also could be in watch and probably speaking to a lot of investors. It's its first day as part of the NASDAQ. And we also did get that official SpaceXAI rebranding confirmed last night.
Yes, absolutely. Elon taking to X to unveil that. But let's talk about their 1.3% weighting in the NASDAQ 100, despite an over $2 trillion market cap. There's a reason for that, guys. So let's talk about it, because there had to be some math at play here. Because their float is unusually low, we're talking about 3 to 5% of public share pools, NASDAQ's rules actually prohibit the full valuation from dominating the benchmark. Instead, the NASDAQ calculated what they're calling a specialized index-specific market cap of closer to $300 billion to anchor its weight to that minimum threshold of 1.3%. So interesting exceptions here. We already saw exceptions being made for SpaceX to allow it early. Now exceptions with respect to the float, something to think about there. Also, supply dynamics will change violently in about 30 days' time when SpaceX reports its first quarterly public earnings. It's going to be August 6th of this year. There's also going to be localized insider lockup provisions, which activate that legally unlocks about 20%, guys, of internal insider holdings onto the open market, which could dampen a little bit some of the passive buying we've been seeing by these index funds. And last but not least, Adara, because the NASDAQ 100 is a zero-sum index, cap-weighted systems, especially passive tracking funds like the triple Qs, for example, they must actually pro rata liquidate an estimated $4.3 billion of existing mega caps that they have. We're talking Apple, we're talking Microsoft, Nvidia, all to free up cash that's required to absorb their new SpaceX position. So possibly some weakness in those names as well. Watch out for that.
Yeah, SpaceX, you're getting price targets all the way from $200 to $800 by analysts this morning. I also quickly want to mention this little, as you can see, a little bit of spike volatility here in Amazon. We know we're hearing reports they're going to be trying to raise roughly $25 billion in a bond or debt issuance here. David Faber of CNBC saying that Amazon has told underwriters this will be their last debt issuance of the year. Just be aware here, guys. More Amazon-related debt issuance comments coming. How do you feel about SpaceX, though?
The analyst who's got the 800, give me a little something of what they're having for breakfast. I'd like, yeah, give me some of that, because they're probably feeling real good. I don't know what their timeline is on that, if it's any short.
Must be long.
It's got to be a really long time frame, Sean. For all good fun there. Look, SpaceX, just as Shreve said, just because it's going into the index doesn't mean it's like, yeah, Rapid has to be bought up. Small float means it's not as big a percentage as you would think. The long expiration does mean there will be some downward pressure on the stock as well. But in the event that we get dips, this turns into a stock now that I kind of like when it shows you a support level, because that'll give you an indication, hey, there's some inherent underlying buying going in, and in theory, you should be able to see some of that show up on weakness. So, but it already has a double bottom from last week and yesterday, like to end the week, 155, 156, and then it showed a double bottom there yesterday. So, let's kind of try to keep it a little simple and want to look for the long up there, long down there, down in front of yesterday's low. So that's the support level until the 150 gets tested, and that was the issue price. So that's it. There's that, and if it loses 155, I'd probably just wait for 150 to look for long, which was a great level when I left and managed to hold it the entire way. So I'm kind of looking at 155, 156 is like not proxy level, but the next best thing until that one is gone. And when it's gone, look for the dip at 150.
Look, this is what yesterday's SpaceX trading looked like for me. We went long first at 160. That was great. We tried to go long again, then we shorted, and that was wrong. So, basically 1 for 2 and flattish on that. Then when we broke the 160 again, they're at 130, as we talked about, there was the break lower on SpaceX. So we took that 160 breakdown, and we actually, this is early, this is only the first couple minutes, it does get down to 155. So that was the trade yesterday on SpaceX, was a very good mover. I did have to edit this SPCX, they're 155 long or the 161 breakout. So, excited for that kind of a trade. It's written down here right now, 155 long. I'll post this up. You guys can go have a quick look if you are interested in some of the other ideas that are on there. But yeah, like I said, I don't think it's rocket science. A blind man can see this 155 to 156 area. So I'm going to try to wait for a dip buy opportunity that comes through, or I'll just buy this 161 break. Like, I'm still fine with it. I wrote down 161. I know we popped through to 161.20, but that just gives me more reason to go long, to be honest with you. Like, I think we've hit up here, obviously not much volume. As this market continues to open up, we'll see if people decide to short here. I think that'll be a mistake, and we'll wait to see if SpaceX gets going. Upgraded, price target 30% higher for Goldman. That's all. I don't care about whatever that $800 one was. Goldman right now as an underwriter, put it higher. We'll wait to see what winds up happening with SpaceX today, but I like the 161 break, and it's been my #1 stock of the year, and it's only been around for 2 weeks. So it's been a great stock. We'll see if we can continue to trade SpaceX profitably here once again today.
We talked here about the preliminary earnings from Samsung. Time to talk about preliminary earnings from Rivian. But before we get to that, we have more preliminary results, this time here for DOCN. This is DigitalOcean, expecting Q2 2026 results at record levels. Remaining performance obligations expected to be above $800 million, which would represent 10x year-over-year growth or greater. So more preliminary earnings results. Let's get here, though, to RIVN announcing an offering in addition to prelim Q2 earnings. Not very well received today.
No, Dara, 75 million share public offering, raising approximately $1.5 billion. Let's talk about the dilution aspect of this, and then we'll talk about why they did it. So the dilution aspect is there's going to be a 6% equity dilution for current shareholders It's going to raise the share float to 1.44 billion shares, and it also offers the underwriters 30 days to buy an additional 11.25 million shares should they so choose. But a lot of this, Adara, has to do with a $4.5 billion Department of Energy loan. And under the terms of that contract, certain requirements had to be met in order to get the first tranche in 27. So let's talk about that. When you look at their SEC filings, it discloses that to unlock the first loan advance next year, the company is actually contractually mandated to achieve and sustain positive gross profit margins for specific periods prior to the first draw. So the share sale was aggressively timed to build up what they're calling a defensive cash cushion in case the early R2s sales of the early R2, I should say, don't actually meet the testing and temporary delay that margin flip. So something to think about there. They're looking to do this more as a defensive kind of posturing Adair rather than for CapEx, which was what we've been seeing lately.
Yeah, and again, the preliminary results here aren't too bad here. Q2 prelim revenue between 1.55 billion and 1.65 billion. That's going to be above 1.3 billion in the prior year quarter. So RIBN, do you think this continues to drive to the downside today?
It's really feeling like it wants to. 11 points now. I think part of this is, I know the preliminary numbers were good, but it had been 2 straight days of just monster upside. Like it went from effectively $17 to $20 in just 2 sessions. That was on the heels of a week before that being at underneath $15. So it had already put in a pretty good ramp job, and then look what happens here. It looked like, hey, you're finally breaking away from this 18.5, 19 area. And once again, outside of back in December, late last year, you look like you're failing it again. So until you can prove that there's buyers that hold it above 18.5, when it does, lots of strength. Like look when the buyers are winning above 18.5, you find some support, some consolidation, and then a breakout, but you're under it. It's that 18.5 zone on the daily chart. If you're not busting through that, then it's a sell in front of it. So like maybe it holds on for a couple of days, a higher low, and there's a long break through 19, and it can continue. But for today, yeah, don't break 18.5. I'd be thinking the short side, at least until you were testing somewhere in here, like 16.80, $17 for support. But Randy, I mean, Rivian's been a rocket ship, so
their cash burn is the biggest problem.
Yeah, well, cash burn is a big problem, and the fact that rates aren't going down anytime soon is a problem.
Yeah, no, I'm the same way as you guys. I think that the more they keep on raising, I mean, they're losing billions of dollars every year, billions, and that's not great, right? And so if they can't start to turn this thing around, they're just going to start raising cash and producing these cars on the back of shareholders, right? And that's fine. I mean, as long as you know that story, it's been the story for a while, and it does have the ability to get to the high side. That 11 million shares that are still to come, that could create some more down pressure. But I think this is like a buy, like, 1650, somewhere around here. See if we get that support at the 200 period. It's been pretty good, right? I mean, although we've had these dip downs, I feel like Rivian does have a chance to go back up to the upside. I don't want to trade it long today. I think the news is short. So we'll wait. If you're going to look for a short or look to maybe break out, it's 1850 right there right now. So their history of just execution delays and not being able to roll out as many cars as they had hoped. I'm hoping that with the R2, that can spike through. They just had their release on June 7th or 8th, I believe, in the United States, or maybe it was the 23rd, something like that. But Rivian right now, nice to see the cars out there getting some good reviews. But yeah, the rate thing is interesting too, because with EVs, it becomes more expensive here to the parts, apparently, to put into these Rivians are a little more expensive than they had thought. So prices are starting to tick a little bit higher. And then you get the tariff worries as well because it's made in the United States. So if this is going to get shipped, anywhere outside, plus you get the Chinese EV competition coming. I mean, that's going to be more important here in Canada and Europe. But those are 2 big markets, right? And so we'll wait to see if Rivian does, get the onboarding correct and they're able to produce as much cars as they need to in order to turn somewhat profitable on a per vehicle basis. But right now, losing billions and raising more money on the back of shareholders. So it's not a great feel here for Rivian today.
META, big penalties could be on watch here as 4 states sue this company. 1.4 trillion could be the penalty here that is Almost Meta's market cap.
Exactly, Adira. They're alleging multiple states here, we'll get to that in a second, that Facebook and Instagram were designed specifically to addict younger users and mislead the public about the platform safety. California, Colorado, Kentucky, and New Jersey are bringing the suit. They're bringing it under consumer protection laws alongside the federal Children's Online Privacy Protection Act. The head pretty aggressive. Meta says it's without precedent and it's unsubstantiated, but the analysts here looks like they're treating it as legal overhang because it's still up on the day.
You guys know I've been looking really hard lately into the state attorneys general and how they sue public companies. This is a pretty significant one here, guys. Again, Cali, Colorado, New Jersey among them. How do you guys feel about this META look in the short term and maybe even the longer term?
I like Meta.
Look, I guess I'm probably not worried enough when you start to hear that number, but 1.4 trillion, come on, that's not happening. I don't think, but it doesn't mean that there couldn't be something significant that's down the pipeline. You would like to think that a lot of the weakness, at least some of that, has been priced in, but most of the issues have been more around the capex and lack of, generating cash with the capex. So here's what I would think. You're better off in Apple. I think that goes without saying at this point. But then you could say that with Apple to insert any other Mag 7 name, right? Like whether or not you think this is some kind of a straw that's going to break the camel's back, particularly, it doesn't have to necessarily be, because Meta's already in a bit of a downward turn for other reasons. And yes, they are saying the right things because now they're going to look at a cloud business for some of that extra compute. So another way to generate money. Yes, they are looking to charge and start to raise with monthly fees for things like Instagram. So I think they're doing some of the right things and pulling the right levers. None of that has gotten it out of its downward trend yet. So until we're, like I say, holding the 50, breaking the 2, something that can prove to you that you're out of this malaise, then I'd feel way better. Again, like one of these is not like the other. And Apple is just a Mag 7 name that I think you're a little better off with. Right, fine, it's at the all-time high right now and might have a little bit of trouble pushing through because of the rally it's been in. But at least when it dips, it follows it with a rip. And it's only a matter of time before you're feeling good about it again when you buy that name on the dip. With Meta, you might buy it on the dip and catch it good for a couple of weeks, but after that, it's making a lower high, and then you start feeling sick about it. So until the headlines start getting a little bit better for Meta, we actually see some real cash generation from some of these new endeavors. I think it stays on the bit of the back burner.
Some of you are asking for the sticky note and speak about Meta. It's right here. You can go on Instagram, and it's part of a story. So every day we're putting out them as stories. So you can go over here, have a quick little look if you do not subscribe to X, as some of you had mentioned there in the chat. So head over there, take a quick little look, and I just put it in the chat, the Instagram link. Yeah, yesterday we took 600 long. It was fine, but it didn't really do anything. So we got out at 5.99. So it was like up $2, down $1, wound up pretty flat on the trade. Didn't really do much into the close either. Must have been a sell imbalance there as we got hit from 603 back down to 5.99. I think it's well worth. Did you say coffee? Is that what that means? Yes, would love it. Yeah. Thanks, Randy. Yeah, 6 bills basically for Meta. I think it's kind of stuck in the middle on a daily chart, but I don't mind all these. I mean, there's always going to be stories, man. I remember when they put a little phone book there, so Zuckerberg could sit on it when he was in front of Congress there. This guy's been in front of Congress for decades. And I just feel like, there's going to be more talk about the inappropriateness and, all this kind of stuff. But the fact that they're now selling that compute power, I like that. I like the fact that they have some kind of a subscription service now as well. So I think Meta can get going. I mean, it's, disclosure. It's a pretty big position, I guess, that I have in it as well. But I mean, I'm in all of the Mag 7 names pretty much. So Meta, just one of those names. And, let's see if it can get going here. Very disappointed, obviously, in the Mag 7 performance over the last year. I mean, when you're looking at other names, I mean, even just to buy the NASDAQ would have crushed the Mag 7. Like all these things would have absolutely, this has been, if you go back, these stocks really haven't moved. This is September of 25, where the basket of these Mag 7 stocks lasts. So, you're all the way back. It's almost 1 year of absolutely nothing. to look forward to. And some of the names are actually looking like they're breaking lower, right? Including the big dog there in Nvidia. So thankfully we have Apple. Microsoft's been disappointing. Google's trying to get back to those highs. So there's some winners and some losers in this space. Amazon's trying to get going back higher as well. But the Mag 7, very, very disappointing. And I hate to say that we called it, but we had mentioned that this year was not going to be a Mag 7 year. And just got to hold out. I think at some point they turn themselves around. And I'm looking at you, Microsoft. I think that there's a good opportunity for them to get back above that $400 mark and made that low around $360. So I like Microsoft there. No surprise, Office 360, maybe the low there for Microsoft. We'll have to wait to see. But yeah, Mag 7's pretty disappointing this year. 5 minutes left. Walmart has been very disappointing, obviously, the last little while. But we'll see what the story is and if it can get back to the upside.
Yeah, quickly, we'll take a moment to shout out a friend of the show, Origenics. They just made an announcement this morning achieving full activation of phase 2A trial network in Australia. There are 3 sites now enrolled. There's the Mackay Base Hospital, Alfred Health, and Royal Adelaide Hospital. They're now active and enrolling for this trial. They've actually already had the first participant enrolled in the Alfred Health base. Let's also talk here about their FDA submission here. Type B meeting request has been submitted to the FDA for Origenics. That advances their pathway here to U.S. regulatory approval for their ONP-002 treatment. So good news here for Origenics, friend of the show. Let's take a look now at a post from U.S. President Trump on Truth Social involving Walmart. WMT, we have this post, and then about 25 minutes later, they announced the price cuts, that President Trump alluded to in this Truth post.
Yeah, absolutely, Adira. But this does come amid a sales slowdown for Walmart. So a lot of people trying to make those connections. Let's talk about it. No suggested that Walmart's U.S. comparable sales may have slowed, and that does put consensus expectations at risk unless there could be a trend improvement later this month. Also, keep in mind that President Trump did roll out about a $500 million financial support package for smaller meat packers that are struggling with escalating beef prices. Well, why does that matter? Because that was one of the price reductions President Trump touted in his Truth Social, the reduction in the price of ground beef by Walmart. Just some companies, for your own information, that are going to take advantage of this subsidy: Tyson Foods, JBS, Cargill, National Beef, and even a Brazilian company called MBRF Global Foods. So just to put it into context here.
It's also worth noting Walmart says they did the price cuts because, quote, customers count on Walmart to deliver the value they need every day, and summer is no exception. This is coming from the EVP and Chief Merchant of Walmart US, whose name is Julie Barber. I also want to let you guys know, seeing reports here from UK MTO, this is basically the UK Maritime Transit Authority. They're saying that they have reported an incident involving a tanker that was transiting through Hormuz. If I get more details, I'll let you know.
Yeah, a small spike in USO on that there, but I think we're kind of past the point where we're reacting very heavily to things that happen in the Middle East. And again, we'll keep our ear to the ground for you as always. You know what? I think, look, I'd rather they pass on costs to the best of their abilities. And I know, Walmart, when they drop prices, is going to be able to withstand much better than the competitors. That's always a good thing. But if you look at what this stock has basically done since the big breakout, and the big breakout was in 2024, it has had 2 major dip buys. And the first one held the trend on the monthly chart, and then boom, bottom there. You just tagged that this month. So this candle this month is bouncing off that major trend line here for Walmart. So it's at that bouncing spot. But I think it's more of a hold than anything else. It's still a bit expensive. I think closing this month above that line is going to be very, very key. Holding under that one, it'll be about 105 to 110-ish that you're going to have to hold on to for them. Adam James abroad for the 862nd time. And second super, CLRO is a micro float that you were looking at.
Yeah, CLRO, one of those. Now, well, we will have to look at it. One of the reasons why, there's many reasons why we like Joe around here, but Joe actually stuck his neck out and called the bottom for Walmart there. So, yeah, it was a good call down there at 108, 109. So shout out to Joe for that one as you continue to make a move higher there. I like the stock. I think it does work down now that it's been hit, pretty dramatically, right? That's down 20% there in about a month and a half, which is a lot for Walmart. I don't know if it deserves that. So, yeah, I think this is a good buy. Finally, time to maybe get into some Walmart down here around 110. Of course, a recent addition over to the NASDAQ, which is why our chart does not show that. And I just think, I think a better name is Costco, but A little more expensive for the day trade for sure. $5 gap. Costco trying to make its move back higher. Very similar move down in Costco over the last little while. You know, you can't ever find a Costco that's not really packed as far as the, you know, the lineups and the, you know, the parking lot and everything. So Costco continues to work, especially as people try to trade down, get cheaper gas and all that. I know they don't make a lot of money on the gas side of things. I have Palantir written down here as the #1 trade idea. It's coming right in though, right? The Nasdaq's coming in. Palantir is not a stock. I wrote down 133 to 132, and that 133 is not, that's the closing price. That's not where we're necessarily sitting as it's coming back in. We do not want to get railroaded. You know, the other day, Tesla fell $20 straight to the downside. Definitely Palantir looking at something like that. Yesterday's not 20, a couple bucks. Yesterday's VWAP hold was 31s. So, you know, 131.50 or so looks to be a decent area right now. And I still like 132. We're going to have to give it a second here as the market's getting ready to open, and we do have, you know, some of those imbalances to look at here to start with. It's nothing of too much concern. SOX S as a sell, Nokia, Pfizer. Yeah, it's kind of limited right now. We'll look to see if we can make a big trade right off the jump. It's SpaceX is where I'm going to be looking. We'll see if we take down that 161 or possibly get long at 155. We do want to thank VinFast for the continued sponsorship of the opening bell. Thank you, VinFast, and go check them out, VFS, on your exchange. But here we go. SpaceX right now, 158, 159, trying to open up. Little choppy on the quotes early. We talked about that. That's what happens around here. I'm in debug mode, so we can get that all figured out. But here comes 157 coming back in right now for SpaceX. We'll give that a little bit of a shakeout and see where it winds up as a tree shaking right now on SpaceX. And then Palantir, once we can switch over to it, we'll show that to you. That's at 133 as well.
Yeah, one name that we didn't really talk about, Bitcoin holding nicely at the well above 60,000, at 63,000 now, and catching a bit of a bid. I like this sucker at 35.3 to 35.4, but I'm not even sure we're going to dip that far to the downside. You already mentioned SpaceX. I like the dip buy if we can even catch it. Was looking short pops. Oh, that's right, I can't flip. Was looking short pops over there on Intel, and you're going to see immediately market goes up, Intel goes down. Now down 6% and still falling like an absolute rock. Micron also losing the bid of the bid. I'm going to have to show you guys black charts because can't really flip over yet. Lost a bid, but right back to pre-market low. So a bit of a bottoming tail candle forming over here in Micron as the market's trying to bounce a little bit.
Yeah, 133. So we, unfortunately, it does go down to 132. You know, we don't have quotes in the first couple minutes. So right there, 132. We could have got long. We should have. That's the level that we wrote down there for Palantir. So that's an epic fail. It's the #1 trade idea that we have written down here right there. 132 to 133 for Palantir. So you can see that that name has come in and now gone. You could have literally got long at 132.10 there, or 132.25, which is generally where we will sit. All right, SpaceX 158. It does make a move down to 157. Again, we could show you the sticky note again, but we're waiting for 155 down there. I'm bidding 156 on SpaceX to see if we get some love over in that name. And then as the Nasdaq making a move higher, DRAM not really. I thought sort of DRAM might go on a NASDAQ bump there, but no, it is not. We'll have to wait to see if DRAM can get going again right there. Not much to look at. We can't trade Samsung or anything over here on the U.S. markets. There goes AMD. We said that this was the next vulnerable name for sure. It has not pulled back to the likelihood of other names. So AMD right now, I don't want to short these names.
Hood's trying to go green.
Yeah, I mean, the NASDAQ's trying to go, which one's trying to go?
Hood's trying to go green
here.
Robin
Hood's been a good one.
It's been an absolute beast. I was thinking this would be a pretty safe dip buy here today, just given, you know, the last couple of weeks that it's been going absolutely ham. But I don't think we can look at the 111 bottom. Market's not looking weak enough here. Maybe play into, I'm not taking a breakout on this thing. Then maybe look back into a 116. Forget about VWAP. It's too early for that. But any pullbacks into the 116, which can give us some higher lows to work off. This has been very, very strong for sure. So yeah, it actually just went green on the session there. Robinhood, as Micron continues to try to battle off of these lows. If we get a pop, I want to look to short the first available pop if I can in Intel. Now down 8% or 7.5% here on Intel. There might be a secondary play. Maybe look over at Nvidia because this has almost gone too far to the downside. Nvidia's not moving.
No, yeah.
No, Nvidia is basically flat. There's no 190 break in store for this stock. very sideways action for Nvidia here. So if it gives me a topping tail candle, it might be able to sneak into this instead of Intel, but that's now 8% down on Intel. Yuck, yuck, and yuck.
We had told you there was more percent down coming on Rivian, and that's exactly what's happening there. This is also a falling tree, as Rivian now down another 4%, down 14% at the lows, down there to 1730. We'll wait to see if there's a kickback in it, but with the market being negative today, I don't think I really want to look for a long there in Rivian. If I'm going to look for anything, and again, we can write down whatever we want. If we don't take it, we don't take it. And unfortunately, we couldn't switch quotes. We're going to get that quote fixed out ASAP, but Apple goes to 313. It's a level that we wrote down, but now it's coming back in. So here it comes again, Apple back into 313. Let's see if we can maybe take a little bit of that. I feel more comfortable taking some Apple down here than I do some Palantir. So we'll take some Apple first. I'll sit at 313.25, just ahead of that little wick down there. And I do want to give this to 312. So if we can break back down below 312. So we'll take an early position if we're lucky enough to get it here at coming in right now. We'll take a spot and then we'll see what winds up happening. Yesterday was a good trade for us. Oh, don't tell me Apple just bounces off me. Okay, good, we get long anyways. So there it is, man. The first trade of the day is Apple. We've got the long here at 313. Look, the market's coming in. So we're only going to put on, we have 3/4 of a unit right now. We're comfortable with that. We'll wait to see what happens around this 312 marker, waiting for a little bit more at 312.50 here for AAPL. But yeah, falling knife temporarily in this market as we just get 3-4 now candles straight to the downside. Some people want to wait. That's the first 5-minute candle now. So we'll wait to see what the market really has in store for us as we finally close that first 5-minute candle, and Apple trying to get into yesterday's close. It's trying to do a good job of that one, but we're long and we're in the money right now. SpaceX down to 156.
It's getting close. It's getting real close to that 55 over there on SpaceX. I think it's got a real good chance of getting there. But I think the first name I'm looking for the dip by, still holding a lot of strength, is Robinhood. Now it's starting to break through 117. So looking for the dip back into this prior support at 116. Once we see a 116 handle, we're just got to look for the long.
The position board's not working.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not in positions. I guess I didn't realize it. But yeah, about to get long. You can see here we're pulling back in that in Robinhood. So I'm about to get long here, hopefully at that 116 quarter land. And then we're able to take that to the long side. SpaceX is still falling. Oh, it just got to 156. I'm sitting right at support from yesterday, 155.5. So that's where I'm looking for the curl over there on SpaceX. But you might be already getting an early bounce. That Robinhood, I might have to take it off VWAP instead. It's still heading down, but yeah, I'm going to try to get it just out in front of that volume weighted average price. It caught a bid before that resistance, so going to try to mosey on in here in front of the 116.5 because that's where the bounce happened instead of where I wanted it to. But it's definitely relative strength over here in Robinhood when I compare this to what's going on with the Qs, like the NASDAQ bouncing off. I mean, it broke the lows and now bouncing off lower lows, and the same thing over there in the ES. So some strength still in, I don't want to say crypto adjacent name, but the fintech sector, financial has been pretty good as well. And you're still seeing that with Robinhood. But the NASDAQ not looking good at all. 1 1/3% to the downside, even though we're trying to catch a bid here.
Yeah, finally trying to do something in this market. We'll see. Okay, there goes. Apple's getting hit to the downside, so that's taking now down 312. So, in a name yesterday that was just running all morning, it finally stopped around 10 o'clock. Then it took off a second leg. So I'm going to get out at 311.75, man. If this breaks lower, we'll go reverse. There it goes. We'll go reverse dollar club as the market right now. We said maybe Palantir was a little safer. I guess not, as Apple getting hit back to the downside right now. We can have, I'm out at 311.75, so that's looking like that's going to break. Palantir, yeah, not coming in the same way Apple is right now, but we're still going to try to support those levels. It doesn't look like it. NASDAQ trying to bounce, Apple not really reacting in the same way. I'm on SpaceX, but I'm not there till O's. So 156 flat or so for SpaceX. I think we'll take a little bit here just in case it wants to do the bounce, but still waiting for 156. I wrote down 156 to 155, so waiting to get that 155 call as well to come back in right there. A nice little bounce back here. Let's take advantage of some of that on Apple. I mean, maybe we didn't get it. I was trying to wait for 312. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. 312.50 there to take out a little bit for a 40-cent hit. But right now, Apple makes a move back upside and then just gets hit right back down as the market turning around again. We thought maybe we would get a little relief there rally in Apple, but no, the market now coming right back in. So watching out to get stopped out on this one. And then there it goes, man. Now finally breaking through. Okay, there goes SpaceX, and there goes Apple too. SpaceX breaking back down below that 155 mark. So here we go, man. These are levels that we want to look at. We're always going to hold this a little bit, but it's Apple that just got hit to the downside. So we got to get out, and we're not going to keep chasing this now. Market, wow, down 1.5%, giving it all back from yesterday.
Yeah, giving up all those gains. You mentioned SpaceX losing that 155. Robinhood tried to break 118. It just lost these pre-market highs, 117.5 a second time. So it's putting in lower highs. We can try to buy the dips here as long as it puts in these higher lows. But there's rejection at 117.5. It was a double top yesterday, so want to try to respect it. But at least it's somewhat strong relative to what's going on in the overall market. It's looking pretty nasty in the overall market. And here comes a bit of a recovery in Micron. Micron's back through VWAP. This is now a reversal. I mean, the open candle is going to be a reversal candle, and now you're busting through the volume-weighted average price. So what's looking like a bottom is getting made in some of these chip names. That would be the all systems go to look for maybe a DRAM over the volume-weighted average price. That never got, DRAM didn't really get to that support, that 59 bottom, but that just means it didn't test the absolute low, which is perfectly fine, in my opinion. If it can hold on to VWAP here, Micron does it, you know what, it all over itself, this could be a nice little trend reversal. But even as I say that, the sellers start to bring it underneath that volume-weighted average price. So a bit of strength starting to come into Micron. That could be enough to get a close above VWAP here on DRAM, but not yet. And as long as it's not true that we have enough strength, I'm still looking for that opportunity to fade here in Intel. 7% down. You know, there was nothing that actually stood out about Intel in this, I guess, chip sell-off outside of the fact that its chart just looked a little bit weaker than the others. I don't know why it's down 7 when Micron's down 5.8. Right? Like, it's supposed to be a memory story.
So, yeah, you would think it's supposed to be a better story than that. Amazon, so we have another new position. We have two new positions. We have SpaceX, which is not new, but we're still in it. And then Amazon. Let's see what we can do with Amazon right here. I mean, we did have that offering. Okay, here it goes. Maybe now it can go back up this. We're just long here at 35. We'll take some out there at 55. Now we're starting to climb a little higher on Amazon, and we say thank you very much, Jeff Bezos and company, because look what Apple did, man. It's a good thing we got out of Apple, by the way, at 312 or so break down. Now it's at 312, but it went down to 310.20 right there. Trying to battle back is Apple. All right, man. SpaceX flat right now. We'll wait to see what it's doing. 155. I should get a little bit out here in the 80s if we can. But it's been a nice move back upside there on SpaceX as it got clocked a little bit early to the downside. Let's now see if it can get going now. Upside, is there enough buyers in this name as we get added to the NASDAQ 100? And we saw a big move there. Like, there's a lot of sellers here. More offers than there's bids right now, it seems like, on SpaceX. But hey,
they're buying
we'll have to wait to see. Hopefully they start to buy it up. But yeah, we'll wait. We're in the 80s and we're at 156 flat. And then hopefully we get back up to this 158. But I don't know. It's not looking great. Amazon, a couple outs there, but just for 10 cents. 15 cents as we get out at 50. But yeah, Amazon right now trying to get back there to the upside. Lucky enough to buy some of those dips against 44.50. I think that's a good out if that's the space that we're looking at. And then other than that, man, it's just SpaceX and Amazon. And then, yeah, licking the wounds a little bit from Apple as someone sold off Apple pretty good there in the open. So there was a nice move down. And, yeah, we'll be red on that stock, but making a little bit back here with these other two names, but positions pending all over the place. You said Intel was down 8%.
I know, and it's trying to bounce
AMD
here.
Trying to bounce too.
Well, I love the market to bounce because that'll be good for SpaceX. I think that just tagged. Well, I didn't get filled on SpaceX. That's interesting. Okay, well, I didn't get filled on SpaceX at 150. Oh, we just got a little bit at 156, but we just came into VWAP here on Intel. So I took the first shot, but it's already busting through that 114 level. I'll get back to Robinhood. That's actually coming down as the market's bouncing. But if we close above 114 on a 3, I'll jump out even before you get to any key levels here. SpaceX did get a little bit of a bounce. We'll try to get our second leg on it. The first time it blew through 155, simply jump back in at the the prior day lows, because that's where we're looking for the support. But I like VWAP. So 56, 57, volume weighted average price. Going to try to keep it as simple as possible when it comes to that. And then just back over to Robinhood because that's dipping again. Yeah, Robinhood still putting in some higher lows, I'm going to see if we can't get the next dip in here, though, on Hood. If it does another bottoming tail candle, I want to try to get another good entry off the 116.5 area. Hood did go positive like 3 or 4 times, but it seems to reject the actual prior close every single time. So there's a little bit of sellers at yesterday's close. If you can't punch through that, got to wait patiently for some better dip prices.
All right. Yeah, as you guys know, SpaceX, a big name there today. We'll keep on looking at that. But there goes Amazon right now. I mean, finally getting some love there for Amazon, back up through 245.50s and now breaking higher. See if we get 246. There goes Amazon. Nice look here, man. I mean, that was a good bottom pick for sure on Amazon. I mean, that came in, and now we'll just take a couple outs there as we get back up into VWAP. And, we hit the sirens when we're in new positions, and there goes Amazon to the upside. So it's trying to clean out a little bit there. And let's not get too greedy. I mean, the market, I'm going to get another piece out just above 246. There it is. Wait a minute. Did we not get that 04? No, we did not. We were waiting for 246.04 there. Missed us. I don't know why we put 04. But that's a name there that we like. Again, they were raising some money there today. Doesn't look like they're getting beat up at all. If anything, they're positive today. So a little bit of a rebound there in the NASDAQ should spike up again our Amazon trade. So, yeah, we have you guys know that we're trying to play around with SpaceX these days. And so we got on some shares, man. So we're going to wait to see here what's going on with SPCX, hopefully breaking back higher off of the exact levels that we thought could possibly hold. I just missed Palantir, so I think I'll get it eventually. I put a bid down there at 133.20s. It came in, I missed that 133. We should have got it. The first time it went down to 132, we should have got that right there. And honestly, it sucks because, darn it, man, that's a big move now on PLTR, right back up to the upside again off of some posted levels that we liked, man. I have it written down as the #1 trade, and I missed it right there. So there it is right there, 132 to 133. Again, on the note, it just came in. I put my bid there, and I was just too distracted with the other 2 names, but we're there now, so I think we could still get it. The market's coming back down
wait a
just
minute.
a bit.
I think the position board is incorrect again.
It is. I'm long both those names.
Yeah. So my guess is what is happening on the position board is
if I get out of
it's
a
the
little
fill, like the last fill. So if you sell some to get out of a position, it's probably coding that as being short. So my guess is if I get a fill on SpaceX, it's going to tell me it's going to tell you guys I'm short. I'm long SpaceX in front of the 155.
It still shows you long.
Yeah. Well, I think what'll happen is the second I take a fill, it'll probably be wrong at that point. But if we see what's going on, this market, it's trying to hold up. I mean, Robinhood is still putting in some higher lows. I like the fact that it's showing some strength. Is it fixed?
Well, yeah, because I took an out on Amazon and it did flip over.
Yeah, so still going to look to try to get some higher low bids here on Robinhood. I'd like it better if it could break out above 117.5, but until that happens, look for the bottoming tail wicks, hold the trend line. Once you lose 116.5, I think that'll be confirmation that maybe this is just doing what the overall market is doing. And I guess we didn't really we mentioned Bitcoin. IBIT didn't get anywhere close to some of those lows. This is actually breaking trend now. So I left you guys being pretty bearish on Bitcoin, but today I kind of like it for the long. So bear with me as it breaks the trend. I'll be long it in front of the volume weighted average price here. A bit of a trend break happening on IBIT. I'll get this in front of VWAP, at least if it does dip, and give it to the prior bar low from the trend break, which is right in here, about 35.68. So the NASDAQ about to hit the lows, and for the first time I can remember, somehow Bitcoin is bouncing first. Doesn't have to make sense.
No, Bitcoin was strong yesterday. So, yeah, we'll give you another one right there as we go dollar clubbing one more time. And there goes Amazon again to the upside. So I'm glad that we sort of switched off of Apple, went over to Amazon, and we're picking on that one right now. As that's going a little higher. I'm still waiting at 246.90. See if we get something around this 247. Highs of the day, 247.50. We'll have to wait to see if we can get something around there. Looks like we're losing the bid one more time here on SpaceX. Maybe this isn't that stock that we thought it might be today, but we have a bunch of outs here at 156. So far, so good on those outs. And maybe a little dip buy opportunity now into 154. I do have the stop out, breaking a little lower than where we are right now, breaking through that 154 area. So there's a nice little reload there. We'll see if we can put some out. Yeah, good job on that one as the face slapper right there on SpaceX. Dip buy a couple times down there gets us longer. And yeah, let's go. We like those kind of trades. Get a little bit more out and see if it can go just a little bit higher. As yeah, man, now we're $2 in. As Amazon, we're still waiting for 90s, and we get it right there. So that's the hot dog cannon for you one more time on AMZN. So just switched up our game a little bit. We've sort of, got hit there on Apple. We talked about that, and we never want to be in it for too long. Maybe Apple finally bounces off of that one, but have the ability to sort of, and we don't even have Amazon written down today, but it came into that 245, that pre-market low, and there she goes, upside for Amazon. Let's just hope that SpaceX can now take off. And, the missed trade of the day for me is the number one trade that I'd written down, and that was Palantir. So we'll see if that one can come back. If it does, all good over there on that. And I guess
I saw SNDK.
Still really like
OMG.
Still really like Intel, but
SNDK. SanDisk.
Yeah.
8% down now for SanDisk. Micron's down 6%. This is all because of Samsung, which obviously we don't really trade Samsung.
We can't.
Over here, we can't. We can't, but you can get exposure to it via DRAM. DRAM not having as bad a day as, SNDK. It's about the exact same as Micron, down 6.5% and looking incredibly. It looks incredibly weak when you consider 6.5% down, but the Nasdaq's at the low and it's putting in a higher low. So I still think there's a chance that DRAM can make a decent bounce in here, but not the way Micron is going. As I said, Bitcoin able to hold through VWAP and do this bit of IBIT, I should say, broke the trend, holding over the volume weighted average price. I'm just looking, if you can just get back to the high, I'm happy. So 36.15 or so, which, that's not that far away. Like all it has to do is give me a half a point and we can get into the target on that bad boy. And Robinhood just came back in. So it looks like we got another dip buy in Robinhood in front of 116.5.
Oh, good. Yeah, Robinhood's a good name. And also a great name here, Adara. What's going on with Little Miss Lily right now, up 4%, all-time highs. The number one name in my portfolio, non-tech, we like, SPN is higher. I own more SPY than Eli Lilly, but yeah.
We got a $1,400 price target here from JP Morgan. They raised Eli Lilly's price target by $100. I'm not really seeing any
That's good enough.
news here individually. They got a price target increase yesterday as well, so it seems like analysts are really feeling Eli Lilly, or Mademoiselle, as I used to call it.
I like.
Look for Lilly.
Yeah, I like Eli Lilly there, and it's just, there's Sharif and Joe know the name Repchide. What's the name of the Eli Lilly?
Reptuditide.
Rapture. The Rapture is in.
Is it Reptuditide or there's a U in there? There's a U in there somewhere.
It's definitely something like that, but we'll wait to see. And again, good pipeline here still for Eli Lilly. I actually look at these values. We love Eli Lilly, but I still really like J&J, and I like the potential there for Johnson & Johnson. So they're up another 4% here today as well. So I like both those names, Eli Lilly, and then especially, this goes back to when we had, Brendo and I were on the podcast, and we talked about ETFs that we liked, and I was really liking XBI. The podcast is now 4 or 5 years old or something like that. So we've really been... No, not 3 years, maybe?
No, I was actually there when this started, and I was writing some of the notes for it. So it concluded around May or April of 2024, started in the fall of 2024.
Fall of 2024. Okay, so we're coming up to 2 years there on the podcast. So yeah, so we've been liking this. Needless to say, down here at least, right? This is 25. So down $75, $80, but there it goes right now. XBI, new all-time highs. It seems like all the time for this name. Or you could trade the IBB. If that's so fancies. Is IBB a NASDAQ name? Maybe it must be. Yeah, there it is. So the IBB, something very similar.
You wouldn't think it, but it is.
Yeah. They're all most of the ETFs, right, are Amex. So, but yeah, here we go, man. It's a good thing we've got our good friend over here. That's now a $3 winner in Amazon, as that's taking it out because getting waxed a little bit on SpaceX as that's coming back in. So probably taking an L here if it breaks. Well, we will be taking an L if it breaks through 154. No more averaging in. We've already got, we only have half a unit, so it's not the end of the world. But SpaceX coming back into 154 right now. We lose that. We're shablamo out of this name, SpaceX. There it goes. Ooh, it just did, but we did not get
I set mine at the low of the day.
Yeah. So, okay, so you're out. I should be out very momentarily here.
Yeah, we'll stop to fail on these guys. You know what? You can't win every day you trade it. Last couple before we left, we're getting a lot better here. But there was one nice bounce. It gave you 155 to 156, but pretty much no more. And even as I say that, the NASDAQ just hit the low. Robinhood was just bouncing you were just bouncing back above VWAP. So we've got another reload and a nice bull flag here on Robinhood. But I don't care how relatively strong it is. If the Qs keep bleeding the way that we are, 1-6 down, new fresh low just got taken out here. You look over here, the SPYs, it's not as if it's going to be any better. Oh, yay, Dark Pool Wick. The SPYs also breaking the LOD. So I'd be a little bit concerned here for anything, even if it's holding strength. Like IBIT's got a higher low, Hood's got a higher low, but the way that we're heading downside in the overall market, you really start to wonder if you're going to be able to hold on for too long, even in some of the stronger names.
Yeah, we are. I'm really surprised at how well Amazon's doing, to be honest with you. I mean, look where the market is. Amazon right now almost $4 off the lows, and this is really keeping my day afloat right now because lost on Apple, lost on SpaceX, right? And well, basically, what we lose on SpaceX will make up for on Amazon, so that's a wash, leaving us with our red day here on Apple. So yeah, well, we'll make a little. I mean, hopefully we'll make a little more on Amazon, but for where it is right now, we just don't want to get out yet. So unrealized gains there. But yeah, Apple coming to the downside. I really like Google as well. I mean, Google's been a pretty hot stock for a minute. I'm really surprised what Palantir, I mean, there that is. I'm really surprised on Palantir here, not coming back in at all. Check out what this market is doing. And Palantir right now is like, okay, we'll just go higher. That dip miss at 133 there is going to be pretty epic for a couple minutes for me. So it's too bad that that's not in the portfolio right now, but it's not, so it is what it is. That miss there on Palantir. I have to maybe update some of my scanners over here. Not really giving me too many trades right now. I guess it's because the market really hasn't retraced, right? I mean, you're going to get nothing at VWAP right now unless you really start to bounce. There's SoFi down 2%, so that's continuously bleeding there as well. I know that you were talking a little bit about Robinhood. That's coming back into 116, so maybe safer on Robinhood.
Yeah, but it just lost the bull flag. It stays on strength. We'll get. Thank you for the super chat, Dave. We'll get to Samsung, of course. You see what's happening in Micron and DRAM, but no, you just lost that bull flag that was going on in Robinhood. So even like one of the strongest names out there is starting to lose a bit, and that's the thing when the market is this weak. That maybe we haven't put in that. It looked like that was the dip buy right off the open, and you get some higher lows, but it might not be over yet. So just wait until we get back into 115 or so, or what forbid, 110, 111. David, Samsung beat revenue. If without 10% bonuses, you like the buy. I think you could have obviously done a heck of a lot worse in a lot of things than just buying every single memory dip that happens whenever we go 20, 25%. That's what we're sitting at. I'm showing you DRAM because obviously you're not going to be we're not going to be trading Samsung in here, and this is a good representation for most of the viewers. You can pick this one up and then you can own or you can trade and get exposure to Samsung and to SK Hynix. Although on Friday, I believe as of Friday, you'll be able to actually trade the ADR for SK Hynix. Yeah, so that'll make it pretty interesting. But more money has to come. That's just more money spread around. So that could cause some more selling, realistically, in some of the other memory names as money or capital funnels into SK Hynix ADR. It's not always perfect, a perfect scenario when you come to market, when you have whether it's an IPO, whether it's in this case just a listing where they're bringing it over, because it does have some like rebalancing effects to it, and that can have some sell-offs. And so they're looking for reasons to say this game is done. I don't think you've really. The fat lady hasn't sung yet until one of these bounces doesn't hold. And last I checked, we've already recovered nicely from this 2 or 3 times, especially in DRAM. So it hasn't broken this recent low yet. Still about $1 to go till you get to yesterday's, or not yesterday's, but last week's bottom. I can wait for that. The only place I was looking DRAM long was off of this low, and it hasn't shown me a reason to get off of that level.
Yeah, big shout out. Yeah, there it is. Shablamo. Yeah, big shout out there for Joe. That's one of our sayings right now as we go. Shablamo, new word of the day over there right now. But a big shout out. Yeah, Joe's been doing great. Obviously, glad to have Neil back. Joe right now.
I love that word.
There. He's chilling out now. He'll be back for the 11 o'clock hour right now. But yeah, okay. There. I mean, Robinhood's losing it now. That's down 3%. There goes to the downside. The interesting name for me is Intel at some of these levels. We said that, hey, maybe if you're talking about switching back into something else, maybe Intel being down where we are right now, watch out for this 112 break. I mean, we did get low into 111, but that's looking like a decent opportunity to even get shorter right now. I mean, I am just I cannot believe how well Amazon's doing, and it's almost making me just want to get the hell out. I mean, we only have right now left on Amazon probably 15% or so. You know what? Because I'm getting those feels, and we talk about this all the time, you know, you have to be able to trade on feeling a little bit. There it goes, man, 248.50. I'm going to get another piece out. So we have 10% left. Actually, still about 12.5, 13% left on Amazon. So we just got out another piece there. We're going to leave it just for a minute, see if we can do some more work there on AMZN. Yeah, some of the names. We just looked at that Intel. Like, I was debating going short on this 112 break, but I don't know, man, down 1.6%. If there's anything that's going to bounce, this is at a bouncing spot. So I'm just kind of like debating, are we going to go long or short? Because this is looking to me like a great little level that potentially could get supported for the long right now on Intel. It's just fighting what we've been seeing, like going long in a down 8% name can give you obviously great returns, but that's still in a little bit of question right now for Intel and you know where it's at. But yeah, Amazon has pulled back a lot. That was just at 249. It's down to 247. So we got a bunch of good outs up here. But yeah, these ones, you know, it's really trying to fade out a little bit here as Amazon. Like, we just took that fill right with you guys moments ago. And now you're seeing where we're at, man. 248.50, like down $1 right there quickly on AMZN. So yeah, some of these names definitely fading out pretty decently here as the market trying to turn around. But it's the DRAM, it's the Marvells, it's the ARMs, it's probably the Nvidias of the world that are really starting to kick it a little bit down here. So
Nvidia never broke the low.
Okay, good. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, Intel's still right there. What do you mean? What low? The pre-market low?
It didn't even come close to the pre-market low. It did the opening
oh, yeah, it's
range
actually
bottom.
Doing fine.
Nvidia's doing absolutely
we just
fine.
got a gap there for some reason.
Yeah, it's got a gap down. AMD's not too bad either, but everything else is losing a bit. I had just gotten out of Robinhood, and then it dropped $2 almost instantaneously. So like the one stock that I like for strength doesn't want to hold on. IBIT doesn't want to hold on to any strength. So I'm thinking Nvidia really stands out at this point. I know it's 10 o'clock. You know what that means. It means we have to find out what's happening now. Yeah. And to do that, we got to go to Adair.
Hey guys, what's happening now is a whole lot of weakness in the market. Here's a look at the S&P 500. We did try to climb higher first 15-minute candle of the day, followed by a sharp sell-off. And right now, this third 15-minute candle bar of the day is poised to be another red one. Let's take a look here at the NASDAQ, looking very similar here to the S&P 500. They're trying to battle back. We'll talk about this tech weakness in just a minute. But let's also look at USO, which is very, very strong. We unfortunately have had more reports here of tensions in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran reportedly has attacked ships crossing the Strait of Hormuz on the Omani side. Also seeing some comments here from the UK Maritime Trade Organization. They were saying that reporting at least a couple incidences here of strikes or of incidences in the Strait of Hormuz with Iran. So just be aware, guys, the conflict does continue. Let's take a look at SpaceX, SPCX, making its debut as a component in the NASDAQ 100. Its first ever session trading as part of the index, getting a whole bunch of price target increases and analyst notes here from analysts, including this Deutsche Bank price target of 255. This is probably about the average price target I'm seeing from analysts, but then you've got Raymond James with an $800 price target. So analysts all over the place for the first session ever of SPCX as a NASDAQ 100 component. Let's talk about a different NASDAQ 100 component here. That's Micron. This one trading sharply lower. They're trying to bounce a little bit here at lows. SanDisk also in focus along with WDC. In case you guys missed it, we did have very strong preliminary earnings from Samsung last night over in South Korea, but they did lead to some more concerns here about spending and about AI overheating, specifically with these memory chips. So a lot of these memory names trading lower. Last but not least, analyst note here for FIG Figma. Nice gap to the upside, even with overall market weakness, trying to hold up relatively well, getting a $30 price target and buy rating from BofA Securities. Shopify also getting some love from BofA this morning as we send you back over to Sean and Neil. Make sure to give our show some love and hit the like and the subscribe if you're enjoying what we're seeing.
Thank you, Adair. And I got something for you, traders. It's an offer your broker ain't giving to you. Markets are extremely active, and if you're traders, this is the environment that creates opportunities, and big moves mean more setups and more momentum. But if you really want to take advantage of those conditions, you need a couple of things. You need discipline and access to capital. That's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, Traders can access firms' capital and focus on executing their strategy while managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own personal savings. This is what's called limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, visit tradethepool.com. Want to shout them out and thank them for sponsoring this portion of the show, which has been brought to you by the market selling off as well.
Yes.
Currently, but that's what's actually standing out is like Nvidia is standing out because all of the other chip names are weak, and they are holding on to some pretty decent strength. I looked over at AMD, and that was still looking weak and not looking good at all. Micron, we already discussed. Sympathy to Samsung is down. AMD's down 7% here. So Nvidia's really, at least for now, been able to hold out a little bit better than most. DRAM, it seems at this point, you are really trending into this low here as DRAM feels like it does want to test this 59 bottom. It won't be 10% down if it gets down there, but it'll be pretty close. And as long as that level holds, we'll take our shot off it. Kind of like the only difference I want to make if it gets down there is on SpaceX when it came into the level, allow it to bounce the first time. I don't mind losing the second time, but that first long as it's still heading down. Like, let it show the buyers off the level and then kind of dip in. The second long was good. That's where you actually got the bounce. The first one just immediately kind of snags through. So if DRAM gets to that low, I want to be a bit more patient with that first available dip buy. But NASDAQ right at the lows, I think that means if you have a dip buy level that hasn't hit yet, you probably want to wait for it. And that's exactly where I'm at with DRAM and Robinhood as well. Like Robinhood still feels like it's giving up the ghost. So we'll wait down for maybe the low teens until proven otherwise. 15's looking okay, but I want to see confirmation and not just a little bit of buying in front of 115. It's not much. Just a little bit. No, I want to see that even dollar hold, or we can wait for a little bit lower.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the next trade. I mean, Amazon's coming back a little bit. We're still $2 in. We're, like I said, have 10% left of that one. For me on SpaceX, maybe this 154 has got to break higher. If not, it's too bad because I was really, when we got stopped out there, just like we did yesterday, was debating the short and just never took it. Like, definitely should have done that. All right, Alibaba and Intel even broke below that 112, so that was a good trade as well there, breaking lower. I mean, sometimes, you know, what keeps going, and right now it's that space, and the whole DRAM's actually not moving that much. Alibaba right now had a really nice move higher back into 100, and now is down about $1.50 from there. So it's high today, 99.80, back down into 99.40 as we wait to see on Alibaba and if there's any sort of recovery plays or whatnot for Alibaba right now. I mean, they just broke through and they've had a good, I mean, I'm glad we sort of talked about this when we did, because right now you're on a 4 or 5 day win streak here for Baba, and that name could definitely be something to get going as well. Rivian, let's have a quick little look at Rivian. Maybe found its home down about 14%. I mean, bounced off 17 quite nicely, and you know, no surprise there. That was one of the breakout levels. That was actually the bottom right into there of $17. So you know, we've seen it before. Again, like, you know, I think I like the stock, but I don't know, man. It's still that 11 million optionable there for the underwriters to exercise as well. So there's a few more shares to go. You know, they're raising on the back of 75 more million shares there. So that's a lot of money, and they keep on burning through. So something to look out for. IBIT just, I think, pulled into VWAP. I mean, right now, Bitcoin, not doing a whole heck of a lot, 63 and change. IBIT down 1%, maybe gets going, but again, nice little area bottom there for Bitcoin, something to look at. And then I still want to try to buy some Apple. I mean, Apple's been down there to 311, so we do know that if this market does bounce back, I mean, I think it will be on the back of Apple, so I don't mind that right now. The Treasury is getting hit to the downside as well today. The dollar going upside as the NASDAQ makes a move. And this is what I guess I should
just had a small cap or halt here.
Oh, was there finally a small cap? Well, INLF or that, or which one was it?
Well, there is a couple.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead. I was gonna look at the dollar here.
Yeah, there's that INLF, but that's a super small one that's halted. It's only done 500,000 shares, so it's really low volume. And then CLRO, which I do believe was relatively popular with the viewers in the pre-market, which we all know. I think it was Adam James Abroad was mentioning. I believe it was this one.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Adam.
CRO or?
I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was this one, but it just broke out the highs. It's done 20 million shares. That INLF, 500,000 shares at 10 o'clock is not a lot of volume, Obviously, that goes without saying, but CLRO, this looks like it's got a little bit of legs to it. Just reopened. It has had a down halt, but it just had an up halt as well through the highs. Just remember, you've got this 12 to 12 and a half area, a bit of a bag hold from last July that could be a bit of weakness. So that's one to watch. I think it's probably the best looking one that I was able to see, at least so far. So good luck to you if you're in that. Feels much better than that INLF, which trades at such low volume. It'll probably halt a bajillion times today. So SpaceX, if it can't break, look, we're trending down. The market just hit another low. We're almost 2% down on the overall market. All you got is the 150 because you've broken our local support. You've got the 150 IPO price, not the issue price, but obviously the IPO open price at 150. That's already been supported. So without getting down here, it's going to have to break the trend to try another long. So I've slapped a trend line on it as we wait for the absolute bottom, but it is now holding at the low for a chance that this trend can break for another shot to pull this one back into the volume-weighted average price. But that 2% almost seems inevitable today for the markets. And you can blame Samsung for it. It's entirely, this all got started on sympathy to Samsung's earnings beat. Like it was a big record profits for them, and it just did not seem to matter. Not even a bit.
Yeah, I think you can blame.
Well, maybe not all of it on.
No, I think you got to blame the retail environment, right? Because everyone bought these names up through the roof, and they have nothing to do but beat, and people don't like it, so they sell it off. I think it's just some of these things have just gotten so hot. And there's the dollar as well. We talked a little bit about the macro situation. The dollar is also starting to get a little higher here, so we'll have to wait to see if that one starts to ease back a little bit with a little bit of a pullback now in the DXY, but maybe not. Hoping for a pullback to get some of these longs cooking one more time. Just for my next possible trade idea, we're going to try it, and it's going to be with Amazon, if that does come back in, and it's obviously talking about the same names there, but Amazon just came back into 245.75. I was waiting for 245.25, so that could be something that eventually pops through there. AMZN at some point. The NASDAQ itself, trading the TQs, would love to get involved in that, but again, no real bumps. If we do get something into view up, I think we could short the NASDAQ today as you're giving back everything it made yesterday and a bit more even right now in the NQs. So, being careful with where this is all going. A name that we looked at yesterday, Disney, again, below $100. Nice day upside for them. Still looking to fade it if we do get to that magical level of 100. So that could be a name again that we look at some point there. 99.50. What's up, Adara?
Did you pull a Magic Kingdom pun there, Sean, or was that just an accident? Magical level of 100.
Oh no, that was purely by accident, but that's definitely on purpose.
Okay,
no,
great pun then.
Thank you. No, I did not mean that. I just meant it because of, again, that was a pretty good one. Yeah, Magic Kingdom. No, I was just thinking that because $100 is such a key psychological level that if we get back up to there, I think it's a short. I don't think there's really too much great news right now with Disney, so we can have a look at that. And then, over at Netflix again, this is another big name, Netflix, that keeps on trying to bounce off that 75 level. And it looks like we're going to hold it here over the last couple of days. So Netflix right now getting back there to the upside mind art chart there on that split, which is why it looks like that. I'm still waiting for SpaceX to break above 54. That's probably down a little lower now. Yeah, maybe now it's 53s. Yeah, 53 break maybe on SpaceX, or you're bottom fishing right now. And that's a little dangerous, I think, when the market just broke lows again right there to the downside. So yeah, man, it's not the greatest mover here today in the NQs. The ES holding out okay, right? In the diamonds, the Dow was at all-time highs, breaking through 53,000 yesterday. And now today, probably holding out okay. Yeah, it's only down 0.1 there. And we'll go over some of the broader moves and some of the broader markets soon. But yeah, right now, this is what we're talking about. It's a downside day here for everything chip related. And yeah, I just think these names got over the skis a bit. Micron down 8. Marvell down 7 or 8. ARM, I think, is also down.
Oh, ARM got trounced or trounced.
Yeah, actually,
trounced.
It's only down half what the rest.
Oh, I mean, while I was gone.
Oh, yeah. They had a nice bounce back up to 350, but yeah, 440 down to $300. Not great for ARM either.
Well, not a great sign here is gold was actually up this morning, and it flipped red. Now it's starting to turn. It's gone under VWAP. It's lost a prior high. It's structurally looking like a little bit of crap, If we're being real, you're still, look, you're not catching a bid. SpaceX doesn't want to break that trend line. It got close, but it did not do so whatsoever. So I think it's kind of a nothing burger till we get to 150. Looking over, like Robinhood's still falling. Hasn't shown me any sign that it's looking for that bounce. And the hood's down 3 points. It was going green, but to keep in perspective, the reason why I still feel like I can be bullish on this name is the daily chart. It hasn't really pulled back into some of these prior highs at that 110 to 111 where you had the support the last couple of days. So yeah, I like the shot at continuation up here, but until we start creeping down into the 110 to 112 level, going to be patient with this name. It might be down 3%, but overall, we always say when in doubt, zoom out. This still looks solid when you bring that higher time frame in for a bounce here today. So yeah, it's not looking very good at all for the stock, but that's why we hopped out of it. And okay, SpaceX is going to break 151, which puts it in touch with 150 pretty soon. So I feel like that's going to be next because I don't see Robinhood dropping $3 before this drops another buck.
All right, so we have another position on board right now, and that is, of course, Palantir, and it's coming in quite aggressively right now. We were always wondering, hey, what's up with that, right? As we were thinking, okay, Palantir is trying to make a move. Where is it going? What's it going to do? Well, it makes a move to the downside right now, 132.50. So it looks like this name, finally, they're coming for it. It was up. It was green. We're trying it. I'm not in it that heavy. We don't even have one uni yet. But, you know, another name that we had liked in and around this level. It's too bad because sometimes these levels that you write down early on in the day, they hit early, but then the market just cannot hold it, right? So there it comes right back into 132. Again, because we're not super into this name yet, I think there's a little bit of room to dip by this name, but, you know, breaking into yesterday's lows right now, you know, if we take down that 131.50 area, that we need to think about getting out. So right now, 131.50, that might be our last sort of look at this name, but right now, here it's coming in. It's Palantir just straight down. That was 134.60 into 131.80 now. Palantir coming back in just a little bit now as it's making moves to the downside. It's PLTR. So just giving it a little bit of room now, breaking into yesterday's levels. We'll try a little bit more down here, but without a rebound in this market, man, Palantir right now just suffering a bit. We're long out of the money now, 75 cents on PLTR, but you know, I'm comfortable with it as we do expect some of these moves. Just wish it didn't happen so quick there. Like that's $1, that's $133.30 down to 131.30 in a minute and a half. So downside pressure here for PLTR.
Yeah, well, it's downside pressure everywhere. You just snagged underneath 151. So you saw a 150 handle for like a brief second there on SpaceX. It got down to, I don't know, 150.80 looks like the low. This next 3 minutes seemingly holding the bid. So we're in it back through 151. Again, it doesn't have to get to 150 even to hold the level. It just has to get close enough, and then we'll look for the long. I'm not even thinking this is necessarily, bounce here and get to VWAP pronto. Nah. I don't think we've been dropping way too far for that. So I'm looking at 153, like 53 to 54 would be a good target for this. And if we put in some higher lows and continue to hold 150, I think that could be good for some potential reloads. What's at least holding up better, as we'll stick with, like, as long as we're at the key level in SpaceX, we'll stay there. But IBIT, I got to give a second look to this because IBIT is actually holding the same lows before. The market's making fresh lows and we're holding the same bottom. So I feel like a break above 35.7 on IBIT, and I'll just be jumping back into this trade. Just because you're at the low doesn't mean you're not relatively strong. If the overall market makes fresh lows and you are holding the same one, then that is a form of relative strength. So while into SpaceX again, I can possibly jump back into IBIT so long as it can maybe break that 35.7. We'll jump in. So a couple of names that we're trying to, well, one we are, but the other one we're trying to get long into is going to be that IBIT. But the market really is incredibly weak. Like I just saw, that's not a good candle.
Oh boy.
No, I just saw a bad candle in Micron here as well, which is not helping. SpaceX is bouncing, but Micron just took out that low. You got to get to 152 at least, and we can take a leg out.
We want to give a big shout out to, everybody that's watching on TikTok, everybody that's watching here on YouTube, and a big shout out because we're still checking out the chat, man. I mean, put whatever questions you want in here. Super chats gets our attention for sure, but anything you want to know about right into here. Shout out to, say, Walker over here, Virginia Gold, Don Toke, everybody that's in the chat right now. And oh boy, do we have one right now for you. I mean, this is just another one of those names, and it goes into the gates of hell, and then just climbs right back out one more time, and that's Palantir, so which was down $1, now in the money 70 cents, and it's just about, honestly, the more and more I think about, what we're doing here every day, the more I love it, but there's Palantir, 132 to 133. We talked about having to give it a little bit of room, and that's exactly what we do. And now there it goes, right back into the dollar club. So although it's been tough to find some winners today, we'll pretty much be close to flat now after this move. I mean, we'd like to see Palantir get us back into Greensville right now, but we did take a little bit of a hit, obviously, on SpaceX. Not much. We made that back. We're flat. SpaceX and Amazon are a wash. Oh, wow, that was a nice fill there at the 25 period. Didn't even realize it came back down in there. And then our big loss is going to be on Apple, which still can't get out of its own way. So far, so good there. As there goes, let's go Palantir, man. Right back to the upside now. And we've still got on a decent amount of shares. We still got on 60%. So we talked about that yesterday, getting out a little too quick on the way back up or down, whatever way you are. But this one, we hold out a little bit. We did have to get something out at 133 when that popped through. And then there's 133.25. Now we absorb some 134s. Maybe we can get back there to the upside now on PLTR. But hey, man, this is what it is. Just got to trade the names that you believe in and that you've done the work on. It's too bad we lost on Apple. That's too bad. But there's USO right now, Adara. USO down $1. Almost in a straight line there. Oil coming back in quite nicely, which should spark the market a little bit, but the NASDAQ and USO have been disconnected for a minute. Wow, now we're really loving it again. There goes Palantir up again, man. This stock just can't be held down, and if it is, apparently it's only for 3 minutes. So that's a nice move there as we wait to see if Palantir can get back. I mean, we're almost low of the day in Palantir we have. We're going to try to get it out at the 200 period one more time for PLTR. Man, good day, a bad day. The first couple of trades turning now out to be relatively flat. So far, so good here. We just got to wait to see if this market can rebound, right? I mean,
it's trying,
SpaceX
but it's not
a good one at 150.
It's trying. The market's trying. I still don't love that candle that I saw in Micron, but it's actually held the lows. SpaceX is able to get to 152 here, but we need to show a little bit more oomph than just bouncing for 3 minutes, right? Let's see if we can actually sustain higher low, stop the bleeding a little bit better than we are. IBIT finally broke through and held that bottom, so we'll take another stab at that. That's holding some relative strength. But it is 1020, and I know there's been some small cappers that have been moving around a lot better to the upside than the market. So let's have a look at the desk with Adara to see what they might be.
Yes, indeed, Neil. If you feel saddened by the state of the market, you will be probably less saddened by the state of these small caps, especially if you're trading some of them. So here is CLRO. This is clear one, and this one is clearly to the upside. I did not see any news on this. I know this, I believe, rallied last week as well. I see a $25 million market cap and a float here of 740,000 shares, so very small float. Let's take a look here at BJDX. This is Blue Jay Diagnostics. No news on this one either. They have a $1.7 million market cap and a float of 940,000 shares. Roughly 19% of that float is sold short. So another very low float name here that's rallied in the past. Last but not least, another repeat offender, as we like to call them, these names that have rallied before. This is COSM, Cosmo Health, obviously giving back some of its move, but bouncing nicely here off its lows. This company reporting prelim Q2 and H1 2026 revenue. This is like the fourth company, including Samsung, that I've seen report preliminary Q2 revenue today. Either way here, preliminary revenue shows growth. They have a $16 million market cap and a 42 million share float. Back to you.
Thanks as always, Adara. It's not necessarily about the story. Sometimes it's really just about the float as a reason for the stock to go up. They soak it up, and then they're able, when I say they, one firm, whale traders, whomever it might be, soaks the float by buying a bunch of shares, and you get like de facto squeezes where it doesn't have to be sold short. There's just not a lot of available liquidity out there because someone's holding a large position, and hey, it works. You can hate the game. Yeah, don't hate the player. Just
yeah, exactly. Hate the game.
You can hate the way that it happens, but you got to understand that that's just the way it works in small cap land. And so sometimes it's the name that is the smallest instead of the name that has the best story for the juice. So we are still getting that SpaceX bounce, but IBIT, new position, bottoming tail, wick, I'm going to play this one. I want to be adding to this on a trend break. So the bounce we played the first time for the trend break, if it breaks that little 3-step downtrend above 35.7, which I mentioned before, I'm adding to this position into the volume weighted average price. But SpaceX is just not really doing much with that initial bounce. It gives you the dollar and then pulls right back in. So I'm going to look to scalp the buck again because this seems to want 150 bucks the way that it's headed to the downside. Every single time we bounce, it's very muted. So you've got to be able to take that profit and run and then just get out at the low once again. Nvidia had been doing really well. Now it's underneath VWAP. It also has this going along with it. So pre-market low, opening range low, and now the bounce that's happening here. I haven't traded Nvidia, but that's an all-morning trend. Into a weak market, this was strong. If it loses that, short, give it to VWAP. It just hasn't happened yet. But for now, it's IBIT, SpaceX hopefully can scalp that dollar. And if it's all it's going to give us, then we'll take that and then maybe wait for 53, 54s for the next leg out. Because for now, this market it's just been bleeding all over itself. Like there's not even a green candle on the 15-minute on the NASDAQ at this point. You look at what the reason why we're down here, which has been the memory chip names. You look at DRAM, 9% down. You pop it onto a 15-minute chart, and there's no green. Like the open tried to go, and it's been all red since. And now it's at that key low. But there's just no bounce. Like you're at a support level, and where are the buyers? I don't see them. No, until you start to see some buyers at some of these key levels, like they have at least tried on SpaceX, they have tried on IBIT, they're not really trying very hard in the memory chip names.
All right, we finally stepped back into SpaceX here on this break. I just got 150.75. I mean, it looks like it is going to try to take down 150. And,
it wants it.
That's a problem for sure. I mean, this is held for, last time. It's held in the past is what I'm trying to get at. That 148, I mean, if we zoom in, completely and just to see like where we were, that was 146. So 146.50 or so is the last time we tested it in around, well, we tested it the next couple of days as well, but that was the lowest that we had gotten there, 146.80. And then some of these wicks right into here looks like 148. So, if you're not going to stop out at 150, which you probably should, up to you guys, but, whatever you're going to do, just looking at SpaceX, if it does break that 150, there is some more downside pressure for sure on SPCX. So just be careful on that note. Let's take a little piece out if it does break above. It just broke above 151 there. I'll put a 151.05 just to see if we can take 30 cents on it and just give us a little bit more breathing room, right, as we go, because we are very aware of what's potentially going to happen at that 150 marker. So being careful with SPCX down at those levels. Hey, look, man, it's kind of a good thing that we did understand where Palantir was at the time, able to get out of it, still have a piece on of PLTR, looking to get a little bit more near 132, which is there it is, we just got it, and then this 131.50. So, we're still sitting there waiting to see if we get a little bit of a longer bid coming in on Palantir right now. So that's what we did. We just averaged into that one, and then we do have another average in, kind of like basically a new position here on Amazon. So we'll see if that wants to work out. Did dip by that one up to 30s now. Our most recent buy, we take a piece out there at 30. Our most recent buy was just right here at 20s. So let's see what happens with Amazon trying to get back upside. If we could take a little bit out at 40, maybe that would be something. But we've seen the move to the high end for Amazon. But as Neil mentioned, down 2.25 now. It's just playing counter trend on some of these names, just not overly working out right now. So yeah, a little bit disturbing here with the market not finding a bid, but we're going to try it one more time with Amazon. Our stop down here, 244.50. So, well within our risk parameters for Amazon, but it is making that move lower as we speak. Thank you so much, Rob, for the reload and the coffee.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, thank you very much, Rob. That's an interesting cup. We'll take it. It's a little I don't know. I don't know what I call that.
That's Rob's thing, man. He always brings us the best cups.
Yeah, we got the Trader TV live mugs, but that's just way too boring. You guys have seen those already.
Boring.
Nice. Well, I don't know if it's that boring, but we're getting a nice bounce off of the lows here. I'm pretty much across the board. I'm seeing like Bitcoin just bounced, SpaceX just bounced a little bit, Robinhood just bounced $1 off of the lows. What about Nvidia? Because I want to keep looking at the same names for you guys. Now Nvidia is still kind of losing that bid, unfortunately. So Nvidia had been relatively strong, but even with that last little bounce in the market, it's seeming like it's still going downside. But maybe there's another chip. Yeah, AMD's trying to break the trend, so that looks at least a little bit good.
Okay.
So it's trying to do something off the lows. Micron, 900 on Micron.
Yeah.
It was $1,000 close to the close. Actually, it closed underneath that yesterday, and now 900 is trying to bounce off. So yeah, there's some signs that we're trying to find a bit of a bottom. IBIT sprinkled in and gonna wait for, like I said, a close above 35.7, and then this is an ad because I still want to play. Overall, I want to play this back into this prior high, into the high. I think there's plenty of room. Now it's almost 1% that it could go. So I still think this is a bit of an ad. All that while the market was making fresh lows, Bitcoin was able to hold up. And this is right where it ramped in the afternoon on volume yesterday. Actually, it wasn't the afternoon. I guess it was about noon when it ramped. So it's a good level as well, but I want to wait for the chance to add on a close on the 3-minute above 35. So a little bit more patience being put in. So I see James and a few people in the chat that are throwing some chip names that we haven't covered in there. One of them is this one, SMCI, now $25 and down 6%.
Ugh.
To say this is flat bottom broken, it has. I think it just wants 20 bones at this point. Like there's just not much. This daily chart's about as broken as it gets. That's not like buying the dip on, AMD or Micron or Dell. That's just preying on SMCI. You can say fundamentally they got good things going on, but that stock's been in the penalty box. Okay, 152 again. Every time it gets up here, I'm like, let's get greedy. No, not this time. This time I'll take 2 legs out instead of 1 at 152 because it's only bouncing $1, and then the sellers jump right back in and try to push it back under 151. But this is the one that needs to get to VWAP.
Yeah, let's go, man. Now we're $1.50 in the money, and we'll see if we can have some diamond hands here on SpaceX. I don't know where this is going, but we're taking some more outs right there. We talked about that dip buy right into there, and there it goes. And with a risk of only 75 cents, we're now in the money, $1.30 or so. So definitely worth taking a little bit out there on SPCX, as we still got a pretty big position there. And then there's another reload there. So although we talked about, hard to find some of these winners, not really if you follow your rules, right? And SpaceX, Palantir, they're just right into play again. Like there's our 132, dips right in, we buy the 132, right? Pretty easy, when it makes sense. And we did have our stop there. And it's nice when things actually start to work out for you. And it's so far so good here on Palantir and Company, as there it goes. Now really starting to blast up. Now $1.50 in the money on PLTR. Take another piece out as we get up into 133.55 again. So there it goes, man. Palantir up $1.50. SpaceX now up $1.20. So far so good there. Now we just got to wait for Amazon, and hopefully that one wants to go upside, but I don't know, man. This is another one that we are close to stopping out on, 244. It'll be fine. Well, we won't go red on Amazon or anything, but this is a dip buy that's just not going. As the NASDAQ is looking like it wants to go right now, it's trouble alert time for Amazon. It's not going, but that's okay. That's why you got multiple stocks on, right? So $1.70 now as we're getting extension here on PLTR one more time. So yeah, so far so good, but always looking for more, I think. And maybe we get it with Palantir. Not sure about SpaceX. It's having a little bit of a problem at 152.
It's just, that's been the story. Like it'll get there and it doesn't want to go any further, but that's been the overall market. I think as long as that holds true, I'm staring right at you, Qs. Where's our back? Where's the back-to-back? Show me a second green candle on the 3-minute. At least it's tried a couple of times. It's got 1, 2, and then punch back down. 1, 2, and then punch back down. We can't even get the second green. So in that vein, I just went right back over. So IBIT, it tagged VWAP, and then right back underneath. So, we lose the volume weighted average price, scalps them out, and then wait for the low again. I think that's all you can really do. And then looking for a potential short. I hate looking short this name. because Nvidia was so strong, but that's a trend break that's now consolidating under VWAP. So you can't like VWAP, and you can't look at that reversal without thinking short for me. So I'm going to be short on NVDA. The other thing to consider, that's a downtrend. That's a break and rejection of the prior low. Like, look at that engulfing 15-minute candle. That's a pretty bad candle on what a stock that was in an uptrend. So I'm going to hop short in Nvidia just because that's what the structure says. And it need to be getting a little bit closer to 192, maybe even above 92, because this has got to be given to VWAP. 192.5 would be the out here, and I hope it goes up. But that's just, it's a rejection of the pre-market high break. It's a trend break downside. It's VWAP. It's a lot of things here on NVDA.
All right, we said we were hoping for Amazon. Go. Maybe this one will come right back upside for us. That would be nice, wouldn't it? If we can get a little love there for Amazon, trying to break now back above that 245. We just took a 245.30s or 245.25 fill there for flat. So just hoping that we can get a move back up to the upside there, as this name has definitely not participated in the last hour or so. All right, man, what else you guys want to do? Yeah, people blaming SpaceX. Yeah, don't blame SpaceX. It's coming right back up. We'll see if SpaceX can get to that 153 marker. That'd be good if that was indeed the case. Disney, we could check out now that I see Randy over here. What do you got over there? Croissant. Okay, so not a bad look there. Tesla downside. We should talk about Rivian. I think a little bit more movement on Rivian today. But there goes Tesla downside. Oh, we had that story about Toyota Motors opening up a plant somewhere here in the United States. That's not very well received, as Trump was talking about it, I believe. So I wanted to look at this one, but not too much volume, only 131. Hey, Randy, 131,000 there on the volume. There's Rivian today, down 12%. So, expected that. Again, raising that money back in for Rivian. Decent numbers, so nothing wrong with Rivian. But yeah, definitely some downside pressure there. And Amazon just went whoops to the downside as it just lost a little bit of a bid there, down to 244.50. We just stopped out there. Not worth reloading, but maybe that was the low, at 244.50. But we'll be fine. There it goes. We're fine getting out of it. It's Amazon.
Tate Edwards. Tate Edwards. Like, oh my goodness, yeah.
D nice.
It's almost like a Monday for me, but you want to get bearish? Let's get bearish. Long time viewer, first time super chat. We appreciate you, Sean, Neil, Joe, and Adair. Appreciate the research, insight, and humor. Well, it is feeling, like I said, it's feeling a very bearish today. And a lot of it is, you're about to get 9% in a fresh low on Micron, which is losing $900. Figma is making 1024 JWD's day. Well, I'm going to go out on a limb.
Figma.
And say, I'm not saying Figma is the strongest looking stock out there, but show me what else is up 7%. Now, the daily chart stinks. Let's get that out of the way. But hey, it's got a double bottom. This is not just hanging at the lows anymore. It's double bottom on a daily. It's kind of breaking away. It's above the 50 period, which I like. I always like when some stocks hold the 50 period and make a low, get that rounded bottom kind of look. So this is pretty solid. You got to like this break. It pulls back into prior 2-day highs and is going. So there's a lot of relative strength in Figma. Can't really argue with this. I still haven't seen a green candle on the NASDAQ on the 15-minute, and this is what you're doing. An engulfing candle up on Figma. The opposite of that is why I just went Nvidia short. Was that kind of like engulfing candle on the 15-minute to the downside. So Figma's got it going here today. Everything else has been the gates of hell. So let's do this, not for the market.
Yeah, I would have thought Figma was a short there, but obviously
I think the normal assumption is that Figma.
Right, that's what I mean. Like I would have thinking that super chat was because you killed it short, but no, you never know.
That's where my brain usually goes first.
You never know which way people are thinking there. I'm going to try to get back in to Amazon. We may have just wicked out there. I don't know what kind of sell pressure came into that, but it is a downside play, and you just got to be responsible for the trades. And that 244, I want to see that one more time. So, just being careful with that one. I mean, Intel back at $100 could be exciting. It just bounced off 109 right there for INTC. So potential look here for Intel coming back into play just a bit. That's not a horrible name, I think, to try to catch the long. But I don't really want to look long anymore.
Here comes SpaceX.
Yeah, I'm trying to look short. So here comes SpaceX is right. I mean, we're still in the money. We don't have a whole bunch of shares left, but yeah, good call out there by Neil. We're still $1.80 now in the money on Palantir. I'm thinking about just taking some here. I am at 44s, 134. So we'll have to wait to see if there is some love back in right now for this name. And of course, that's Palantir. So give it a little bit. We just took an 84 there. That's what I was stumbling on. We still are at 134 to get a little more out. Hopefully that will hit for us at some point. There it is. Yes, sir. Let's go, man. Big time trading on Palantir today. My number one stock by far. Nothing's gone against us on Palantir. And again, we talked about this yesterday with Joe, like when we were trading SpaceX. Sometimes it's just about looking at one name. And if we just looked at Palantir today, it would have been all good. But we don't have that crystal ball. You take the opportunities that are in front of you. And there it goes, Palantir now $2. SpaceX, yeah, man, it comes and goes. And now it's right back to the upside again, trying to break through 150, 150. That's right where your 25 period is. So we need to get above that. Back into 152 would be pretty sweet. Let's see what happens here with SpaceX as it's going. And bye-bye Palantir, man. Yeah, good call there. Back up to the 200 period, 134 and change. I'm going to give another offer right there. Get some more out at 30. Oh, we just missed it. Palantir upside for now.
And as you said, SpaceX keeps bouncing off the same level over and over again. It's really settled in at this 151. So, look, as long as that's where the bid is, then that's the only place really that you feel good about buying it. But sell in front of 152. You got to be able to do it. Every single pop is fading lower highs, still putting in these lower highs on it. Nvidia is still underneath that VWAP, so I'm still looking to add to it under VWAP. It got close to breaking that 191. There's 191 and then 190.50 would be the two targets for this on VWAP. Sorry about those dark pool wicks on Nvidia. Didn't really trade down there the last couple of days. 190 is the actual local bottom when it comes to that name. We're going to go up to Adara to see what maybe some non-tech sectors are doing on Sector Watch, because you know what? The NASDAQ might be bad, but there's a reason 100%. Why the ES is only 0.7 to the downside.
Yeah, there's actually more than a few reasons as to why the rest of this market, specifically the ES, is to the upside. Neil, and let's get into it. Health tech incredibly strong today. Eli Lilly and Johnson & Johnson leading the way to the upside, as discussed earlier. Energy minerals strong as we get a couple different reports here of strikes from Iran in the Strait of Hormuz. That's going to be a problem. Consumer services, other than some of these cruise lines understandably moving lower, an opposition here to an increase in oil. Other than those cruise names, though, generally pretty good look here for consumer services. Health services strong, communication strong, industrial services generally strong, utilities looking good, consumer non-durables looking good, finance mostly looking good. And tech services, I do want to give a little bit of a shout out to as well. Meta, Google, Microsoft, the three Mag 7s in the sector, all up roughly 1% or more each. Netflix, Palantir, IBM, and ServiceNow to the upside, though some of the other names within the SaaS space are trading lower. AppLovin is to the downside. Oracle is down 4%. And some of these names I know off camera we were talking about as being really strong. Palo Alto Networks, CrowdStrike, they're going to be red today as well. Now let's talk about what's really, really weak, and that's going to be semiconductors and memory names in the electronic technology sector. Now, as we know, Samsung Electronics released a smashing, massive beat here for preliminary Q2 earnings, and it led to more concerns in the market about memory prices. You've got Intel down 10%, KLAC down 9%, SanDisk 13%, or almost 14% now. WDC down 11%, GLW down 8%, Marvell down 10%. Producer manufacturing, so a lot of these production names with regards to some of these chip and AI plays, they're also to the downside. Caterpillar, AMAT, LRCX, GEV, all bright red. If you're looking at tech, it's probably a bad day. If you're looking at some of these other sectors, maybe a greater day for you. Back to you.
Man, it's a smashing day for sure. There today, down 2.3%. But look at Apple. Apple smashed all the way back to 313 right now. Like that was boom. Now higher than where we got out of it. Unbelievable. We got out of this name at 937. And the NASDAQ at 937, of course, was right here. So actually right here. And yeah, now NASDAQ is getting absolutely pumped lower and lower and lower. And you can see our good friend over here, Apple, just retracing all the way back to the upside. So was actually thinking about a short against some of these top wicks. Now we're a little too far down to execute that. But, you know, 313.30, a good level, I'm thinking anyways, for Apple. We'll see if we can get some love for that name if it does come into the 313 area. So, well, it's there now, but 313.30 against some of those high wicks is not a horrible idea, I think, there for Apple. But do you really want to short a strong name, especially if the NASDAQ does rebound? That's going to be a problem. But the NASDAQ right now not rebounding at all. Just talking about the same names. I mean, out some more there on the on Palantir. Was thinking about the TQs, and then just looking at this. Here's a halter, BEC. Nothing going on there. SVAC, 291,000 shares. CPOP was the one that was doing in the hundreds of millions, and right now, 224 million shares. CPOP just getting popped lower right now, 8 cents. Wow. When we looked at this in the pre-market, man, this is 13, 14 cents downside there on CPOP on a heck of a lot of volume. So there, that one goes lower. Not creating too many winners in the space on the small cap side of things there today. And I don't really, is SMTG one? We have a scanner up, but they're all not volume related. So I have to wait for some of those ones. And then as we did through the rundown, JP Morgan and some of the banks just continue to go. And this is why diversification is so important, man. I mean, making sure that you do have some bank stocks. We talked about the XBI and J&J and things like that. You know, definitely get into something a little bit different. MSS, that reminds me of Morgan Stanley, of course. It's not, it's Maison. Maison Solutions. So another name to look at potentially here if you guys are interested in. MSS. Good, thank you for the super chat for sure. And it's down just a little bit today, down 10%, almost now there, 600,000 shares. So yeah, man, another name to add to maybe your watch list here if you're looking for names that have been getting hit. Nice downward trend there for MSS. And thank you for the super chat. It looks like you want to get out if this thing breaks above 65 cents or so.
I'd say SOS on that stuff.
Yeah, right now dancing around some of those 50 period, the 200 period on the daily.
Yeah, be careful too. Like with a penny stock, it does less than 1 million shares. That's not a lot of liquidity, and you want liquidity as well, because if there's no liquidity, then how are you supposed to be able to get in and out of your trades? Your slippage gets ridiculous. You can't manage your risk. All those types of things. Like if SpaceX, one thing I can be pretty confident about is if SpaceX breaks this low, which is 150.55, then you're out within the first few couple of ticks. Right? Like a penny stock that's done 500,000 shares, good luck trying to figure out what your slippage is. Because if it's 50 cents, 2 pennies is a 4%. So if it slips double that, you go from losing 4% to 8%. There's a reason why you try to trade liquid names, if you're at least able to keep all that good stuff out there. But again, with the market trying to bounce, I'm not reloading another time in SpaceX off 151. Each time it's bounced 51 to 52. The last bounce didn't really quite make it to 52. So it has to put in higher lows at this point if we're going to like it a little bit more. We just got another super chat here, and I think it's from Tate. Again.
Ooh, okay, good.
Tate, sorry, forgot Randy. Love you too. Shout out to Randy. Shout out to Rob for the reload. And as you can now see at the desk, there is Sia at the desk who has joined us this morning. So the entire team, I want to thank you guys to the viewers. It's really all about the viewership. We're here for you guys. Let us know what you guys are watching, because I can tell you it's a painful one for these markets continuing to flush down. I got the eyeballs on finally catch a level where you're able to bounce on SpaceX, but it just looks like we're going to make another fresh low. Nvidia was like the new VWAP short play. Looking VWAP to the low of the day on Nvidia. Went from one of the relatively strong names to suddenly turning weak. Again, I say relatively strong, not because it's down 2%. It was relatively strong because it was still trying to press highs when the market was looking bad. Not many things were doing that in chiplet.
We're taking advantage. Yeah, I mean, like I said, the market may be now bouncing, which is nice. Too bad we're not in Amazon still. That would have been good. But yeah, I took advantage of that SpaceX bump into the 30s again. So we don't have to reload it. Our position's still fine. I mean, we are looking to reload if it does come back in. But for right now, 151 set, 151.30, another out there for the SpaceX, and we'll just have to keep looking. Gold today, I just saw that's just hitting some of the scanners, 381.25. I don't know why it would have hit a scanner there, but yeah, nice move to the downside there. Just broke lower, down 0.2% is gold. Nicely downside, for now. So we're going to have to try to be as patient as we can, trying to catch some of the winners in the space. I mean, silver as well. But that was a good bounce. We actually talked about some of these levels, I believe, last week. I don't know if it was Michael or who we had on, Steve Talman, somebody, looking at 360s down there and talking about how we got to go all the way back to October. And that's what you do to find these levels. And there it is right there on gold. So that's October of 25, of course. So right into there, 360, not looking great there for GLD. Yeah, SpaceX doing its own thing in Palantir as well. But all right, Oracle. We had some talk about Oracle. Oracle, what a roller coaster for Oracle. And now it's even lower today, down that 4%. I mean, you want to talk about yesterday we celebrated, I forget what the name was. It was 9 straight down days for some sort of a name, and it came back. Maybe it was Walmart?
It was Oracle. Yeah, it was apparently
Oracle.
It had one green day, and now, oh my gosh, we're back at year lows.
Yeah, so we were celebrating yesterday. We sort of celebrated, and I don't know why this is coded as red, because it's a green day right there yesterday. But yeah, we had 9 straight down days, and then Oracle, the cat came back the very next day and sold that down one more time. So we got to be careful here with Oracle, trying to make new lows right now. And I think this one could be a buy at these levels, but it was just 250. Now it's 138. So this name was 250 back June 1st. So give this thing 25 or less trading days, and you've gotten absolutely destroyed on that kind of a trade there for Oracle. So that's come way, way back in right now. And downside again, I know you got out of SpaceX, but there goes SpaceX right now, hitting a little lower. Nice little bounce back up for us here, but SpaceX making moves lower now as this name can't seem to get out of its own way.
Hasn't broken 150 yet.
No, has not broken 150. So we're still in it. We're going to give it some love here. We're long at 150.30s right now.
As we get another super chat, it's Manny Olives. It's not many olives. It's Manny Olives.
All right. We love
Manny Olives. Oh, the position board's wrong, by the way. Which I don't know why. I'm still in position. Manny Olives. Lucy, what are your thoughts on eyewear? Also, rest in peace, Portugal. Well, Portugal had a good run. It's not RIP just because it got eliminated. Only one team gets to win the World Cup. I think Portugal acquitted themselves very well. I don't think we're expected to win, and they lost 1-0 to Spain, one of the best teams out there. I don't think Portugal, in my opinion, was really that. They weren't a top echelon team, so congratulations to them. And then Lucy, eyewear. I mean, if you're not making a major deal, then realistically it's going to be a boring name. But it's got the dollar break going for it, so I think at least maybe you can have something with support at the dollar, right? Like it was a yesterday play, but it's still holding the $1 level. Penny stocks that hold the dollar tend to be pretty good for a short little jaunt, but penny stocks are penny stocks for a reason, so you usually want to take some profit when you get a chance to, but you gotta at least like the fact that it broke the dollar, held the dollar. That's the name of the game for a penny stock. Let's go to Adair.
Go.
Here is the US dollar, and as of right now, kind of a precarious look here. We did have, the end of last week, these 2 bounces off that 100 halves leveled, and yesterday we actually get the opposite candle, so we get a topping tail candle after 2 straight bottoming tail candles, and today we're relatively flat. So very odd little position here for the US dollar. Not a lot of economic data of note today. We actually really only had one print. It was the US trade balance, slightly higher than expected, so negative 77.6 billion versus negative 78.4 billion, which is what we were expecting. It's also going to be well above the prior print year of negative $55.9 billion. Tomorrow, you're going to get USA wholesales month over month, so wholesale sales month over month change. And at 2 p.m. tomorrow, you're going to get the FOMC meeting minutes. So that's going to be significant. The first minutes following the first meeting under new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh, aka Task Force. So let's see, again, if we see any mentions of task forces, because I highly doubt we'll get any sense of forward guidance coming from those minutes. Then on July 9th, so Thursday, you're going to get some initial jobless claims, some existing home sales, and a little bit of Fed speak. On Friday, no economic data of note. That's kind of our economic data rundown for the week. Now, here's a look at the CME Fed Watch tool. Still seeing overwhelmingly, we're expecting a hold of rates here, though about a quarter of participants expecting a 25 basis point rate hike. If you go to the probabilities, we're still seeing a hike in September and no other moves after that point. So we'll have to wait and see as we get more economic data how that changes. No massive economic data this week that could really change that significantly, though the FOMC minutes could provide a little bit more clarity. We'll have to wait and see. Back to you.
Right, we're just scalping out now 20 cents. I mean, we got 150.80s, so we already got 50 cents on this trade. But yeah, very nervous as now SpaceX, and we got a bunch of outs up here, right? Just trying to scalp back some of that money. So a bunch of outs near 151, and we just took a 150.50 right now as we get lighter and lighter on SpaceX, as it looks like it does indeed want to break a little lower right now. So SPCX on the run right now, back upside. So we're going to take advantage of that. I'm still waiting at 159. You know what? We take another piece right here in the 70s if we can. It's definitely flying around here. 31 million shares today on SPCX and trying to fight off 150. Will it win? I don't know, but there it is, 171s. Okay, we'll take 40 cents. I mean, now it's back, into a more comfortable position. We don't have to panic too much down there at 150. So yeah, good trade there as we hold it. Now back into the money now, 50 cents. And Palantir, same kind of ways, man. It's now coming back into VWAP. So we do got to have a quick look. Yeah, let's go SpaceX, man. That's going to be a good one. Have a quick little look here at Palantir, at VWAP again, so should be taking something out, so we will do that right there. But yeah, there it goes, man. TQQ diamond shape pattern on the TQQs. On which one? 4-hour range. Okay. Yeah.
Diamond shape pattern.
Yeah, just looking at what it's doing right now on the TQQs. Yeah, beautiful move back to the upside. We said we were trying to maybe look for some longs. I'm glad we have SpaceX. I'm glad we have Palantir, but that's a nice move on the TQs. And as soon as you take down, there's your 25 period moving average, right? We took it down there. Now it's starting to slope up. I do like the long look there on the TQQ. So thank you, Roland, for that one. Roland coming through with a TQQ look. Thank you for that for sure.
Yeah, thanks for the super chat there, Roland.
Come on, SpaceX.
Yeah, you are starting to really get a good bounce. I'm not offering SpaceX until it's like a 151.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
I want into 152. Like, I'm giving it to 150, so I think it's got some room. But new position alert is going to be back into Robinhood. It's closed. It finally is closed more of the gap. It's at least come closer to those teams. Like that low 111, 110 area doesn't obviously get down there, but it just bounced off of yesterday's breakout at the open, which is 112.5. So it jumped in here back through 113. Whoops, went too far in the other direction. Back in through 113 on this candle break. It's going to give it to this local bottom. This is a look for VWAP. At this point, I want the volume weighted average price. I saw a good question in the chat, at least, and great shout out to the viewers for this too, because it was in the middle of the show. Someone asked a question about VWAP. Oh, okay. And it got answered before we could even get to it. It actually got answered in the chat, so we didn't have to really do much of that because the chat took care of it for us.
Oh.
But that's one of the indicators that you'll see oftentimes on the show, and I like it. It's not that it's some kind of a gospel, but when it respects the volume-weighted average price, a stock for resistance, then I'm going to respect that resistance up here if we get up there. So yeah, market's making a nice little comeback bounce here. So hopefully Robinhood will get us into that volume-weighted average price and give us the goods for sure. And a big shout out to, well, I mean, pretty much everybody that's been trying to pick these bottoms. But it has been tough sledding. As I said, SpaceX, well, that's right. In the drop down, you can trade it in Toronto if you would like. There's SpaceX TO. That's where I own it, but that's not where we're actually trading it here.
Let's go.
It has been trying. It has been trying off this 150, 151 level. But until it actually breaks through 152, then it is only like minor scalp trades out, just holding for it to really close into the gap. So obviously going to be taking L's early, but finally you're starting to get a little bit of a better bid. But remember, it's done this for an hour now, bouncing in the low 150s to 152 without breaking 152. So I think taking profit there makes some sense because that's where the sellers have been. I believe we're going to Adara at the desk.
Beware, guys. In 5 minutes, GameStop is kicking off its shareholder meeting. So GameStop's annual meeting of stockholders, that's going to start here at 11 a.m. Eastern. Shareholders are apparently expected during this meeting to vote on executive compensation as well as CEO Ryan Conan's performance awards. So again, Ryan Cohen, we know he's been trying to buy eBay. I don't know why I can't talk today. That could also potentially be on watch here. So potential eBay acquisition. Shareholders voting on executive comp compensation and this overall meeting. That's going to be 11 a.m. You can find out more about that on X at TTV Research. We did have a post that just went off about this. But be aware if you're trading GameStop. Back to you.
All right, guys.
It's on the website.
Yeah, let's go. It's on the website for sure. We take Palantir now. It's $2, going up to $1.34 as we get going here. It's going to take another out, and we're going to talk about what's for lunch, and we're going to go over and have a quick little look right now and figure out exactly what is for lunch right now today.
I go for salmon.
Yeah, I looked yesterday. It's not going to be salmon. It is, we're going to call it up. Yesterday it was burgers, of course. So I'm just going to call it up right now. Reload a menu coming out right here. The breakfast is today. The lunch is right now. And the lunch is a Thai flag. So, yesterday we had the U.S. flag there. It's Thai basil beef. So we've had that before. Yeah. So like a little ground beef. It should be okay there. Jasmine rice, garlic sauteed, Chinese broccoli. So I definitely like some Chinese greens into there. Thai cucumber salad, which has been tasty in the past. My daughter absolutely loves those Thai cucumber salads. She makes them herself with lime and chili there today. So that's what's for lunch. Sounds pretty good, man. Thai basil beef. We'll take it. Should be a good lunch. That is for sure. And look, I'm not trying to be stubborn too much with SpaceX for myself. I mean, there's an out there at 151. We should have had that out right there at 30. Unfortunately, I'm at 151.40s. So we just get missed by 4 cents right there. Hopefully they'll come back up and hit us. And if that's the case, then all good there on SpaceX. As we leave you, we did reload. So this is a reload, or it's a new position, but we reloaded it at those lows for Amazon. Let's see if that name gets going here in a potential market rebound is what we're hoping for into the day. So yeah, those are the positions. There's a lot of them happening right now, but yeah, so far so good there. Amazon on a little reload near the lows of the day. That low is a break of 244, so that's pretty imminent right now. Amazon not doing well on a day like today, but flat considering, right? It's just not doing well right now, but flat into a red 2% day. Let's see if Amazon wants to bounce. There's the break of 244.
And Byron Hart in the chat.
What's up, Byron?
If Sean said yesterday that I would feel a way about no burgers today, but them having it yesterday, then he was absolutely correct about that. Not because
it's like the tacos are never here when you're here, you know.
It's a weird thing. Like there's a few things the caterer doesn't do very often, and I feel like it's like the pokeroo or something. Like I just keep missing it.
Yeah.
Like half the time I'm gone, there's going to be tacos that week. They don't do burgers. I think we've had burgers from this caterer twice.
Twice, yeah.
Possibly, and of course the week I'm gone, that's what we'll miss. But then we come back and we get something we have all the time, which is this Thai basil, which is absolutely fine. We'll enjoy it. One way or another. You can't complain.
There goes SpaceX.
But a good free lunch. It's not a free lunch, but a good catered lunch that'll be here. But you know what you guys have going for you? Hopefully the volume weighted average price soon.
Let's go.
That would be really nice. I don't think that's asking. Well, it's asking a lot. I don't think it's asking too much. You don't care about the blue ocean market, which again is in the drop down before. But can we please just break 152 so we can get that next one up? Because for me, I'm holding for up here on this bad boy. So that's what I want to see. I don't want to just see this dollar half that it's been able to get off the lows. I want it to show some real continuation to the upside. Just like Micron was able to get to VWAP, let's see if SpaceX can do the same. But it's past 11. That means we'll be back at 2. 32 seconds past, Joe.
Be careful with Joe.
We gave you a full 39 seconds, Joe. You want 45 seconds?
He wants
extra?
a lot. He wants more.
Okay, so 45 seconds right now. We'll give Joe an extra in a minute because Joe's been putting in some serious work.
Yeah,
shout out to Joe for filling in. We appreciate you, Joe. So we're going to go until 11:01, and then we're going to throw it on over to the midday because that's how we roll. And now it's 11:01. We'll see you back at 2 o'clock. Peace.
Good fucking guy. Boom, 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 boom. We got all the weapons out today. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options. I am Sharif. I see it, Nella. Nella's coming in fast and furious there, Tiffany, because she wants us to look at TVRD. Bless you, Neil. Oh, my days. I felt the reverberations on that bad.
Sean got wet there.
God. Did you feel the bass? That was all bass, no trouble. Man. All right. Man. Say hello to everybody. Joey, Brian, Wendy's, Tendies, Tisha, I see it. TVRD is moving Tisha. We got Hangry, we got Andrew, we got Juan Padilla and I Grow Fighting. Shout out to Christmas and Shanna Banana. Litho, Monarch, Scott. We got Smith, Chris. We got No Teeth Please, 69. What up? Right back at you, baby. Roulette. Almost God? Really? Alan. We got Anurag. We got Arcane, Laval. Who else, man? It's Shafi. It's Shafi. William. Leah, Crazy Dirt Weed. We got Bailey, Jaguar. Shout out to 636 Wicks and Blicky Spears in the house. Shout out to Rodney Owens, Cassie Mint, Lee, the frickin' conductor. Man, I feel like there's gonna be what's it called? An Austin Powers 4 because they're teasing it with that Verizon commercial.
Yeah,
you see that Verizon commercial?
I've seen that.
Is it Verizon or T-Mobile? It doesn't really matter, Joey. Shout out to A-Day Trading, a.k.a. Luis frickin' Barbado, man. Away Gaming, Daryl Finch. If you don't know why I'm doing the frickin' thing, that's because from Austin Powers, obviously. I hope everybody gets that. I'm not actually trying to swear. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's having a fantastic day, guys. I mean, hey, a little bit of southeast price action here in the overall market, but nothing that we should be overly surprised about. We've been going through some pretty big runs. What happened?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I mean, we've been on a pretty big run. The overall market's been doing pretty good. And at times we pull back, right? So I think this is going to be a good opportunity for a lot of us to get involved in some names that I feel that we're going parabolic and maybe a little bit too far too fast.
Really?
And what am I referring to? Maybe DRAM, but you don't want to jump in too quick, right, guys? We'll get into some of the price action. We'll touch on some of the trades I had here today. So listen, this is what I had going on. I've taken 3 here today, and it's definitely been a slower start. But that's fine, right? I mean, at the end of the day, we get out when we're supposed to, and that's all that matters, but leaves us a couple rounds left in the magazine. So what we got going on here is a nice entry, and it runs right into the volume-weighted average price. And I mean, this was my largest position of the day. And sure enough, when it goes there, it rejected the volume-weighted average price like it was going out of style. And then as soon as it cracked the low day, I had to get out. Because just due to the amount of share size, it would have been game over big time and then some if I continued to hold. So this one didn't work out for us, guys. And I mean, that's small potatoes, right? Like we just wait for another primetime opportunity. I don't know if we're going to have the chance to pick any form of a bottoming, but that's what we had going on here today was TSLA. Now, I want to focus on this before we go through Sharif's rundown and see what we got going on, but I'm going to point this out, okay? And it's very, very identical to some other patterns.
Show them, Joey.
Yeah, we're about to show them right now. So what we have is 3 consecutive lower highs on the NASDAQ and with a base right here starting to form, right? So what do we have? A little bit of a descending wedge. Where did we see this before? Okay, let me pull it up, Sharif.
I remember BMNR.
No.
Yes.
We can, if you want, we can go there as well too. But uno momento. Here we're in the middle of something, but there it is, right? So bang, same descending wedge, and you break through the support where you fall into a consolidation. Now, I just believe that considering the move that we've been on as of late, we're gonna get some form of a pullback. No one panic, all right? Don't, some people are panicking. I'm borderline panicking as well too, Sharif, but no, I'm obviously being sarcastic. But if you do get this pullback, I think it's going to be a good opportunity to get into some high-quality names. Now, we're going to start rolling into earnings season in the next couple of weeks, and this is going to be a massive teller. We've seen what happened with Nvidia. We've seen what happened with Samsung yesterday. Now, you can blow it out of the water, and Sharif and I often say the market is forward-looking, okay? So we priced all of this in. Now there wasn't enough surprise, so that's why you're starting to see a little bit of some downside.
I gotta tell you, I need to be a little bit more surprised here, Joey.
Well,
right?
I don't know how much more. It's not surprising enough for you. Well, how about something I've been talking about for the past year? Cost being 300%.
That's crazy,
right? Like, so it's somebody knows something. It's priced into the market, and now we're chilling.
We may or may not have been looking for Kospi ETFs to short this morning. We'll talk about that in a minute. But we'll talk about this first, Joey. VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. Shout out to VinFast. We're going to see you.
Thank you so much. Just keep an eye out on STLA. Stellantis falling at the moment, by reports coming that it has open order for its small Fiat Topolino electric vehicle in the United States, starting at $13,995. Not that much. So the Topolino, which is capable of going 19 mph, is a quadricycle that functions more like a golf cart. So last year it had confirmed that it would bring from the Italy to the U.S. less than a week after U.S. President Donald Trump had said, had praised small KEI cars from Japan. So Stellantis dropping here, down 1.7% at the moment. Nothing major, but just keep an eye out.
You want to look at that. Like that's what Carso Wow 8823.
This is SK Hynix, I'm pretty sure.
It's just no, that's South Korea.
Okay,
South
bang,
Korea.
South Korea, bang.
Yeah.
The thing is though, like honestly, this is what I'll point out is
exactly
3X.
the 3 times. So just look for a non-leveraged one, right? I'm sure there.
Dude,
there's
look
plenty.
at that is crazy.
Yeah, we're looking at KORU. Thank you to CarsWow 8823. Joey and I were talking about this off camera in the morning. Well, I'm not personally looking to short anything. I've never shorted anything in my personal account ever.
I will, if the time is right, 300% in the Kospi, I will buy puts. I'll buy a put. So the risk is defined.
Fair.
Right?
That's actually quite smart.
So you don't get blown out of the water on it. So whatever our premium paid is, but you pretty much have to be willing. I'm not saying it's going to happen right now, though.
No.
You have to be extremely patient with that.
It's like the telecom
but
companies.
300% is crazy.
You know, the telecom, their day is coming. The telecom companies, their days are numbered, right? It's just a matter of time in their current form. Anyway, let's get to work. Skin, big breakout there, up about 35%. Look, the pickings are slim today in the world of small cap gappers, so we're going to have to be quite discerning in what we trade. But there are a couple of names. TVRD, the biggest, the baddest of them all. Into the high a day goes, 364, great structure. It's holding structure, and it's proved that on multiple occasions. Area high, breaks out, holds prior area high as support. You got to love that look. Now, we're getting a little extended. What's going on over there, Katina Man? Katina Man is still short SpaceX. He's long SpaceX off 150. And now he's almost $2 in the money. So if you're looking for that 150 bounce, the Katina Man's got it right now. Those are the positions still for them at the bottom. They haven't turned over. As soon as we take a trade, things will change. But Neil and Sean's position still showing up at the bottom. But let's go back to what we're talking about here. TVRD getting a little extended. 364 area high, having trouble with 350. There is a 3 1/3 buyer. You can see that vis-a-vis these two 5-minute candles, the low of which is, you guessed it, 3 1/3. Alas, we are extended away from the 10 moving average as well as the volume weighted average price. But here we go again, trying to take out that 364 high a day. If this one takes out 4, Tiffany, we're likely going to 5, okay? So we're going to keep a close eye on TVRD over here. Let's see how we can execute on it. And then a trader, I forget the name, and I do apologize. I'm not good with names, I'm just not. VRXA, bleeding its own blood after a nice breakout and a late day breakout at that. We start getting the volume at around 10:15 from that 220 area into 3 in a straight line. Last, we are losing the volume weighted average price and the 10 EMA. Let's see if we can hold above the $0.50. We're currently defending that $0.50 on this current 5-minute candle. We'll see if that holds up. VRXA, the ticker. There's more. CLRO. Look, this one feels like a sideways S, right? Where it has that big move up and then, you know, kind of holds support, then rockets up again, only to come back down to hold the prior area high. So that prior area high is, give or take, around $10. Now, the problem is the volume weighted average price a skosh higher than that $10 area. So don't be strict in your stop placement here. They have to be area stops, right? This is too volatile. It moves 30, 40 pennies in one quick move. So be on the lookout here. CLRO, definitely one that I'm going to keep my eye on. Other than that, guys, my scanner is littered with leveraged ETFs, mostly inverse ETFs to account for the market move today. The NASDAQ absolutely getting clipped to the tune of 2%, led by the semis. And by semis, of course, I do include all of microchip semiconductor sector, including memory names. So that is the look right now, Joey. Weapon to forehead, I'm looking at TVRD.
Weapon to forehead.
Like if I had to choose, TVRD it is.
Did we shout out Bravely?
Well, we did not.
Oh,
so
man,
we failed again. Well, I failed again. Here we're going to do it since you do it a lot. So let's go ahead. Shout out my man Bravely over there. We want to shout out Erie Aki on TikTok. Peace, Vroom, You Sa, and Brav Ariel. How about Raxus Prime and Ray? Shout out to Vitan, Robert, as well as Twiggy 0808. Shout out to my man Twiggy.
Okay.
I used to call a skinny friend of mine Maga Bones, and that Twiggy kind of rang a little bit of a memory. You know?
Yeah, we have
a lot of bones, Joey. Very little in the way of skin and muscle.
Yeah.
But
we would call my friend. We had a friend named Stick.
Stick, Maga Bones, Stick, Twiggy, right? Shout out to Traveler. We got Farzad, Habib, Doctor Who Will Do, Traveler 2005. Shout out to everybody there, guys. Love y'all, man. Have a good. Oh my God.
What happened?
Oh my days.
Mega Bone.
Apparently, I'm on a bender
You're
now.
On a bender. What is he
Look,
doing?
I'm smoking cigarettes.
Bro, that's
I've got
crazy.
my top there, my green 7-Eleven top.
That's crazy.
I guess I had a good night out, Joey.
Is that you in Dallas?
Yeah. I don't even remember the last time I smoked a cigarette.
That's
I was probably like in first or second year university.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
That's good. That's good, man.
That's the honest.
Can I say
right
something,
there,
man? Tobacco smoke is it tastes like it's hot garbage, man.
It is hot garbage, bro.
It's just like, and it stinks. You know those people who just like smell like perma cigarette smoke?
Yes, those are my favorite people. You know what I really like?
What?
When I'm walking to work at like 6 in the morning, 6:30 in the morning, there's somebody in front of me smoking a cigarette, and it just wafts into me on the walk to work. It's sick.
Yeah, I mean, all right, man.
Try it.
That picture is aura, apparently, man. All right, guys. Yeah, let's get some stuff rocking and rolling here. We'll try one more on Tesla just for fun and games to see if we can get a nice little move to the top side consolidating. We got to break up. You know, Katina Man is long, Bravely. Shout out to you. So once again, thank you for reminding us to do that. Cigars legit smell good, in my opinion. I think a cigar smells a half decent, not a cigarette. Anyways, let's head over to our watch.
Cigar is different. I'd agree.
Completely different. It smells like you could say, you probably smelt it when you were in Dominican, just like across the way, right? So there's actually a half decent.
That's the thing about Dominican too. I didn't really like the fact that they allow smoking
different story.
The hotel premises, because it's just way too much.
So yeah, don't bring back smoking in restaurants and airplanes. Apple, guys, here we are to the positive. We're up about 0.1%. So nothing crazy. We're gonna try a little long off of the lows here on Tesla, just in case we do get a rebound back towards the volume-weighted average price, or it could be on the higher time frame, a 5-minute consolidation before it takes an additional leg lower, which seems to be the latter half of what I've just explained. So what we do have here, guys, is this curl over shape pattern as we are now about to crack. As soon as 310 goes on TSLL, we're at a dodge on that bad boy. Take a paper cut on that one. Not too much to worry about over there. But what was up 8% yesterday, Sharif, is now down 8%. There's AMD to the downside, guys. So a little bit tougher of a look, but from the bigger picture, we're only down about 12% off of the highs.
Quick reminder, everyone, Trader TV Live members on YouTube get Sharif's daily morning research note every trading day that I'm here. The big market stories. We're talking the key levels, the trade plan, what catalysts to look for, what we're watching into the open. It is only $4.99 per month, guys, not even week, per month. And you also get members-only videos. The Katina Man, the Neil, they've been putting these members-only videos on there. You are not gonna get them unless you are a subscriber. You also get custom emojis, you get loyalty badges. Hit the join below the video to become a member. Shout out to all our members, guys. All right, let's get right down to work.
Let me finish something here. There goes to the low of the day, guys. Intel also down 10%. So we can head over to the memory storage. You have DRAM down 8%. You have Seagate also down 6%. Texas Instruments down as well. Micron down 6%. And SanDisk. SanDisk getting hit the heaviest, guys. $2,300 high all the way down to $1,500. You were trading at a 35% discount right now, my boy.
Welcome to Solar Energy Corporation 6504. Thank you very much, brother or sister, for joining there. You will not be disappointed. Thank you for joining us as well. And of course, thank you to all our current members. All right, let's get right down to work. We are long TVRD, and we're looking at defending that $0.50. Alas, we did put in a bit of a topping tail candle on the 5-minute chart previously, so I am a little concerned here. First profit taker we're looking for, you know where we're looking. If we're in the 60s, let's cut the crap. We're looking for 69, but I have a bias that this one could mosey on up into that $4 area. And let me tell you something. If it breaches 4, my bias will immediately flip to 5, okay? That's typically what we see these big movers stop at, 5, 10, 15, 20. It's typically ranges of 5. That is not a hard and fast rule, but it is something that anecdotal that I have been observing. So we'll keep a close eye here on TVRD. I'm also alive to CLRO, but I'm not quite certain that I'm interested in getting into that one yet because it's still putting in lower highs. And I definitely need it to switch up its tune a little bit. Yes, it is at the volume weighted average price. Yes, it is holding that $10 area. CLRO is what I'm talking about right now. But it is not changing its tune. And by that, I mean it is an unbroken downtrend. So if it wants to continue selling off, all right, but it's not going to find a buyer in me until, of course, it does give me some higher highs. Whoa, skin just rocketed up. I don't know what this is doing. I don't even know the liquidity yet. I haven't looked at this on a trading screen. It was trading at 103. Now it's at 112. This is a dollar name, so this is a pretty big move in 1 5-minute candle, something to be looking out for there. Moreover, you got a clean defend of the dollar at that 11:05 time slot on the 5-minute chart. So SKIN probably deserves a look or two from some small cap traders. Let's go ahead and pull that bad boy up on a trading screen, not skin ho. What's happening over there? All right, Joey, the volume is decent. We've got about 52, 53 almost million shares traded on the day, but we have had these price spikes up before only to come back down into that trading range. I want to bring your attention to that 10-10 candle on the 5-minute chart. Price spike up, down we go. How about 1040? Price spike up, topping tail, down we go. So be alive to the characteristic of the name that you're trading. And if it did it once, twice, he is the one thrice, it could do it a 4th time. So just keep your eye on that. Shout out to my man, Egyptian Cotton. Some of the best cotton in the world, baby. Let's go Egypt. Yes, we are 40 minutes from kickoff. We've got it locked and loaded on the side screen. We're going to keep you guys apprised, of course, of the score. Gabzor. It's not that Sharif Riff doesn't like Rogers. He made a good point yesterday about low Earth orbit satellites. That's why he's saying telecom days are numbered. Brother, Rogers takes a lot of my money constantly, but whether from cable or internet or phone, right? So I have some feelings about them, but that's not why I'm hating, right? Yeah, of course, Katina, man, right? That's not why I'm hating. I just think that they're going to be replaced by a superior technology. And unless they have the money to compete with SpaceX and Blue Origin and Rocket Labs and all the other ASTS as well, then I think that they are in trouble. And I don't think that they have the money. That's just my opinion. But we're going to find out. We're going to find out sooner rather than later. Joey, what are you looking at, brother?
So we got all out of this Tesla, and then we decided to go short the NASDAQ just in case we wanted to breach the low of the day. So I was right about this consolidation turning into an additional leg lower. So that was a hefty move down there. I mean, we didn't put on very many shares there at this level. Good risk to reward as that base was being formed. But now let's see if we're going to head towards the LOD here on the TQQQ. Same thing, we're going to start relatively small. And if the overall market wants to continue to bleed, then we're going to be here to participate. Now, the objective is to head towards this level, 70.90. If we're fortunate enough to get that without it squeezing our face off, then we're rocking and rolling. Now we'll head back over to our watch list and see what we got going on. So Tesla taking that additional leg. We're down 1.3% in Nvidia, down to $192. I told you I believe we're going to be able to catch a premium on this of roughly around 170, maybe even a little bit less. 62s even would be prime time. Deion Sanders over there, Sharif. Now, Bitcoin, something that was looking pretty strong over the past couple of sessions. I mean, strong may be a little bit of a stretch, but gap down starting starting to fill it now, and it's going opposite the market. We're above the volume-weighted average price at this point, market below. All right, so maybe there's going to be some signs of strength. There's $36 on IBIT. So not a horrible look over there. Now, as for Ethereum, same narrative, guys. What we did have is BMNR was up 13% or so yesterday. So that's a big-time move for this. I mean, big time once again. I got a lot of stretches here today, Sharif.
Yes,
but anyways, aside from that, from a daily, nice strong day, right? So are we going to be able to find a bottom? Is a bottom going to be established? What do we got going on? Like, what do we have going on? Maybe is there a rotation out of some of these tech trades, the memory storage, and then into some crypto? With that being said, when you rotate out of tech, where are you going to fall into? What is JPM up to? We're only up about 1/5%. Nothing crazy, but we're still not too far off of the all-time highs, which isn't bad. And then Walmart, Wally's World over here, a name that I said I believe that there was going to be some form of a bottom. We have a slight gap up this morning on Donald Trump talking about them lowering the price of barbecued goods. I believe Costco did the exact same thing for certain members, that you would go there and you got a nice little discount for the 4th of July, that is.
That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? If you're going to do it at any time, you're 4.5% off of the lows. Now, what I'm looking at is this volume here and this indecision print is what made me say, hey, maybe this is a temporary bottom and we get some form of a pullback. So Walmart and some of the staples not looking too horrible. We got 0.4% on Costco, and we got 1/3 here, or sorry, 1 1/3 here on Walmart. Procter & Gamble up 2%.
I love this. Big Bobby Top G. I love this. Okay. Listen to this.
I'm listening to Big Bobby.
You probably won't believe me, but I am currently one of 7 people on ESPN knockout bracket that has a perfect bracket. LOL. Are you talking about the World Cup? I'm assuming you're talking about the World Cup, all right? And of course I believe you. Why wouldn't I believe you, right? I mean, to me, it's just, all right. Okay, it is what it is. Fantastic. I hope you win. Is there anything for me? if you
His name's Top G, man.
Top G, my boy. Yeah, World Cup, he says. Fantastic, man. I like it. I didn't quite get it that way. I picked Brazil and Belgium as the sleepers when the Katina man and I were kind of going. So Belgium's still in. Brazil, sorry, Assassino. I know, brother. I know. It's not Assassino's fault, but it is, of course, Ancelotti's fault for not putting on the right people, but it's fine. It's okay. He's an OG. What's that? They asked him that, Katina. Katina is asking me why Alphonso Davies didn't come in on the game or come in the game with Canada. And he was asked that specifically, Katina man, after the game. And Jesse Marsh asked him, are you 100% to go before the game? He said no. And then he didn't make it into the game. That's according.
He said he didn't want to be burdened by the loss.
Well, he didn't want to be a burden on the team. I'm assuming because he was 100%. Yeah. But it is what it is. All right, guys, we're in 2 positions at the moment. Skin, we're in at 14. I'm looking at Wetting the Beak at 17. It just flashed 17s. That is the high of the day, but it didn't clear, so we didn't get the print. But we're also in TVRD. It's doing its little dance with no pants here at 3.5. Let's see if it holds. I'm out below 3.25. I will be adding incrementally into that 10 EMA as well as the volume weighted average price. So we're going to be keeping a close eye out on that. Is that Michael Kors, says Sharif Spender? Yeah, it is, man. You know what? Orange is like in vogue for whatever reason. And I started thinking, why is orange so in play this year? Because a lot of orange at Lulu. I saw some orange at, not like I ever buy anything from Dolce & Gabbana, but I walk by, I can window shop. Swear to God.
Yeah, watch out, dude.
I didn't buy anything, Katina. I don't even have any D&G.
But
there's a lot of orange in those in the window there. So I started thinking, I'm like, why is orange so in vogue?
Yeah, why is it?
Why?
The iPhone. You think that's it?
It is exactly it,
That's
man.
great,
it is
man.
exactly it.
You know,
because you got to match with your phone.
Selena came up to me the other day and she's like, "Do you think this top is too orange?" Literally over the weekend.
Yeah.
I'm like, "No."
Is it Halloween? That's what I would have said.
All right, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one.
Anyway, yes, it is. 2 New York cents. I just logged out and I can't believe my eyes. What are you doing trading? Why are you not in front of the TV, buddy? Brother, you know, we have a job over here.
Yeah,
right?
man.
And the executive producers in the building right here. We can't.
You can't be taking too much time
Can't be taking too much time out there. Shout out to Brendo, of course. Big boy Bobby Top G, I got Switzerland and Argentina winning today. I'm thinking Colombia is favored over Switzerland. I would have to agree with that. I don't agree with Argentina, though. I'm sorry. Right. So we're gonna be cheering for Egypt. But in any event, Joey, we're doing it live here. Okay. We're almost break even here on TVRD, building a position, looking for a bigger move up. Looking for a move into the $0.75. Here comes 60s. We've got 57s. Not intending on taking any profits here until the mid 60s, but we'll see if this one can hold up above these levels. What do you got?
Good stuff, man. We're going to take another attempt here for the long, and we're just going to use our at-bats, right? So we're looking for the breakdown of the NASDAQ, which isn't necessarily happening right now, but there are some prints around the lows that might signal a little bit of a turnaround here. If it pulls back, breaks this pivot, then we just get out of dodge on it, which I'm kind of getting the hunch, but then it would give us a much better entry to short off of. So let's see. I mean, the risk to reward is there. So, I mean, I don't love doing this. I'm short the NAS, long Tesla. Typically doesn't go your way, but it is what it is. We'll see what we got cooking up here momentarily and rocking and rolling on these bad boys. Okay, it's that time already? 11:30. You know what, guys? It's
what happened, Joey?
The new hottest segment out there. We're going to check out the European close with Juan and Adair at the desk.
Time does indeed fly when the markets are having fun, although it hasn't been too much fun for the U.S. markets with a lot of weakness. Now, in our daily 11:30 a.m. Euro close segment, let's see how the European markets were doing. Good morning, Juan. How are you today?
Morning, Adira. So, intro was perfect. I mean, European markets, copycat of European markets, US markets as well. We see that mainly most of the European region closing in the red, especially the region experiencing a huge tech profit taking and growth portfolio de-risking. I think the UK was the resilient regional outlier. We'll go into some of the indexes right now. Stocks Euro 600 as well as the Euro Stocks 50 down by nearly 0.5%. That's basically off, broad retreat across technology as well as luxury sectors, counted some of that commodity strength. But there was a lot of aggressive liquidations pulling back from yesterday's all-time close for the Euro Stocks 50, DAX, Germany, they were leading the retreat for the European region. They shed more than 300 points, mainly from tech supplies like Infineon and also high multiple automotive sectors getting hit. But we can see that France, they fought a little bit. They tracked some of the regional average lower, but it still dragged minor industrial consolidation, very quiet luxury demand as well. But yeah, some of the main stories from the region, of course, we heard about Samsung's stellar financial updates. However, investors pretty much selling the news over near-term cash flow concerns. So that triggered a broad tech de-risking across the entire region. Equipment makers as well as chip lines, like I mentioned earlier, Infineon, they're all down. One of the biggest hit in Germany was that of Siemens Energy. They were down by about 6% during the session, especially after a downgrade by Barclays to underweight. So a lot of institutional profit taking happening in Frankfurt. But yeah, on the upside, in the UK, defensive consumer sectors, they cushioned the indices. They were up in the green by 0.3%. Shell, Total Energies, all the energy names, they caught a bid. And also some luxury consumer giants such as Louis Vuitton, L'Oreal, and Hermes. They were up by nearly 2%. Most of the sector doing well, so that pulled the UK up into the green. But the rest of the European region, all down based off tech. Not a good sign.
Not a good sign at all. But again, could be some other signs, as you mentioned there, in retail, with these other sectors, much like what we're seeing in the US. Now, we'll have to wait and see what the Asian markets are giving us at 3:30 p.m. when Juan will be right back with me at this desk. Let's go back to the guys.
All right, Joe, just before we get to the super chat, thank you very much, KC526. She does it again. Wow. She's doing it constantly. Anytime she's in the chat, she's doing it live. BYAH, what a rip up here. Beautiful clearing of the volume weighted average price. And now, knocking on the door of the dollar. There is 98 pennies, 97.63 the high. Trade this one carefully, but it is on the way to the dollar, and it is looking very good. Bro, what are you broing for, Case? But let's shout out my man Nick Dubb. Nick Dub, hey Sharif, best of luck today. Do you mind giving me your thoughts on Beam? Absolutely. On the weekly, say less. We got it ready for you. BEAM is the ticker, and it's quite consolidative. Now, these are COVID highs. I don't want to say we needn't concern ourselves with COVID highs, but we should contextualize it, okay? A lot of stocks look like this. It doesn't mean that they're bad. It just means that the market was awfully frothy at the time, right? Especially with all those checks going out everywhere at the time. And Joey's looking at me like, why are you looking at me? Just because we always talk about checks. I like this level right here. This $35 level seems to be a bit of a tough one to close decisively above. I just got to manage my position here, sorry, on what's it called, TVRD. You need to add into the quarter dollar, actually pretty aggressively. There we go. But bringing it back, this $35 area here, hard to close above. You see that it's closed above it back in February of 24. It did it again in March of 25. And it has these tendencies to wick above that $35 level, but very, very tough to actually close above it. So I would say you're looking for a decisive close above that $35 level on a weekly basis, since that's what we're looking at here. But also, I want to point out another positive kind of development. Since the April lows, we have been putting in higher lows. And then more recently, we actually closed above the 200. That blue line is the 200 exponential moving average on the weekly, of course. And we had a lot of trouble closing above that. That all changed on the week of June 15th. We did close above it, and we actually made new area highs into 39. Again, we're having trouble closing above 35. I would be looking for an aggressive $35 close. That would be what I was be looking for there to kind of confirm we've re-established trend, Joe.
Yeah. All right, Casey, you kind soul do not. This person's been in the chat for the past couple of weeks, so we'll get the moderator to take care of that one. But all right, guys, let's see what we got going on. So we're still sorting out the NASDAQ. Tesla doing the exact same thing. It's pretty weak. So what we want to see is a base being formed, and then maybe we'll find somewhat of a rebound here. Now, as for the NASDAQ, we told you we're going to get our out at the break of this pivot. Now, if we do form a lower high, then we can just add into it for that move, and then we'll just remove this, right? We'll partial out of this, and then we'll have the better pricing first in, first out for our system. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Now, as for some of the other names, Robinhood was on a little bit of a tear. I thought we would run into that $120 mark today. It doesn't seem to be the case as for it's an inside session. You can see with the break of this open, pretty much you rejected 1775, and then you're just stuck in the middle of the range right now. Now, I was looking for a long because there's a lot of buying pressure within the first 20 minutes or so of this within this name, but then it started to form the wedge, and I'm like, uh-oh, okay, that's not looking too good. Just accumulating some shares, and then eventually it broke down, which is totally fine. It's still hovering around the 114s, which it did give up at one point last week. You have that break up into $121, and then eventually fell back down to 110. But we do have a steady uptrend, which is good, and I believe there's just a couple of headwinds within this name that are going to allow it to slowly grind higher and higher. Now, as for Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs over here, we're off of those highs. Now, 7% on Goldman Sachs. And then as for Morgan Stanley, only a couple of percentage points, which isn't bad. I don't think this is discount territory, but I was talking about JPM for quite some time just due to the fact that it was lagging some of its peers. And that was back in like the 295s within this consolidation zone right here. And then eventually it got that breakout. And I think we'll just grind higher and higher within some of these bank names. Super strong. And I think if we do get what I do believe is that a rotation, you're going to find where the money is going. So NASA, this ETF has been getting absolutely destroyed. Now, remember when I was talking about it, this was holding preferred. Now those preferred didn't switch to common shares. It's just cash now, I believe, or American bonds. And I was telling Sharif, be cautious. When you're buying ETFs like MAGs, the MAG 7 ETF, I'll pull it up right here. It's 55% bond, right? So, MAGs. So this is 55% bonds, and then the rest of it, I'll actually just pull it up so you guys can see what we got going on here. Oh, it's already up there. 60% fixed income, Sharif, just to add a little icing on that cake. And then 3.5% is Nvidia, Apple, 3.5%, Amazon, Tesla, Microsoft, and Meta. And these three have not been performing well whatsoever. So there it is, the majority of this holding falling up into corporate bonds, and then also a very, very small percentage of it. NVDA is 2.9%. Why is it on there? What's the TRS, Sharif?
TRS?
Yeah.
Nvidia Corp TRS?
I feel like this is,
there's really
can't be like,
oh, there's two Nvidia.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So this has to be like
Good question, Joe.
I'm not going to say a preferred, but maybe like some form of cash or cash equivalent.
Let me see.
We'll figure that out here momentarily, but non-classified, non-equity, that's where the cash is going to
Total return. TRS refers to total return. Nvidia has a, okay.
Oh, you know what it might be? No, actually, no. I was going to say it might be the covered call strategy, the fixed income thing. But I could be totally wrong on that. We'll figure that out here. I'm sure the treasuries maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking on that one as well too. So just be cautious, guys. When you're buying these names, you have to really look into the holdings. And it is QTUM. This is the quantum ETF. I don't know why it's called the quantum ETF, but look at the holdings. ARQQ. Okay, I think this is new to it. Horizon. Okay, things are changing. A-Lab on that applied materials. I don't know what that's on there. But, I mean, the majority of its holdings, the higher weighted ones at one point were Intel, Micron, and a couple of other names. So you really have to do your due diligence. Like Lam Research is on here.
Ram Research?
Ram Research. Lam Research is but yeah, other than that, guys, when you're looking into some of these ETFs, you just really have to make sure you're aware of the holdings of them.
Total return swap says dawning oblivion. That's what I was understanding. It said over here, TR just means total return. Okay, and then there it is. However, if it's TRS with typo for leveraged inverse ETF, the market features options like 2 times long NVDX. No, that's not it. Maybe? I don't know. That's a good question, though.
Oh, so total return swaps, so like long-term shorts.
Yeah, interesting.
Which is interesting.
All right, TVRD treating me badly. We're defending into the volume-weighted average price. I stop out below mid-single digits. Here's the quarter dollar. It doesn't look like this one's going to hold up. If it does, fantastic. We're long at 339. It's showing me 26s. So trouble in TVRD/Sharif lane here, all right? I did go over Beam, Nick. Go back and watch it. I went through an entire thing. I gave you my levels on the weekly, $35, key area of resistance. It needs to clear that decisively. Just rewind, Nick. I did go through it. All right, so TVRD, a problem for me at the moment. I stop out, as I mentioned, below the mid-single double digits. Now, SKIN, undecisive, but this is an area I'm interested in adding in. In fact, I had it at 107s. Going to go ahead and add here. And then also CLRO. I was watching this one for possible retaking of 11. Doesn't look like it's immediately going to do that. It's having trouble with 10.5. Now, this also is a bit spready, about 7 pennies, give or take, now tightening up to about 5, but it does get wide at times, okay? So be on the lookout for CLRO. And then I'm watching the KC 526 special. So it rejects the dollar, fine, right? That's normal for these small cap gappers. Comes back in, tests VWAP right around 83, 84 pennies, and now is trying to make yet another attempt here at that dollar area. So prior bar low on this one is 82 pennies. Let's go ahead. We're just going to stop out below that level, 81. We'll give it to 79, lest there be some issue there. So we're looking for that one to bounce back, maybe test that 102 area. We'll stop out below area low over here on BYA. But I'm also interested in CLRO, as I mentioned. We'll see how that cookie crumbles. But it's TVRD that I have shares in. And this one, I need to see how this one's going to resolve. Because right now, Joe, I got to tell you the truth. Yeah. It is not looking like it's going my way. And I'm out. Bang. I got stopped out of TVRD. As it does lose VWAP, that will be a loser for me. So we'll look to reset here on some other names. Because TVRD, at least for the moment, for me, not tradable as it breaks down substantially below the volume weighted average price on the way to the whole dollar here. $3 incoming, Joey.
Good stuff, man. All right. I know the kind ladies behind us do this, but we like to see from a percentage metric what we got going on. Now, all right. Well, that's never a good sign there. Hold on, give me a second. So, all right, healthcare at the top of the list today. Sharif from the top performing sectors. XLV. All right. So, what do we got here, guys? The top performing sectors of the day. Healthcare 1.7%. We have real estate at 1.6%, energy up 1.6%. We'll take a look at XLRE and XLV momentarily, and then we have the staples up 1%. Oh, who's at the bottom of the barrel today?
Who?
You guessed it. It is the tech sector. Pew, 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 down 3%. Industrial, yeah, we need that one. Where's Fabian? I need that.
That's a rune.
I need
right
that. I need that. Animation. 2.6% to the downside here in industrials, and basic materials down 1%. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the sectors are green, while 4 of them are red there, Sharif. So a little bit tougher of a look. Now we went from extreme greed to a little bit of fear in the span of a couple of weeks, ladies and gentlemen. So just be cautious on what we got going on. Again, I'm in the camp of this is a good opportunity to slowly start dabbling in some names that are down 20+%. So, Sharif's, okay, that's an interesting one. But yeah, anyways, aside from that, should I read it?
Hold on.
Bro, whoa, we're not reading that, man. Oh, okay, there, you gotta read it a little bit more. Damn.
Damn, is that what I'm gonna look like, man?
Yeah, that's not bad though,
man.
That's not bad.
No, man. Is that actually it? So let's just end it now, man. Now I know what I'm gonna look like. What? We're good to go.
That's crazy.
What is happening? Sharif. He's Canadian too, I like it. Before I marry my daughter off to you, I need to know if you can speak our people's language. Can you say Egypt will win today in Mandarin? No, I can't. No, I actually can't. Because I don't know it. That's why. Win. I don't even know how to say win in Mandarin. I don't. Not yet, anyway.
Can you say player?
Player?
Yeah.
No.
Make it.
No, I don't know that one either. Yeah, it sucks. Well, I'll figure it out. Little by little. Full disclosure, we lost our 165-day streak on the vacation there.
Oh, what happened? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
we went on vacation. That's
what happens.
Huh? Ying? Tiffany? Tiffany, are you Cantonese or Mandarin? Cantonese, okay, but there's a lot of overlap, so yeah, okay. All right, well, there you go. It's Ying. How to say player.
Guitar says the arranged marriage is off now.
Sorry. Crazy. All right, man. Shout out to you guys are hilarious, man. Love you guys. I never change the chat. Just don't ever change. You guys are jokes. Hopefully, I will learn, man. Juan is Ying. Okay. All right. Cantonese is Yang, says Calvin. Cool. All right. That's good to know. But yeah, no, I don't know how to say any of those words, funny enough. I know how to say exercise and sport and stuff like that. Yundong. I know how to say different sports like dalan or lancio, paiqiu, zouqiu, wangqiu, bangqiu, right? Those are all different sports in Mandarin, of course, but I don't know how to say play. Funny. No, I actually do know how to da. So it's dalancio, it's dawangcio, it's dapaicio. It's only when you say soccer though, it's tizoucio. I don't know why soccer is a bit of an exception there, but that's
good stuff, man. Can't buy a W.
All right, Joey, what are you looking at, man? Because I'm involved here in a couple of trades.
All right, well, we tried the short. It broke down a little bit, didn't head towards the day, and then it just came back towards that pivot where we told you we were going to get out. Now SpaceX starting to climb a little bit. Let's dabble a little bit in this bad boy, see if we can get rocking and rolling. Summertime with SpaceX for some form of a rebound and get what we got going. Yeah, Nvidia moving up, someone stating. We can take a look at that momentarily. We can re-engage in the short momentarily as well here on the TQQs. But with that big boy, if NVDA decides that it wants to go on a little bit of a jaunt, then by all means, it's not something that you want to stand in front of, and that is what I'm referring to, is the NASDAQ watch list. Let's see what we got going on. It better be moving. All right, 193. Yeah, it's not too bad, actually. Good call out. It is now breaking through the high of the day, so it's a good time to get out of the NASDAQ here. So, yeah, definitely a tougher start. So I'm just relaxing. We have this one position on, and then
chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool, just playing some back
pretty slow start for me over on Monday and Tuesday. So yeah, I mean, hey, got to lock right back in and find some good opportunities.
Man, I appreciate you guys, man. Yeah, I saved myself there. I was looking a little bad there, and then I'm like, oh, I actually know some of these words. Okay, here we go. Big breakout here. KC, what are you doing with BYAH? Because we got your girl over here at 93 pennies, and she's knocking on $1 again. So we had to wet the peak there super quick, right at 98 and change. But are we going to get a third rejection of that dollar on BYAH? Come on now. We need this one to break and hold above the dollar. Of course, it is a 102 high. This current 5-minute candle, though, has a dollar high. So it is 2 lower highs in a row, with that 102 being the intraday high. And then we have the next candle is 101, and this current candle is 1. So we are putting in lower high, lower high, lower high, and we're a little worried about this one losing trend. So be on the lookout for that. But there's one again. Can we outdo the short sellers? We'll have to wait and see. We're going to wet the beak there at 99s. One showing up again. No continuity, though, through that whole dollar level on BYAH. I'm also holding skin. We're taking some prints on this one, added nicely into a technical level at 1. Let's wet the beak at 16s over here. We'll see what we get. Won't get upset. Shout out to my man Neil, who's back in the house. Casey's in at 83. Love it, Case, right at the volume weighted average price. Very typically you. Sharif, I've been meaning to thank you guys for all the knowledge. This YouTube is like an alt, LOL, hence the stupid name. I've been investing since 15 years old. I'm only 20 now. I love to hear it, brother. If I could go back and do some stuff from my younger days, one of them certainly would be time in the market, especially at an early age. You're so smart. Good for you. I feel like the newer generation, they've been set up with a bit of a tougher kind of environment. Everything's expensive. Homes are out of reach for a lot of them. But I see a lot of ambition in the younger generation that I don't see in mine. And I love that. I see you guys at the gym way more than I would see my generation at the gym. And I was one of the few that was actually hitting the gym at that age. You guys are doing it live. You're doing it better. Stick with it, man. I love to hear it, Joey.
All right, man. Good. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, yesterday was a whole lot of green. Today is kind of the opposite, a whole lot of red. ASML down 4%, Lam Research down 7%, AMAT down 8%. Oh, Applied Materials. Michael Burry is absolutely cleaning shop. Wow, what a gap down this morning on Applied Materials, down 26% now off of the highs. So keep an eye out on that, guys. It's getting pretty ugly. What's getting really ugly is that SpaceX isn't going. We go short here, it rips up against us. And I know, Sharif, I know you say,
yes, sir.
Well, you'll accept. Neil says we won't get upset. I'm getting upset over here.
No, but emotions cloud judgment.
Yeah, well,
that's a fact.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So
well
you don't want your judgment
it works
to be
on
cloud
both.
here.
Well, it's a lot easier said than done, my boy. Because SpaceX, something that is not working for us here, looks like it was going to curl over. Not doing so. If it cracks the lower end of this, $150. And then we get out of Dodge and we find something. I appreciate that, Jack of Art. I'm only messing around when I say that thing, kind of, sort of. Anyways, Ethereum's strong, right? Like if we head over to the crypto space, that's where you're going to find a little bit of strength, even though I'm looking deeper into it. You have Coinbase down 2%, BM&R down 1 3/4. But hey, at least Ethereum's up 1/10%. Say, hey, Sharif, hey, man.
No, man, I'm going to hate on it until I'm in the money, which may never be.
It's going to take a long
I have a $55 cost base.
Damn.
Yeah. It's actually quite comical.
Would you buy some more down here or no?
No. And I've answered that question before, and I said, because it hasn't given me a reason.
Okay, because Give
me a change in trend. Give me a reason. You know what I mean?
What was the reason?
What was the reason?
Is the real question.
The reason was I don't want to blame you or anything, Joey, but
no, bro. Yo, hold on. Okay, let's get right into this. I know, hit the crickets. We're gonna get real deep before Sharif goes on with his thing. I'm like, oh, hey, look at this.
Did you see what he did, Randy? No. He got me into BM&R, and now I can't get out.
I'm like, all right, I'm like, hey,
I know Randy doesn't give a crap.
I don't know where the wedge is, Sharif, because things are looking awfully different now.
Yeah, if you remember those higher lows right there.
It was this one here?
So the higher lows, yeah, on those pumps.
Yeah,
Those are lower highs.
Okay,
higher lows.
Oh, here. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm like, this looks like a wedge. Are we going to find somewhat of a rebound here? She's like, I'm in it, man. I'm like, all right, bang, and there we go, bang, Tank City after that on BMNR, man. Tom Lee. Hey,
I'm
man,
out of the money now again on iBit, by the way.
You got to fund the yacht. So am I. Because I bought a lot more on the way up, but then again, I reduced my exposure. I had to cash a lot in because it was just getting too big in my portfolio. So I'm fortunate to be in the camp of when I was selling in the 50s, but then I also offloaded some in the 40s and in the higher 30s too, guys.
She's
so
doing it
full
live
disclosure.
again, man.
Okay, so yeah, she's already dished out 10.
Doing it live,
Another
man.
5 spot right there. Thank you very much, Casey.
She's getting a lot of comments on her new profile picture there. I saw from some of the gentlemen.
What, on Instagram?
In the chat. No, on her picture right there. They seem to be quite enamored with your new picture there.
I mean, in the most respectful way.
Of course.
How could you not?
Always.
Exactly.
Yeah, there you go. All right, we're taking some prints here, guys, on skin as it gets back into the area high. SKIN.
Oh, it's summer, Casey. That's why.
And another piece of the puzzle falls into place. Get it, Case. All right, so we're watching skin, looking for a 1 1/4. I feel like we're possibly flat top break candidate here on SKIN with an accumulation in the mid to high teens, 115, 116, 117, in around that area. So looking for a bigger move up. It's also finding support at the 10 EMA on the 5. That's positive for me. Holding structure, and by that I mean the prior area of resistance, which very clearly here on the 1 minute chart is showing you $1.10, is where we added, and it held on a strict basis, funny enough. That's the good news. The bad news is that seller in the mid-teens here is putting, a damper on everybody's long party. So SKIN in focus. We're also holding here for BYAH for a possible breach of $1. Now, it has breached the dollar on a wick basis into 102, but it had no continuity through that. We've built a decent position here in the 93, but by no means out of the risk area is what I'm trying to say ineloquently over here. But I'm going to continue to watch this one. But hey, if you were biased that BYAH spikes above the dollar, but you also have reservations on its ability to close above the dollar, then take advantage of the resting order, parameters on your platform there. Throw in some what I call beak wetters above the area high, right? In order to possibly get the print if this one does spike up on a wick basis but doesn't end up closing there, right? Take advantage of that. That's exactly what I'm doing there. And I think I just put in a couple of orders at the same area, so we got to take those ones out, Assassino, and we're going to put in, there. All right. They call me Reef.
Yeah, you should.
Actually, they did used to call me Reef. Oh my days.
I can get behind that look.
Neil, what do you think, Neil?
What do you
think, Neil? Should I get a grill? And get a sleeve tat?
Yeah,
that'd be pretty sick. I'm gonna save this picture. I like this picture. Save image as. There we go.
Gangster.
All right, thoughts on where we're headed with NBIS? Thanks, dog. All right, let's take a look at Nebius.
I like the shirt too.
Yeah, it's not bad, Joey. I should start wearing, these undershirts and stuff under my dress shirts.
Yeah.
It gives me some street cred there.
Just make you a little bit more.
A little
warm.
Yeah, well, I'm already excessively warm. NBIS, let's take a quick look to see what Nebius Group is doing these days. What do we at? NeoCloud, of course. We know Nebius, similar to CoreWeave, right? Now, obviously, competing with some of the big names, including X, AI, and soon to be Meta. Look, broke down below the 50. That displeases me. But the fact of the matter is, we're hanging around the $200 level. So I wouldn't want to say, we're right about to give that 200. We're below it right now, trading at 199.26, but the high of the day is 207.52. So I'd be looking for a decisive close below $200, and I'll be looking on it a weekly basis, not the daily, because I feel like there's going to be noise intra-week. So 200, you lose 200, you're in trouble. Sorry, yeah, you lose that $200 your level, you're in trouble. You're likely headed to 170. That's the next area I perceive to be a good area of support. Case in point, look at this. 170 over here, multiple day resistance. Then funny enough, we get a breach and all of a sudden, it's the key support level we can't break below. So 170 if 200 fails decisively. Thank you. They call me Reef for the $2 super chat. Lele dropping 10 in the chat. One for Sharif. Check out ICE. For Joey, Palantir, and XLV. I got a knot to spend this afternoon.
Oh man, those knots are, yeah.
What does a knot mean?
I don't know, maybe like an itch, maybe.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
okay, all right.
That's how I took it.
All right, respect that.
But it could be a knot like $1,000. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I figured it was slang for something. I don't know.
Spend. All right. I mean, if you're feeling
well,
a little,
you know, she's making money now, Joey.
I know.
She told us how much she was making yesterday.
I know. So,
Look, Lele, I like this. I don't like the prolonged downtrend that we've been on since the August of last year, so it's almost a year of lower highs. So there is that trouble. Also, we've been putting in lower lows locally over here. But what I do like is this aggressive bounce off, I want to say 125 and back into 140. Now, you're going to need to see a little bit more, Lele, in order to kind of regain trend. First and foremost, you're going to need to get above, I would say, 145. Once, twice, and then OBE is the one thrice. We lost 145 over here back in early June. But it was a key area of technical support multiple times before the loss. So 145, a clearing above that, I think probably reignites the trend. And then you're looking at 155, Lele, because that is the 200 exponential. I think you probably see a little bit of resistance there. But yeah, ICE, what is this company? Intercontinental Exchange, 77, almost $78 billion market cap, financial tech data service across major asset class, customer access workflow tools, increasing transparency, efficiency. Exchange segment operates regulated market. Oh, ICE, the people that we get our data off. How did I not know that? All our data here is coming from ICE, by the way, so I should have been more alive to that. Joe, go ahead.
All right, man, let's head over. Yeah, Palantir was on the list. I believe we can pop that up one more time. I think she had another name. So, I mean, that's 5 straight days in a row to the top side here in PLTR. So a nice little recovery, guys, especially with the stock that's been cut in half. What's been getting cut in half here is SpaceX, as it looks like it wants to take a little bit of a leg lower. We did have a pop-up 152, but we're not going to complain about this. Now, you want to head over into the bigger picture and the larger time frame, and I like what Sharif was talking about. Is like it needs to be shown something in order for him to kind of add into his position, and I think that's what you want to look for in some of these names that might be slightly overdone. Okay, so I mean, here's Palantir. Is this a reason? I don't know. The volume is pretty weak. As we break through this trend line, you want it to hold without any question before you really re-engage. Now, you go on a big-time run. We're not going to complain about this, but then, unfortunately, you do, off of those highs, pull back 50%. Could be a good buying opportunity, and we know how Alex Karp feels about Altman and Dario as of late, so he's not too happy with them. Kind of calling BS on it all, but hey, nonetheless, we all know how Alex Karp can get as well. But all right, guys, it's that noon hour. Let's send it off to Sia. What's happening now?
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's take a look at the 3 major averages and what they're doing before we dive into what is happening now. We have all the 3 major averages currently sliding into the red. We have the SPY down 0.54%. The triple Qs are down, inching closer to 2%. And the Dow down 0.35%, with the IWM down, again, inching close to 8%. Let's take a look at what we're talking today. Let's talk about oil first. Oil prices have, as we do know it, risen today. Energy being one of the strongest sectors on the board after Iran has attacked a tanker from Qatar and near the Strait of Hormuz. So the attack has reaffirmed the fragility of the U.S. and Iran's interim peace agreement there, as we do know it continuing to come to the final permanent end of the war. Brent last seen trading 2.4% higher at $73.75 per barrel, and WTI futures as well advanced 2.3% to $70.13. So USO is currently up 2.5% on the day. I was going to take a look at Apple. So JPM has reiterated an overweight rating for Apple raised the price target to $345 from $325 to account for the price elasticity of demand. So JPM analyst Samik Chatterjee has said in a note that we believe there are several drivers to lead the revenue and earnings outcome to be much more favorable than currently feared by investors. And with that, Apple is trading flat at the moment. But we're going to go to Neil because he has the lesson for you for the day.
Thank you, Sia. As something's kicking off right about now. I don't know if you might have noticed Sharif. Obviously, yeah, Argentina and Egypt about to kick off, and you know the thing about sports and in trading is you can absolutely dominate. You can see one squad dominate the time possession, completely dominate shots on goal, scoring chances. This happens in all kinds of sports. But the ability to, in football or soccer, it's finish is what ends up winning the game for you. Like you could have 10 shots on goal, but if you're not finishing and you're not the team that's finishing, you don't really come away with much of anything. So you can dominate on the pitch, but you can still end up losing the match because you simply don't finish. In trading, the equivalent to that is getting all of your directional calls right, or you're getting pretty decent entry prices, or whatever it might be. You're making decisions in the right spot, but just like the execution is it's just not spot on. And I think what you got to do on days like that, which if you're looking at the buy the dip today, I'm not going to pretend it was anything but that. You know, like I look at something like an IBIT today, like where I was getting the long, even when I did have a long that eventually like worked on it, like a couple of bounces long, eventually get stopped out at the absolute point of the turn, right? So in the midst of the morning weakness, did I pick something that I liked long that was relatively strong? Yeah. And did it work out? Absolutely not. Now I can go over and say, yeah, but you got Hood okay over there. So that was positive. But even when I look over at, say, a Robinhood, it was good. The early entry points, when I look at it in the higher time frame, you're not doing any better with that open. I did miss one dip buy, but even the timing of the entry didn't quite get close enough to the bottom. And that's where it comes like the finishing. Like you can hit one that just finds the back of the net because the goalie slipped on a banana peel, but you missed your spot. Like you still got to win, but you've got to be a bit more critical. But I think what you have to try to do to get better is when you're looking at the things that went absolutely the worst or like wrong to the largest degree, which would be me getting out at the bottom here at IBIT. What do you take from that so that tomorrow or the next time you get that setup, you can find a way to execute better? Now, the simple answer here, which I already know for myself, and it's not the same for everybody, if you're a day trader who's like a prop and you can trade 1 million trades a day, as many as I want, it's simply once I'm bottom wick like this, you've got to jump back in the trade. If the overall structure of the idea is this is the key price level, like the prior day resistance and then kind of a breakout in the afternoon, if that's the turn that I'm stopping out underneath, when it immediately reestablishes on that time, I've got to get back into it. Now, maybe you can't find it on the 15. Maybe that's where I start looking at, well, was it more clear in a time frame that I'm not using? And I'm just going to pop to a 5-minute because while I was in London, I met up with Adam Deleuze, and one of the things we talked about was looking at multiple time frames to try to improve some entries and exit points. And on the 5-minute, it was look at the bottoming tail wick, look at that nice little hold. There's your entry right here on a 5-minute. You're wicked out. That's 5 or 6 minutes to calm down and simply reload and get back into the trade. And that's what trading about. Like you can look at that and say, oh, look at me. I absolutely failed on IBIT today. It's a red stock, I stink. Or I can say to myself, well, the thesis was correct. We had the correct strategy. We got the man open. We just didn't bury the shot. We shanked it. So what? You got a lot of it right. And the next time you want to still create the same situation, That's what it's about. You've got to try to create the same situation for yourself and just execute better. And in this particular case, I think I found something that looked okay on a 15-minute, but actually gave a better entry on the 5 if I'm being patient. And that's one of the things I want you guys to start to incorporate. If something that you're buying into is weak and downtrending, maybe you've got to look a different time frame or a different indicator to try to be a bit more patient to get in, or a different reason to get that bottoming tail wick. Because if you just take every bottoming tail on a 1 minute, you're going to get destroyed on the way down. But if you get it on a higher time frame, it can be a little bit better. So oftentimes, like sports, trading, poker, whatever it might be, one of the key aspects to finding any level of consistency, being profitable, winning, whatever measure you're looking for in what it is that you're playing, you have to keep in mind that you can't be resulting, which is the result is the end of your analysis. There are times where IBIT stunk today, but when I look back, it was still my best opportunity. So therefore, it's the most important thing for me to get right the next time. Because I look at it in the way that, okay, the call was dead on. I'm making the decision at the right spot. I was looking to execute off the right area in the right direction, but we just fumbled not getting back into the trade. I'm going to stop out here. It's going to happen. I'm not holding it forever. That's one thing I consider a strength. I'm never going to sit there holding it forever and let something ruin a week. Might have a bad day on it, but I'll never ruin a week on trades like that unless I'm just not sitting here or my keys don't work. I'm always going to limit the loss, but I've got to be able to get back in. And in this case, we'll simply, let's pop to a higher time frame after we get wicked out, get a little bit more patient with the so that we're not taking too many trades off our area, but we're giving every chance for it to work. And that's what trading is all about. It's about simply getting better based on the information that the market gives you. And you're going to get a lot of good information on your losing trades, especially the ones where the thesis was right and it was really just the execution that got wrong. Those are your best chances to improve. Not where you were just like, oh, I was trying to make a long in a stock that was only going down. There's not much you can do with that. You just limit the loss in that particular case. But if it was just simply a quick little execution fix, those are the ones that you got to double down on and do that analysis to see what you can get right the next time. And then hopefully you'll have better luck in the future. So like in sports, you got to learn from your mistakes, everybody. And I will say it, even though I don't think they're going to win. I don't think they're going to win. Let's say good luck for Sharif in Egypt, because I don't have a dog in the fight here. Although, I back England after Canada's out, so they're obviously doing just fine. I know you do too as well, but yeah, good luck to Egypt. They're going to have to make sure they capitalize on their opportunities in a match like today.
You all right? Oh, it's like, what's going on? I was like, what's happened? Did something happen? Did they score? Is my feed delayed? Oh, you're cheering for Argentina? Okay, well we're not going to speak anymore. Oh, I'm just joking. No, see ya. All right, guys, watching SKIN, by the way, got stopped out of CLRO. That one did lose trend. I was insistent that this one hold $11. It didn't, so we got stopped out of that one. Not before, though, taking some beak wetters into that 11.25, but it did fail that level. So unless it gets back above 11.5 and shows me a little bit of a different look, we're going to steer clear of this one. Also, BYAH lost a little bit on the last remaining amount here, but I had taken the majority out in front of $11, so this one ends up being positive. But the only trade we got on right now, Joey, is one that is a little bit indecisive as to where this bad boy is headed. SKIN trying to hold a $1.10.
So I'm just counting things. All right. Hey, all right, guys. Let's see what we got going on here. I mean, there it goes right back to the top side. So we'll be patient and see if anything else comes into play. I know someone was mentioning, what's Nvidia doing? Hey, we'll take it, right? Like, I mean, at this point, looks like a pretty good, solid buy program. I haven't seen Gorville Los Pollos in the chat today. I hope you guys are having a pretty good day. But a nice little session so far for this some chop. Holds up at the support levels at that 191 and then bang off to the races up to 195. Now, the really big question for me is, can we hold this, or is it more or less just a breath within this trend? So what I would want to see in order for me to get a little bit more confirmation is a backside move. So we'd have a daily candle open up and then some strong price action following that. All right, let's head over to our options chain. I know we look at it often. Well, maybe not enough, to be honest with you, but here it is at that 190 marker. Is there going to be a base being formed on this bad boy at that level? Nothing crazy. Like, look how cool the options activity is on this compared to what we used to see a year or so ago. I mean, hey, man, 575 contracts. I never would have expected that whatsoever, but there is a lot of concentration into the higher levels here, 58,000, 67,000 at 205, and then 45,000 at 210. So, hey, interesting stuff on this one. And then SpaceX hitting the top volume. I believe it was the 4th or 5th from an option standpoint, open and close contract on yesterday's session. 14,000 contracts there, still currently open, but there's 14,000 closed at 160. So maybe acting as some overhead resistance. Sharif, I heard you mention something there.
Yeah, man, it was almost 1-0.
For Argentina?
Yeah, but they ended up being offside. They missed the opportunity too, but it was offside. I thought it was a certain 1-0.
Who
Rodrigo de Paul to I forget the guy's name. Is that not Pedro Porro? I forget his name. But it was De Paul to some other guy. All right, Sky Q looking good. KC 526 special, not bad here. A bit of a range, so there's resistance at 70. So I'm building a position into this 165 initially, but I'm willing to add all the way down into 50. Here is 70 showing up. We'll wet the beak there, and then we'll look for 75 next. But I do have intentions of adding into this one all at key levels. So I'm just going to... Man, oh man, I made a mistake there. My bad. We'll just get back in here. And then we'll look to pick up some more at key levels. So we'll just throw those on. I made a bit of a boo-boo, all good. So we'll just throw those on. Give me one sec, Joey. There we go. And then we'll look to buy a little bit more into the $50. We'll see if we can get some in and around there. Still holding my position though on skin. Picked up some there off that bottom wick. I had a resting order waiting at 107, showing me 111s now, but not immediately moving up. So yeah, guys, I got to tell you, man, the pickings are slim. We kind of knew that though, right from the pre-market. So when I sat down, usually my scanner is at least 3/4 of the way full. Like, so say down to like right over here. This morning, there was maybe like 10 lines max. So I knew that the trading was going to be a little bit light. That's typically kind of how you know ahead of time what the situation is going to be. But hey, we'll trade what's in front of us. And right now, I'm seeing CLRO trying to make yet another move above 11. Now, if this one gets above 11.25, we could have a dally with this one, because I don't know, man. See, that's the thing. I always harp on these one being bull traps, right? Prolonged downtrends into the volume weighted average price, and then they lure you with a bigger move up. The problem is this one isn't luring you with a bigger move up. It's a steady state trend here. It's not 1 or 2 candles that's popping off the volume weighted average price and pulling in the longs. So I'm seeing a bit of a different look here on CLRO, which is why I'm still interested in it, despite the fact, you know, that I usually don't like these ones. So we're going to continue to watch that, see what it has to offer in terms of a break above 11.25. But the prior area high where I wet the beak there, that's a 12 o'clock candle. The high of that candle was 11.22. So by definition, I'm looking for a clearing of 11.25, right? And a closing above 11.25. As you can see, though, it's already engaging with some resistance here right at $11. Unsurprised by that, as you know, this $11 level has been a bit of a tough level to clear. So up 57%, Joey. Not bad, but not the greatest.
All right, man. Good stuff. Let's see what we got going on with some other names. I mean, listen, this was a mistake on my behalf. Obviously, I like what Neil was talking about. You just got to learn from him. I knew what was going on. It's better when you're in this consolidation, it's just to post up at the lower end of the range, because it just drastically increases your risk to reward. I talk about this all the time. So imagine if I was posting right here, and then sure enough, you get this move. It doesn't stop you out, because you have a much tighter risk to reward. You can give yourself a tighter out, but then right at the lower end of the range, this is where you get caught in some chops. So learn from those mistakes. Don't buy breakouts in these, right, unless you have the volume supporting the move. And I talk about it all the time. With that being said, I'm tempted to just buy it one more time. But what we don't have is volume stepping in right now to support this breakout. Now, I understand that.
Get it, Joey.
I understand. Wow, okay. We haven't. Yeah. SPCE.
Well done, SPCE.
Yeah.
No.
One more time.
There
Is that
goes
Kirby?
CLRO, Joey. We're in at
There goes
07s.
Nvidia.
All right.
You're just going from negative to positive, as Biggie once said.
Hold on. 1-0. Boom. Boom. 1-0 Egypt.
Relax.
Yes, bro. No, I'm not going to relax, man. No. Absolutely 1-0 to Egypt. All right, let's go, baby. Let's go. Come on, man. We need this dub. Let's go. Sorry, Argentina. Come on, guys. Let's go.
One of two
right,
African countries, they're Juan cheering you up. Let's send it off
down,
to
guy. Come on, man. We're going to see you.
Thank you. Well, let's take a look at what the small cap's doing right now. The IWM currently down 0.59%. We're going to take a look at 3 individual tickers today. We have Vishay Intertechnology down almost 9.5% on the day. Vishay Intertechnology's notified holders that its 2.25% convertible senior notes that are due in 2030 are convertible during the quarter ending 3rd of October of this year, 2026. We have SKWD, Skyward Spec Insurance, up almost 4% on the day. It's just analyst commentary saying Skyward Spec Insurance price target has been raised to $68 per share from $55 per share by Piper Sandler. And finally, Rare, R-A-R-E, Ultragenyx Pharmaceuticals up, inching up almost 7% on the day. This is just in 2 minutes ago. Ultragenyx Pharma price target has been raised to $40 per share from $35 per share from RBC Capital. Sending it right back to you.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
Oh, that's mad disrespectful, man.
Boom! Shout out the Chosen one.
Yeah.
I like that. Actually, that's actually pretty smart.
I get that one.
The Chosen one, the
but look at the
Chosen one.
profile picture that he gave me.
Okay, bro, but like he trolls everybody though.
Can't have
man.
it all.
I was just.
You got the gangster one. At least give me that one at least.
Oh my days, Sharif. You need to relax. I'm trying to trade, bro. My bad, man. I suck. There we go, guys. Yes, I do see it, man. I am watching the game. It is on the side screen. Obviously, can't put it on for copyright reasons, but we'll keep you guys apprised of the score, the time. It is 16 and a fifth minutes. But while we do that, we're doing this as well, Assassino. We're taking prints here on CLRO. Into the high it goes. Looking for a break of the $0.50 here on CLRO. And I'm going to have to stop my trade here on SKIN sooner rather than later because it is into that $1 area. If it loses this area, I'm going to have to give it a little bit of room here on that. There we go. So we'll look to see if it holds up at the dollar. And then last but not least, we're trying to build a position here into SkyQ. And yes, there we go. Got a couple of ads there. So now we're waiting for a possible move down here on SkyQ into that 250 area. That is the volume weighted average price. That's the price I'm looking for to build a position. But we're doing well here on CLRO. Let's see how this continues to do, Joey.
Let's pull something up because I have a hunch that there's something going on here with this name. So we're going to figure out momentarily what we have here. That's huge, man. That's really big.
Bro,
plus
it's
1,000.
super early.
Plus 1,000. What's possession looking like on that bad boy?
I don't even know yet, Joey. I can't even look now.
I'm trying to find something because I feel like there's might be, aside from a buy program, I mean, we were down 1.3% at one point, and then now we're actually positive on Nvidia. So let's see if there's any form of catalyst fueling this fire. For some reason, it falls again the AI chip. Yeah, so I'm not seeing anything right this given second. Maybe Adara's got something for us. But yeah, I mean, it's hope dragging the NASDAQ up. You're up 0.5%, going down from 1.5% closer to 2%. Google turning positive. SpaceX down 5%, and Microsoft up 1.9%. Send it to Adara.
I want to mention involves one of the companies Joe just mentioned, that's MSFT, Microsoft. Nothing massive here, I guess a little bit of a pop higher, but seeing that the company will be replacing OpenAI and Anthropic with its own AI, in certain Microsoft apps. Now let's talk here about USO. Not much of a move here. We're still near intraday highs, and we're getting some comments from Iran's Press TV. Iran's Press TV citing Iranian officials saying that, quote, traffic in the Strait of Hormuz is conducted in accordance with Iran's arrangement. They're further saying that anything that they view as, quote, provocative action from the U.S. will, quote, be met with immediate and decisive response. So there's like some more threats here with regards to the Strait of Hormuz coming from Iran. Back to you.
Penalty for Argentina. Yeah. Let's see if this is clean or not. It looks clean to me. It looks clean to me. Yeah, that's a penalty. That's going to get upheld. So we'll see exactly what. Let me see. Yeah, that's definitely a penalty. SPCE, no. I don't know, bro. The Egyptian goalkeeper didn't save any penalties in the shootout with Australia. It's the Australian guys who lost to the shots, but I'm not holding my breath here for a shot stop, but that's the way it is. Get it, Ozan? Why are you saying that, Ozan? It's kind of the opposite of that right now. Guys, CLRO losing $11 again, but this could be a buy off the 10 EMA into 88. So I want to see whether this is going to dip into 88 or not. It's defending 11 here, but it did breach prior bar low. So that forced me out of the trade. So I had to get out of that, but if it comes into 88, holds up, we'll get right back into that one. So continuing to watch that. SkyQ, SKIN, Messi, 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 Messi. Let's go. Messi. Here we go. Save! Boom!
Wow!
Boom. What a save. There we go. Oh my days. Oh my days.
It's over.
Over. It's, no, it's not over at all. But there's a save. Sorry, Lionel. But there it is.
Whoa, and you got a yellow card though.
No, hold on. They gave a yellow card to the bench for overreacting to the foul. I think is that a German referee? I'm pretty sure he's German. He's either German or Dutch.
Wow.
For him from the Champions League. Let's find out real quick.
What is going on here? I know.
Francois. He's probably Belgian. Yeah, well, whatever.
What a save, man.
All right. Mohamed Choubair, bro. His dad was a main goalie for the Egyptian national team as well. So like father, like son.
Like father, like son.
There you go. What are you looking
was this
at,
the first time them making it to the round of 8? I know this is still
16.
This is 16, but if they win, is it the first time that they'll make it
how about,
to a round
how about
of
I
8?
just give you a different fact, and then you can kind of deduce that. They didn't win a World Cup game until this World Cup.
Really?
Yeah.
So like Canada?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. Okay.
There it is, man. All right, man. All right, Joey, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at Nvidia here to see if there's something going on. I know Jensen Huang speaking with Colette Chris here at some event in South Florida, but I don't think this is going to be the driver of what we have. I mean, that's a nice little buy program if you ask me. So now we just need some higher time frame things to start to play out for us. Now, I mean, we've gone through the majority of our names, and with that being said, there was a nice rebound in SpaceX. Now, I wanted to post up at 151. That train has now obviously left the station. So let's see if you get a rejection of VWAP, and then maybe you get a continuation, especially if the market wants to find some form of a rebound. Some of the pre-market levels are starting to come into play, so that could be a rejection zone for SPY, or we can just absorb everything and continue to move to the northeast. Same thing with 712, right? So 713 here on the NASDAQ. If we break through that level, and with the path that we see some of the larger names on right now, I wouldn't be surprised if we find a full-on rebound. Apple putting in some strong sessions. You're only up a fifth of a percent, but things starting to cool. Wow, okay, I thought I put it in an all-time high here today. Not necessarily the case. You're still down a little bit off of that all-time high, only 0.8%. So nothing that can happen in a gap up. You open and then bring brand new ATH for AAPL. Now Amazon finally starting to find some form of recovery, down 12%. From peak to the local low, it was down 18%. So just on the brink of hitting into that into that bear market territory. But Broadcom still negative here, guys, and no signs of real strength, if you ask me. I'll pull it up. You're still down 28%, or just a little bit less than 28%, more or less 25% off of that previous high. But this gap down is what did the majority of the damage. Now, we'll go back to Walmart because I know we were talking about the potential bottom, but this was just a gap fill on this one. So no continuous buying outside of what we've seen in the pre-market today. So you're giving back the majority of that move. Now, quantum names down 6% respectively. Are we overly surprised by Rigetti and some of these names? I don't think so. We went over the crypto, and then how are the cybersecurity names? We've been talking about that. CrowdStrike up a third, PanW down 2.5%, and Zscaler up 2% here today. But PanW not too far off the all-time highs, 5%, and CrowdStrike probably a little bit less as it ran into that market. 5% off of the highs for CrowdStrike. Just not enough for me to dip by just yet.
All right, man. Still watching CLRO, got back in at 27s. Well, I don't know, man. I feel like I have a read and then I don't have a read on this. Now there's a seller at 25. It does really feel like it's putting in higher lows for an accumulation through the 11.5. Here we go, showing the quarter dollar. Let's see if it can price spike up into the mid 30s. We had a pretty aggressive seller last time around at this level at 33. I want to see if they're still there. 35 just got taken out, but look at the aggression with which this one drops. It just popped into 38, right back down into 22. That tells me one thing, maybe a couple. Either there's a pretty convicted short seller at this third of a dollar, or there's somebody offloading a lot of shares right in and around that area or on any successive pop, because it does feel like we're a little top heavy here, even though we are putting in higher lows. So I'm unsure how this cookie crumbles here, right back down into 11 mid-20s. And the spread does open up on this one. As you can see, 16 on the ask, 5 there on the bid, 8 on the bid. It does change incrementally, so be on the lookout there. I also said very little about this one. I want to mention it because it is making a big move here and into 7. RXT. RXT is a holdover from yesterday. I kept it on the side chart because it was still positive on the day. It wasn't doing much, but here it is, man. And what a move above that area of resistance at 680. And you look at all these topping tail candles with no prints above that 80 level. And there you go, during the slower time of the day, so to speak, right into that 7 area with a 697 area high now on RXT. So that one should be in focus for the small cap gapper inclined. Still holding here SkyQ, trying to build a position off the area lows and back in to skin because it's holding now the volume weighted average price on a 3-candle basis on the 5-minute chart. So, oh wow, Mo El Neni was sitting there talking to Arsene Wenger. That is cool beans there. Those are some OGs, Arsenal OGs. Oh no, CLRO bleeding its own blood down, Joey, into the 20 EMA. This is a big drop here. Is this an area support? We're going to give this one a try, man. We're going to look for a hold up at the 20 EMA. If it loses the $0.50 or Gonzino, that puts us with a cost basis of $11. So we'll see how this cookie crumbles. Hydration break is done, and the boys are back onto the field.
All right, man. Continuing to move a little bit higher there. Not chasing anything up here in these levels, but a nice recovery on Robinhood up to 115.85. I was looking at some of the small caps, but I didn't see any setups that I was liking. I like playing the high of the day break on them. CRNX. This is barcoding. I think this might be a buyout, to be honest with you. And then Booyah below the volume weighted average price. TVRD. Same thing below VWAP, and CLRO, as Shreve was just mentioning, was selling off a little bit here. So we'll keep an eye out on this bad boy. If it looks to get that second pep in its step. Now, SKYO, very e-liquid. Man, what happened? I thought the PDT rule was going to drive this fuel a little bit longer than that week there where we were going just absolutely insane, where we were seeing 1,000% left, right, and summer. But don't forget, it is the summer months as well, too, which we typically see cooler volumes. All right, so, I mean, the bigger names might not see it, a lot of algorithmic trading, but this is going absolutely nuts. I can't wrap, well, I can clearly wrap my head around it, but this we haven't seen in quite some time on this name specifically. You break 193 and then off to the races it goes. We'll head over to our options chain and go through the larger participants. I mean, we have some of them, the small caps up here, but very many of them are not optionable. So now as for Tesla, how have you been doing on today's session? Very little open interest on the call side, which I mean is good for the name for a potential rally. But what I do want to focus on is Robinhood and then some of the crypto crypto names as well to see if there's any overhead resistance. We're not seeing anything right now aside from 120, right? So 120 does have the largest amount of size, so we can classify that maybe as max pain in the next couple of days. 1 minute there, see? And then we're going to take a look at Bitcoin. So the activity actually started to really uptick over the past couple of months. 37.5, there is somewhat of a supply zone, and even at 36.5, which we're trading at 36.25. Let's keep our eyes out on Bitcoin just in case we do start to absorb or we reject this 36.5 level. See ya.
The SPY currently down 0.4 almost % on the day. Let's take a look at the sectors for now. Electric tech, we have Nvidia up 1%, Apple currently trading flat at the moment, followed by MU, AMD, INTC, GE, SNDK, all sliding towards the downside heavily there. Tech services, we have Google, Meta, and Microsoft all in the green. So Microsoft cutting roughly 3,200 jobs across its Xbox gaming division, and the reason being its restructuring of the business that follows the Activision Blizzard acquisition, followed by Meta that has disclosed that 4 U.S. states are seeking roughly $1.4 trillion in civil penalties in a lawsuit that is alleging Facebook and Instagram were designed to addict young users and mislead the public about platform safety, followed by Google that has participated in a almost valuing to $468 million funding round for German company Proxima Fusion. With that, Oracle down on the day 2.3%, Palantir up almost 3% on the day, with Netflix almost 1%, and IWM up 3.68% on the day. Finance, we have a bit of a mixed sentiment here. The latter part of the sector seems like a bit of a bullish sentiment, where the part of the sector that's concerning BRKB, JPM, Visa, MasterCard, and Bank of America, BAC, all down on the day and currently trading flat at the moment as well. Visa is lagging down 2.1% at the moment. We have retail trade. Amazon is trading flat at the moment as well, but Amazon is planning to raise at least $25 billion through an 8-part bond sale that we saw earlier in the day. We heard as it looks to continue its massive AI build out. We have Walmart currently trading up 1% on the day. Costco flat, HD down 1.3%. Producer manufacturing lagging heavily over there, followed by AMET down 7% on the day, CAT down 5%, and LRCX down 6.7% on the day. We have consumer durables, Tesla also dragging down a bit here, down almost 3% on the day. However, as I mentioned earlier, health tech and energy seeming to be one of the strongest sectors on the board today. Health tech, Lilly and J&J up 2.4% and 3.2% respectively, followed by ABBV and MRX up. MRK up 1.7% on the day. We have consumer services, process industries, transportation, a bit of a mixed sentiment throughout these three sectors, followed by communication and health services doing strong over there. Communication all in the green. TMIS, VZ, T, and Echo all up over 1% on the day. We have consumer non-durables, KO and PNG also up over 1%. And finally, we have transportation, Uber up 1.5%. Other names also a bit of a mixed sentiment, with UPS up 1% and Dash also up 4% on the day. And that's all.
32%.
Thank you so much for that, Sia. Great review there. Messi just hit the post, but Schubert had it covered, so it remains 1-0, 31.5. Here we go again. I'm watching CLRO as it works back into 11. We're 11.01, so now technically break even, but that's not why we're in the trade. Of course, we're looking for a bigger move up. I'm looking for an 11.50 bump and touch. We'll see if that ends up coming to fruition or what, but $11 acting as a local area of resistance over here. Back above 11 we go. CLRO, I don't know. I feel like it's the one that's presenting the opportunity, is my favorite, by any means, shape or form, but it is what we're presented with. So here it is, above 11.06. Now it gives me a 10.98 cost basis. 8s, 9s, 10s, wet the beak. No continuation through 10. Let's put a liquidity tester right around 15 to see what kind of resistance is waiting for us in and around that level. While we wait for that, let me tell you about this. We're back in here to skin. We're going to take Prince, a clean hold off the volume weighted average price, and we got shares on this one. We're looking for more. Let's go ahead and wait at 14 as well. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. Back to CLRO, showing 10s. Is the 10 seller going to keep us down? No, they killed him, Joey. Into the $0.25 we go, and now we're up big. Got a lot of shares here, so I'm going to send it to you.
All right, man. Good stuff. I was looking at Sharif's team here up over on Kalshi, looking to trade some of these 32% from a low of around 15% there, ladies and gentlemen. So not too horrible of a look. I mean, hey, man. Yeah, well, that's what I said to you, man. It's going to be the longest 70 minutes of your life, my boy. it's going to take a while.
Thing, Joey, at the games, like when you attend the game,
goes by quick.
Immediately.
Yeah.
You look up, you're 5 minutes left in the half. Now
every second is going to feel like an hour.
Yeah, brutal.
Oh, sorry, everyone. But yeah, there it is, 32%. Egypt, 68% here in Argentina, still looking to win.
Good call.
Funny, I was going through some of the other predictions here in these prediction markets. Will salaries increase? 47%, the congressional salary.
Congressional? Yeah, they need more money. They're not trading enough. They're not making enough insider trade.
Well, hold on, Sharif. Before January 1st, 2030. Okay, well, I mean, that's a little bit of ways away. There's only $36 worth of volume on that one, but 47% to the top side says yes. Now, will OpenAI or Anthropic IPO first? Okay, well, Anthropic, yeah, 81%. I think that's a fair assessment, 303,000. But anyways, having fun with that one, 32% if you're looking to trade some of that. Now, okay, it's still at 32. I thought we got an uptick to 33. But aside from that, guys, a nice, strong move here. And, I mean, the market was participating. We're at the high of the day. Over the past couple of months, there hasn't been very much talk on the fact that Nvidia has been outpacing everyone. And I mean, that might be a little bit of a stretch from this intraday session. We're seeing that high of the day on Nvidia. Same thing with, okay, but look at the difference within the price action. So this is Microsoft, a lot of sideways PA, and the majority of it coming from the overnight session. Now, as for Nvidia, it's all intraday, breaking through this, filling this gap, and then breaking through, heading towards yesterday's HOD. Pretty close to it. We break through it and almost head into that $200 marker. We were taking a look at the open interest. Nothing crazy or substantial over there. It sounds like you got some form of a banger, but I'm going to go over this one more time, Sharif, and that's Michael Burry's applied material short. Really starting to work out for him, man. We were looking at this name, Lamb Research, as well, and it's been on a parabolic run. He's also short Caterpillar. How has that been? Man, this guy is absolutely cooking up a storm, down 14% off of the highs. But what isn't really selling off aggressively?
Joe, CLRO.
It's going.
Breakout through 12 into 1206. We got 1080 on this one. There goes CLRO. That was, wow. Okay, so we were decidedly negative on this. There it is, 1222. Breakout in focus, guys. 1243 high a day. 1237 showing up. Give me my money. Boom. Into the high. CLRO 1251. Here comes the halt parameter.
It's halting.
Yeah, exactly. 1251 halt here. There we go. We need another 4 or 5 seconds at this level. Very pleased with the fact that I got back into this trade here, Joseph Options, as it rips into the area high. Halted 1251 time. 1238.28. Tap. Theoretical auction price for the newer traders showing 1254. That is about 3 pennies, 2 pennies, whatever, from where we closed above. So be on the lookout there. CLRO, all sorts of strong. Very pleased with this trade. We were negative on it. Now, very, very much positive. Now looking for SKIN to hold up above VWAP. But the problem is here, guys, skin, yes, it held on a basically 4-candle basis on the 5-minute chart at that 102 area, which is the volume weighted average price. Problem is now, though, at least upon further inspection, it does look like it's rejecting the 10 EMA from the south side using the moving average as resistance. That's not what I'm looking for here. That doesn't pose, that's not good for my trade. We need to get above 108 for me to really feel comfortable here that we're headed back to the high side. We're going to wet the beak here super quick. At 107, we've got 104s on, but that's not why we're involved in this. We're looking for a bigger move up here on SKIN, up 41%. And there goes SkyQ. SkyQ have got 62s on now. I like the look of this one. It's a bit of a slower mover, so be alert here to SkyQ because it did put in a bottom there at 54, so we did get the pickup. Our cost basis is 61.5. That means we're out of the money currently on it, but hopefully not for long. There goes skin into 108. We're going to wet the beak there as well. Now we're going to wait for 10s. 10s clears. It's a good look. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Alan, Sharif, question for you. I do not have experience trading halters. Is it worth holding a small piece when they halt in your direction after taking profits? I can never give you financial advice. I can only tell you what I do. And it's a mixed bag. So sometimes I hold a piece if I like what I'm seeing. Sometimes I don't. In this particular case, I am worried that this prior area of resistance will act as exactly that, the resistance. I'm talking about the candle at 1025 into 1240. So we're right around there. So I'm assuming that the shorts are going to come in pretty aggressively here. And now the tap on CLRO is showing me $10.70. The halt price is $12.51. It's moving up to $10.90 now. But this is a big move down here on the theoretical auction price. This could be some trouble. And it literally would open up in and around right here, where I'm pointing with my mouse there. So watch out. That's a great question and a perfect timing. I hate to say it this way, for it to drop this, so we can kind of show you what some eventualities would be. Wow, what a save there. That was almost a goal for Argentina, and a save by Schubert.
He's on, man.
Wow. Yeah, well, if Egypt wins today, and I don't think they will, but he would have to be man of the match. So far. What's going on, Randy? I didn't even see you there, brother. So that's what I'm looking at, Joey.
Yeah, all right, man.
Just give us a face for me.
Yeah, hit the button.
All right. Hit the button, SSE. No, let's see if he still looks the same.
No?
We got that? There we go. We're going to get it. There, it's coming, Randy. It's coming.
It's taking a little bit.
Hey, there he is. Hey, there's my man.
All right,
That's
man.
my man,
Good
Randy.
stuff.
Diego Simeone in the stadium.
Who they play if they win?
I forget. Not Spain. It's the other team. Who advanced? England or Mexico? Or
England.
Is
it okay? Are you going?
No, I'm done.
Are you done?
You wait to tell you how much.
Yeah. A lot of cash.
I'm not going to spend any more money. I can't. It's crazy, right? So.
Sow wows.
Hold on, corner.
You got a corner going on over there. We're going to take a look at this corner. And that's going to be the scanner corner here.
Get it, Joey.
DRAM to the downside, guys. So you can see that there's some pre-market zones here. The tap on CLRO, for those who are curious, is $11.95. We're halted at $12.51, so slightly falling, but I don't know if that's going to be the end here of the price action.
Colombia or Switzerland, sorry.
Colombia or Switzerland?
Yeah.
Oh, I think I like their chances against one of those teams.
Can I tell you, brother? I would rather play Switzerland than Colombia.
Yeah?
Yeah, man. Colombia is really.
They travel well too, man.
That's number one. Yeah. Great point. That's a fantastic point. But I feel like their style is that hard-nosed South American in-your-face footy, right? And gritty. Yeah, it's very gritty.
That's good.
You ever watch Copa America?
No.
Okay, so if you watch ever Copa America, it's pure fights.
Is it?
It's hard tackles. It's essentially getting in the referee's face, like about to fight
Mexico
the referee.
All about that.
Their Copa America is next level intense.
Are the Brazilians? Are
of
they
course,
crying?
they're involved in.
No,
that
I mean, are
Copa,
they crying?
bro.
Is because his name Waymar.
Did you hear what he said, Assassino?
Sorry,
I know you don't care. I know you don't like.
I'm sorry.
Waymar.
Yeah. I like him, man. I think he's just
Joey,
one of those hyper skilled individuals.
CLRO is open.
Yeah,
Thank you, KC 520-6. The tap did not kill everybody as we were watching. A hold of 12 guys. Support locally at 12. Resistance at 12.51. CLRO into 12.98. Joseph options.
Yes.
There you go. Good trade, brother. Good trade. Good look on you there. Oh my days. All right, what are you looking at? Tell us what you saw.
Man, that was Scalp City. I was just waiting for that one, man. And I mean, one trade, like just a momentum style trade. Just switches absolutely everything up. It's actually quite comical. How you just get, it's like paper cut, bang, AC Slater on that one. And it may not look like much, right? Look at the Tank City on this one too. Holy cow. As soon as I seen price turn around after that halt, I'm like, okay, let's read the tape. Reading some there. Boom. I just punch. We get involved at 34s. Then we take it out for a 50-cent W. And I mean, nothing crazy from a share standpoint, but it just eliminated like 3 of my losses off of that one trade. And that's the objective of what we're trying to do here. But then it just proceeds to tank over $1. So just be cautious with this one. Sharif will tell you guys all the time. They're here for a good time, not necessarily a long time. We get those runners, but I understand that. But a nice little scalp city on this name specifically.
Foul.
For? Oh, okay, just play on there. 369 here for Google. Man, what a dip buy on this one at that 350 marker as we're continuing to perform in this bad boy. Should grab a little bit more, but what I am waiting for, guys, and I told you I'm sitting on a little bit more than 10% cash, and that's like, listen, Adara, who was it who gave this name a ridiculous $800 price target?
That would be our good friends at Raymond James. Also, fun fact, guys, there is an XITV research infographic that just shows all the price targets on SpaceX. There's not even anything like close to that 400. I think, or the 800. I think the closest might be around 400. But yeah, Raymond James, completely on its own.
All right, yeah, Raymond James giving an $800 price target. But this is what I was talking about, guys. Eventually, we were going to get this breakdown. So we have this nice little uptick, but this was a bull trap. And I was calling it from the top here. Now, as for the support level, I think it's only a matter of time until it breaks, unfortunately. Q2, I believe, coming up relatively soon for this company. We'll get the exact date on that momentarily for when they're going to actually report. But you were going to find out how much she's spending, all right? And where's it all going? The margins, what he's got going on with his AI data centers, Grok, everything along those lines. There's so many segments that are going to be intriguing following this report. And I'm just getting the hunch. 125 is where I'm posted up at. And if SpaceX ever goes to $100, I'm okay with owning it at that price. I believe it would be, I don't know if it would be sub $1 trillion at that point. I don't think so. What are we at? 2? Yeah, so not even close, right? So we're at 252. You lose another 30% here, puts you down to 50s. Anyway, 150, so 1.5 trillion. So what I'm getting at is anything south, I'm going to add the majority of my position. And what I'll do right now is just break down how I was actually allocating this name, and I'm going to continue to do so. So what we have here on SpaceX is I had orders posted up at 160 and 170. We get filled here, but don't forget, I have X amount of money that I'm looking to build into this position. Now, 5% at 170, 5% at 160, and then what I had at 150, in which I actually moved, was at 15%, okay, at the lower price. But then I added a little bit more. So I'm going to grab 20% of my total, which would put me around 40% of my total amount size notionally of what I'm looking to allocate here on SpaceX. Anything south of 100, I'll build up to about 80 or 90% and then leave another 10% just in case it falls into the 90s and the 80s and so on and so forth. You guys know where I stand on Tesla as of late. I'm just extremely bullish. This might be a good opportunity. I mean, there's no need for us to, we could do it anyways. We can take a look at the PE, but where I stand on Tesla is just the fact that I truly believe that AVs, autonomous vehicles, and full self-drive are just really going to just take over everything. People are going to just not drive anymore. And Sean even mentioning that his wife wanted to take it on the highway. People who aren't overly confident driving. It's just ways to get them involved. I don't see people.
There's a viral video making its way.
Yeah, you said you were going to show us yesterday.
Yeah, and I saw more of it. So there is one downtown. I sent it to Sean. And that's navigating like literally down the street from here, and on one-way streets, by the way, flawless. And then the other one, I guess it was part of the same video, but somebody had cut them on the 401. Yeah. And the caption is the world's busiest highway. Because it technically is, right? By volume basis. 9 lanes, yeah, because we got express and collectors and whatever. Yeah. Anyway, so it was doing it live on both, just to build on your point, right? Like it's kind of, that's the world people live in. You're on the highway, you're on this. All right, guys, we're sending it to Sia.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's take a look at what is going on with the money today. So BOJ board member Toichiro Asada, who has been the sole dissenter of the Bank of Japan's decision in June to raise interest to a 31-year high of 1%, has made comments in his first interview since he has joined the board. He has said that he must see signs of demand-driven inflation before supporting interest rate rises, but he has flagged certain relatively rapid pass-through of higher costs in a sign that he may vote in favor of a hike in the future. The USD JPY pair currently trading around the 161.9 region. It is down on the day 0.1%. Well, technically it's trading flat. Also going to take a look at the USD GPB pair with the British pound. Sorry, chart over there. Let me just pull up that chart for you. There we go. So the pound has risen to a 3-week high against the dollar today as the dollars continue to slip in the wake of Thursday's weaker than expected U.S. jobs report as well, and proceeded to hit a new 1-year high against versus the euro. Also, let's take a look at what the dollar's doing right now. Well, it seems like it's certainly a little bit into the green, still trading flat on the day. It was just a couple moments ago around the $101 mark, 101 mark. It's at 100.9 at the moment. Like I said, it's up very, very little, 0.14% on the day. And that's all for your Money Talks.
Thank you very much, Sia. Good call as always. Thanks, Bovin. Bovin talking about ILR. Casey talking about RPD in case you're interested in some small caps. Casey's has a bit more volume than Bovin's. I'm looking at RXT, guys, because RXT just took out the high of the day. Is that the high of the day? Yeah, it is. It breached the 940 high into 709. RXT is a holdover from yesterday. Almost 11 million shares. There it goes into another high day. 714 now. This one's on its horse and looking at taking out even possibly that $0.25. So RXT, I'd just be interested in a $7 move here, and I'd be defending into 695. So RXT making its way up. RPD, this is the one that KC 526 was talking about. Beautiful kind of, I think Joe would probably say buy program or something like that on this one. Very clean here on RPD. This one found its way onto the side chart. Case, good call there. Nary a breach of the 10 EMA. In fact, the last time we were below the 10 EMA was around 10.05. And so that's a long time ago in the world of small cap gappers, obviously. So we're going to keep a close eye out on that. But I'm interested here in RXT, at least up for a dip trade, possibly into 7. Juan, you see the score?
He was cheering with you.
Oh, I didn't even see, man.
Yeah,
I couldn't see, bro. I didn't know, Joey.
Yeah.
But yeah, shout out to my man Juan, obviously Arsenal fan extraordinaire. And Joey.
Yeah.
There goes Sky Q into the high. We got shares on this one as well. Boom. Into 59. Now, Ozan.
What?
We just took out 69. Ozan, I don't even get a message.
Wow.
Let's go. Wow. 7. We're going to look for now the $0.75. Yeah, I know, Jack of Art, right? RXT, it's him. Absolutely. Hopefully, Sky Q can be him maybe for a little bit here so that we can print, and then it can do whatever it wants after that. But SKYQ into 71s. This is the official high day, but I need to bring your attention to the pre-market highs because we are still not above the pre-market high, okay? So you could theoretically have resistance there, and I would say it's more than theoretical. In fact, there's more volume done at 5 a.m. and at 5:40 a.m. than we're doing now. So you need to be alive to those pre-market highs because they can keep down the price action. So keep a close eye on that. It is now officially halftime. Whew. I can rest, man. Yo,
another 55 minutes, man.
55?
Yeah, well, you got 45. And then
plus
5, so it's
6,
50.
7, 8, 10, 15. Yeah. Who knows these days, Joey, how much added time they're going to put. Pedro Felipe, shout out to my man. Dude, what a huge game. Look, man, you know, I like Argentina. Don't get me wrong. Messi is probably one of my favorite players of all time. I also like other players on that team as well. I like Rodrigo de Paul. I like McAllister as well because my old man is a supporter of Liverpool. Yeah, and so I don't hate him at all, man. But obviously I want my team to win. So I know how, you know, a lot of people don't want Argentina to win. Because they don't want repeat offenders all the time.
But when you're also upstream, people don't like it when you're at the top of things.
That's a very good point, Joey. Right. Well, that's what I kind of meant by that. Like, you know, repeat offenders in the sense that they're good repeat offenders. Yeah, Assassino, but we can't talk about that, brother.
Why is it then?
That's the thing, Assassino. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, are they?
We're not...
Are they? Yeah.
All right. Well, you need to watch the video where Speed is getting trolled by...
Oh, I've seen that, dude.
Yeah.
That's crazy. We like Speed too, man.
I like Speed, man. I like I show Speed.
Is that like a known thing in the country, or
it is what it is, Joey?
Stereotypical.
Ozan, in January 2027, Tesla 450 calls. makes Tesla 415. Please and thanks for your understanding.
What's he talking about, man?
Well, man, if you were with us,
how was I going to be?
Man, you would have loved the stuff he was pulling. He was talking a lot of the Greeks,
Tesla
Joey.
Makes 415.
Right down your alley, baby. There goes Sky Q into another area high. Now we've got 59s on. We're looking for more, man. Let's put this up. We're looking for $3 here on Sky Q. So if you're watching, you're a small cap gapper trader, and you've got a big boy account. Just saying. Into 72 it goes, Joseph Options. We're looking for 75.
All right, man. Yeah, the small cap's been working for us here today. Let's see if we can find another attempt of a high of the day break, but we want to see some volume step in. So I got my ears to the ground, seeing what Casey Bovin, Roger Noonan, I know he's always in. Ian Ganther looks like it's ready for a drop or an extended consolidation. Like, the thing is, I wouldn't put it past it there, Ian, and nice seeing you in the chat.
Get it,
obviously,
Ian.
Blicky, Jesse's MIA, man. We don't know what Blicky's been talking to him. Did you message him on Instagram? Jesse.
Texas Jet.
No, Hernandez.
Oh, no, I haven't seen where he at.
Yeah, man, you got to see if he's all right.
Yeah, good call on that. You want me to message him?
Yeah, man, message him.
Yeah, absolutely. Hold on,
Make sure he's
see where
good.
he's at, yeah.
Over there, if his tenure has come.
Yeah, his account's still active. Good. Just gonna message.
Oh, his
yeah, just say, hey, brother.
Don't even be like Joe wants. Just be like Joe wants to know where you're at. You're at. Dog.
On you, your boy, Joey. Oops.
Yeah.
Your boy,
so
Joey.
you send that over there.
Option.
We have AMD to the downside. I mean, listen, guys, this one little scalp is just a complete narrative changer here on the day for us as we just play the momentum, and then we're fortunate to get out just below that $13 marker. Boom, flush to the south side on this bad boy on CLRO. Now, the question being is, are we going to head back towards the high of the day on that name, 67%? Come on, bring us back. It will come, and trust me, it's just going to be a little bit longer than what we're expecting. There will be a time of those triple-digit movers once again, and high triple-digit movers, and best believe the team is going to be taking advantage of those bad boys. Other than that, guys, I don't feel like I've engaged enough, or I take that back fully. If there's anything specifically that you want to talk about, then please put it in the chat and we'll go over those. Shreve, I'm still wetting the beak so much I'm drowning. Okay, so Texas Jet fan on fire here today. It's hot up there in Texas. When I'm gone, you never message me. What's up with that? Trap man, I don't have Instagram, and I always
He doesn't. I can vouch for that.
So I have to always be like, go ahead.
Sky Q is ripping, guys. There it goes, into 84, guys. We got 57s into 84. That's the high of the day. We're looking for more now. We're looking for 288. Sky Q is absolutely him right now, up 33%. Wow. I tend to exaggerate when I'm
There's
in
nothing
the
wrong
money
with a
on
little
something, right? Whether it's him or her or whatever the hell else. But we're going to take more profits up here. Yeah, we got a lot of shares left, man. Give me my money, man.
Oh.
All right, so now we're waiting for 88s over here. So Sky Q, good look here, Joey. I was patient with this one, man. I did my due diligence. We added into the technical level into 5.5, and now I'm looking for a 3 touch and bump, man. Let's go. We need to see a 3 here. Shout out to Castro. So you will have a spare pair of socks. What's going on over there, brother? Gabzor, what does wetting the beak mean? I know you say it a lot. Are you just waiting for a birthday? That's good, brother. I like that. Wetting the beak is from The Godfather. A couple of times, actually. Multiple Godfather references to wetting the beak. It essentially means, just getting involved. In my case, it means taking profits, right? And there you go, the animation. Look, the bird, it's dipping its beak into a trash can full of prints because it's taking profits, Randy. The bird, he wants to take profits as well. It's not just for humans, right? What's going on? Thanks, Randy. Gave me the thumbs up. But in any event, that's kind of what I mean by that. When you hear me say wetting the beak, I mean take profits. But it does come from The Godfather. And probably comes from other references as well. But in my case, I got it from The Godfather. So shout out to everybody who likes The Godfather. Do you like The Godfather?
Yeah, I like the first two. I never watched the 3. The
you
third
didn't
one,
watch 3, Joey.
The third one.
Well, you're not missing much, brother.
I heard it's the worst one.
It is the worst. It's also quite sad.
Is it?
Yes.
There it goes again, Sharif.
Because I don't want to Do it. You want me to tell you?
Yeah. I'm not one to get all worried. Oh, wow. There it goes again, Sharif.
Joey.
Yeah. So, I mean, I was thinking about getting in at 12, but now we're starting to pull back pretty aggressively. We're going to go really small on this one and wait for a price action turnaround and keep our eyes on the tape just in case we do get that momentum style play for an additional move higher. Yeah, it's really starting to pick up some steam. But what I am seeing is some defense at this $13 marker. If we blow past that, then we're ready to rock and roll. But yeah, MF Dangerous. What I have been buying, and I've been telling everybody, is we've been getting in some Google. I grabbed a little bit of TKO. Google, TKO, and JPM have been my latest buys, and also SpaceX in my long-term account. Okay, so those are what I've been allocating. Sorry, guys, I'm looking to play the momentum. See, look at that, just drop absolutely tank city on that one. So I tried to catch the momentum on it. Good thing we only had about a fifth of the amount that we had on this initial position. If we don't crack 13, then we have to get prepared to step out of this one. We'll give a little bit back, but not all of it, considering we are playing the high of the day break, looking for that momentum style play. Now, this candle is going to be a massive teller. It's either we break up aggressively, or there we go. Man, you have to have those orders out, Sharif, as you say all the time.
There it goes, Joe.
It taps into them really, really quick, and then it sells off equally as aggressively. So you have to be quick on the sticks, as we would like to say around these neck of the woods.
Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah.
You got to be quick on the
There
sticks.
it goes, man.
There you go, Joey.
So it popped up to 1320 and then just came back immediately.
It's spready, though. What spread are you looking at right now?
Well, I only got a penny spread on it.
There's no way that's a penny spread. Let me have a quick look.
Yeah, man. The volume is
No,
there.
bro. Your thing's whack there. Well, now it's okay. Yeah. See how it opens up a little bit there?
Yeah, it opens up a little bit. Yeah. But at the, so there it is.
Peak rates. Get it, Joey.
Peak rates. All right, there we go. That's it.
Seller at the $0.25, guys.
What's up, Clutch One?
Seller at the $0.25.
There you go. Are you in it?
But no, I'm watching.
Oh,
I'm watching. I'm still involved in Sky Q, my man Joe Opsh. Sharif, you are missing out the Egypt game. Wasim, my man, the game's on the side. What do you think's going on over here?
What do you think is going on, man?
Shout out to my man Wasim there. All right,
Clutch One.
What do you got, Joey?
Same thing. We're all out of it now, guys. A nice little scalp. So, I mean, this one, let it grow, says, let it grow, Joe says, risky, bro. Hey, man, it is what it is, right? We take the scalp. You be thankful for what it is, and it's just a chip in a chair where you just slowly get away out of some of them. So there it comes back in a little aggressive, okay? So Joe going to start crying. Why am I going to
Why was he going to?
I don't know. Jacquard is like, I don't know. I like him too. He's like Mike Peter Ryder 2.0. It's like one day I'll love you and I'm going to fly you out. And then now I'm apparently going to start crying. Sheriff, as he puts your name there, spelled incorrectly. I'm accumulating PLTR and ONDS. Sold a lot of ONDS, 7 cash secured puts. Nice, man. So if you're looking to get in that size, that's looking pretty good for you. We'll pull up ONDS, MF, and see what else we got going on. What is your latest purchase, chat? Let me know what you guys are looking to buy as of late. Are you getting involved with some of this tech trade? Are you waiting for DRAM and the memory names to come into play? Now, you sold $7. Okay, that's not too bad if you're looking to get a sign on ONDAS. But no, I'm curious to know what you guys are buying and what you guys are looking at for your long-term portfolio. I told you, my main focus right now is going to be Google and SpaceX, and maybe I'll grab a little bit more TKO because I like it a lot. I'm happy with where I stand from a JPM and a Walmart standpoint, just a little bit spread out there, which I don't find any form of an issue. I'm diversified exactly how I want to, but I believe tech, and we say this a lot, is it's either your best or your worst performer, and I'm okay with sitting on the opposite, on both ends of that spectrum.
All right, man. Buvin, Sky Q could be a multi-day mover, says Buv. Yeah, well, we're involved here, Buvin. Looks like there was a seller here at around 84. That is the high, but I saw the seller a little bit lower than that. Here it is again, coming back down. Guys, I want to see a 70 hold here. It doesn't have to be on a very strict basis, like if it wicks into 69 or 68, that's the indication to get out. But the reason I'm looking for a 70 hold, and in fact, I could add at 70, is because once, twice, OB, he is the one thrice, and then on the fourth time, we take out 70, right? And look, I was involved in this one into that 70 resistance before. CLRO is going, tell me you have it.
Dude, no, I'm out now. Yeah, I was
really
gonna
going.
take another one, but I didn't want to get too carried away, brother. To be honest with you. With
Good
that
job,
break.
Case.
Yeah. So 1293, it tapped into that $14 marker. Casey, CLRO, rocket ship. Yeah.
rocket.
A lot of people having
Lele.
fun. Put it in the chat. We'll do a poll actually right now. Are you trading CLRO? I think that's going to be a good one. We'll throw up those 1s and 2s momentarily. But first and foremost, we have to set up the stock voting game so we can get everyone involved. Stock.
Sia, what's the number 1 stock there on the Nvidia? But give me top 5. Oh, thanks. Ooh, perfect. So CLRO is number 2. All right. It's only behind Nvidia by 10. So I guess maybe we can get that a little bit
We can get
higher.
that changed. All right. So are you trading CLRO? Yes or no? It's very black and white. Let's get you guys involved. Have a little bit of fun with this as Egypt is leading Argentina into that halftime report. Good, nice move, guys. So get those votes up in the chat. Not enough for my liking. I'm just going to keep this up on my screen. No charts until we get some more votes here from everyone. 4 to the no side so far, Sharif. 5. Now
Joey.
it's 50-50 at this point, guys. Let us know
So
what you got going
am I
on.
clicking 1 because I was trading it?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so let's go ahead and vote here, Joey.
See what Adara's got. Adara curious to know if you're CLRO, if you're trading that one.
Well, what? How many dollars is this ticker, Joe?
$13.
I think that is your answer. I think that might be your answer.
All right. Anyways, let's see what else we got going on here. It is, oh my God.
What happened, Joey?
Well, I lost all my screens now, so.
You lost all your screens. Well, we can take over
Yeah,
here,
there
Joey.
you go. It is
All right.
news time, though. I don't know if you want
It is. Oh. Sia Shete. How do I say your last name exactly?
I think you
Sia
said it right.
Shete? How do I say it? Sete?
I taught you that last time, remember?
No, but tell me again.
Shete.
Shete. Yeah, Shete. Am I
Yeah.
saying it right?
Yeah,
Shete. All right.
you are, because like I've realized that people here are not taught how to say "t" in like words,
Shete.
like incorporate that between
I
words.
see what you mean.
Yeah, but back home we go more on phonetic sounds.
So
over,
can you
like,
say it the normal way?
Shete.
Shete.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I think I got you. I think I got you.
Way.
All right, well, there you go. Now, don't mispronounce Sia's last name.
Don't do it.
Yeah, exactly. Don't do it because you guys will get clipped. All right.
Hey.
Let's send it up to Sia and start the new segment.
Let's definitely do that. Rivian is our first stock that we're talking about. Our IVN down, inching closer down 14% almost on the day. So stock had plunged over 10% earlier today, with currently falling it closer to 14% at the moment after the company had announced a public offering of 75 million shares of its Class A common stock. So the capital raise had occurred during the extended hours of yesterday when Rivian shares had risen 8.1%. The stock has also increased an overall percentage of 19% just last week. So based on yesterday's close of $20.14 per share, Rivian will raise roughly $1.51 billion with this offering. So it's planned, and it's said in a filing that it plans to use these proceeds to fund its equity contributions as a part of a loan agreement with the U.S. Department of Energy. And it has also said in the public filing that it has intended to grant underwriters an option for a period of 30 days to purchase to an additional share count of 11.25 million.
Yes, I see it, Tish. Just messaged you back there. Yeah, Joey's in on it now. Well, he was. We're talking about CLRO because it's continuing to rip. 1409 high. It is almost up 100% now. It, in fact, now is up 100%. I feel it's going to 15. Trade it carefully. 1420. It's ripping. CLRO, him. Let's talk about Rivian. 75 million share public raise issuing for $1.5 billion for $1.5 billion raise there. It does obviously dilute the equity. So let's talk a little bit about this. The reason that they did this, though, at least my first thought was, oh, look, they're raising like everybody else because they need to build out. They need CapEx money. That's not exactly what's happening here. They are getting CapEx money by doing this, but it's not exactly that way. So they have a deal here with the Department of Energy for $4.5 billion loan. And their SEC filings, if you were to look at that, disclose that to unlock the first tranche of that $4.5 billion Department of Energy loan, which comes due in early 2027, they're actually contractually mandated, Rivian is contractually mandated to achieve and sustain what they're calling positive growth margins for a specific period prior to the first draw. The first draw, of course, is that $4.5 billion loan. So the share sale apparently was aggressively timed to build up a defensive cash cushion in case the early R2 sales, don't really do that well, or the R2 is delayed and they don't realize any projected revenue from that. So they're doing this strategically to make sure that they have enough cash on hand so that they qualify for that $4.5 billion Department of Energy loan. So that's what I want to make there. Make the clear distinction that they're not doing this to build out the Georgia plan or anything else. That's not what my primary understanding is. Secondly, there's obviously dilution anytime new shares are issued. The primary offering combined with a 30-day underwriter option for an additional 11.25 million shares. That's going to expand Rivian's Class A shares by about 1.44 billion shares. That inflicts, of course, a sharp and an immediate 6% equity dilution on existing shareholders. That is something you have to be alive to, obviously, as your piece of the pie there got reduced. Joe.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a mixed bag here from what I'm reading. Obviously, it's not good. It's on its worst performance day in the past 20 months. I understand that. But as for the guidance, absolutely not. It's not horrible, right? We've been over that. But one thing that I really wanted to focus on was that, the short float is increasing. So I'm trying to find the exact numbers once again. So 144 million shares before this offering. Now we're at 150 million shares, which is 15% of its company's public available float. That can get pretty hefty, and that's not good for this company. All right, so they're burning through cash. You're down big time here today. But the guidance was, which absolutely wasn't horrible. They produced more than what they delivered, but they're selling vehicles, which is something that they struggled with for quite some time. It's just something like this is what's really detrimental to the company, and especially if you have now a 15% short flow, I wouldn't be surprised if you see some more downside here in Rivian. Send it back to Sia.
Let's take a look at Samsung's earnings. So shares have fallen over certain concerns around spending and demand that had been overshadowed by these record second quarter earnings. So shares have closed nearly 7% lower today, even after the company's reported a preliminary second quarter operating profit of 89.4 trillion won, which amounts to around $58.4 billion versus 57.2 trillion won in the prior year period. So on a year-on-year basis, operating profit for the quarter is expected to jump 1,800%, more than 1,800%, and revenue for the period of April to June was 171 trillion won, which is up 133.9 trillion won in the previous quarter compared to the same period a year earlier, and sales have more than doubled here. So Xavier Wong, who is a market analyst at eToro, has said that Samsung stock has been dragged down by concerns that AI infrastructure spending can't keep growing at the pace that has been driving these memory prices.
They say that a lot, Sia. They do. They consistently worry about that. And we see these big market corrections because the market is worried that the AI spending is getting out of control. Well, the profitability is also getting out of control. Let's talk about this. So Samsung, obviously not a stock that we're trading on a daily basis, but there's a lot of read-through that we can make when I give you these latest numbers. I mentioned it in the morning, but it's worth mentioning it again. $58.4 billion, not in revenue, but in profit in Q2 of 2026. That is some companies, all their profit for forever and ever more. And guys, just to give you some context here, that was their profit for 2 years, cumulatively, from 23 to 25. That's what they made. In fact, it exceeds that 2-year period. So it just shows you the insane nature of basically the memory space, because that's where they're making the majority of their money on, okay? At least recently. Now, Sia was saying, look, the market's concerned a little bit here about the CapEx spend. Well, there was also this little tidbit as well. The market also wanted to see a little bit more in terms of revenue. And they printed about 87.3 trillion won in revenue on the quarter. But the whisper numbers were coming a little bit higher. The whisper numbers were around 90 to 100 million or 100 trillion won. So that is possibly a bit of a miss there. I'm not saying that it's a bad report, but something to think about.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we're talking about a bottleneck that a lot of these memory names are rolling into 2028. Now, the question for me is, and we're seeing this across multiple spaces, and what I'm referring to is Nvidia with ridiculously high margins. Now, with the margins that you see Micron, SanDisk, and Samsung produce, are you going to see an outlier, a company that's not really often talked about, step into the space and start undercutting these prices? Because you're holding on to 80% margins. It's absolutely insane, okay? So that's something that's not sustainable, and with that being said, is highly profitable. And that was a major issue falling into NVDA. It's like, okay, well, now you're gonna start to see people creating their own custom chips. You're going to see the Marvells, the Broadcoms, the AMDs in the world start charging lesser prices than what actual NVDA is. And what is that going to do? It's going to obviously hurt their total addressable market, cutting back on their margins. I think we're going to fall into the same scenario. Now, eventually supply will meet up with the demand, but they're stating not until late 2028. So you still have a couple more years, but we talk about the market being forward-looking, and that's the narrative that we're sitting in right now. You have a blowout quarter, quadruple digits. It's insane. 19 times year over year growth is absolutely like, it's ridiculous numbers, up 129% year over year from a profit standpoint. Like, these are numbers where you would expect the stock to just go on and soar. But that's not the narrative that we're sitting in as of late. We've seen NVDA beat quarter after quarter, but yet stay within its expected move. It doesn't make sense. Well, what is going on? The market being forward-looking, pricing this price action in before the reports, anticipating that they're going to hit those expectations. Now, what's going to drive it to those next levels? It's going to be surprise. You need to have some form of surprise and beat on a metric where the street was not expecting it. All right, so that's where I stand on this stuff. I've been saying for quite some time, be cautious on what we have going on with the SanDisks of the world, the Microns, the Samsungs, the SK Hynix. What does this mean for the IPL, or I mean the ADS coming on Friday? Is it going to be reflected how we're expecting it to, where now you're having more easier for institutions on the Western side of the world to get involved? You're getting more retail involved. When I was bringing up the point that the Kospi is pretty much 25% Samsung, 25% SK Hynix, which can be extremely dangerous, and to the tune where the index itself has climbed up 300% over the past year. Just be cautious on what's going to happen. It may not go parabolic. More hands involved here now means more opinions, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit of chop. Now, we are down. Here's DRAM ETF. You know I talk about it. Sean was trading it, I believe, this morning. I've been involved with it for quite some time. But here it is, down 26%. So if we're talking about discounts, maybe soon.
Discounts?
Right, discounts on some of this stuff is crazy. But I think when we roll into SNDK, I want to see how down off the highs. Like, look at SanDisk, right? Like, here's SanDisk, something that you thought couldn't be stopped. Well, guess what? You're now down 32%. So everyone who wasn't patient enough, and trust me, I've been there, done that, you're now underwater, especially if you've been buying in the 2000s. Send it back to Sia.
Let's take a look at Amazon. AMZ ends $25 billion bond sale. So AMZ planning to raise at least $25 billion through an 8-part bond sale. It looks to continue its massive AI build-out as a reason. So according to people familiar with the matter, undisclosed, the company has also shared with its underwriters that it won't be issuing any further debt this year. So this will be its final offering. So Amazon has disclosed plans for the capital raise in a filing with the SEC as of today, but it has not disclosed the exact dollar amount of the filing and anything else. The debt sale is coming after Amazon has raised roughly $54 billion in bonds earlier this year in the United States as well as in Europe. So this is followed by a $10 billion bond sale that happened raised in Canada in June. So Amazon has also raised $15 billion from a U.S. bond offering in November of last year. Amazon has projected its capital expenditures will be reaching $100 billion by this year, up from $131 billion from last year in 2025. So most of its spending going towards data centers, chips, and other equipment. CEO Andy Jassy has also tried to reassure investors that are skeptical of its plans by arguing that AI is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that requires big bets. And with that, AMZN to the upside a little bit, 0.35% on the day.
Yeah, this is really interesting because, we can just say, they're going to spend $200 billion in CapEx in 2026, so they need to raise. This is just, it's getting a little aggressive here. SIA brought up the $54 billion transaction they had in March, but what we didn't talk about is the $14 billion Canadian maple sale last month in June. That brings Amazon's total debt issued in all of 2026 to $93 billion. And it's having an effect here on the bond market. So kind of like what happened with in June when Amazon's massive maple bond sale physically kind of warped the Canadian bond curve and forced asset managers to panic sell Alphabet and utility notes to kind of make room. Now it's already forcing investment grade corporate spreads to violently widen across the entire US tech sector. So these raises are having, even though they're happening in the equity markets, obviously, because it's an equity, the bond market is also reacting to this as well. And it's having an issue on corporate bonds, spreads on them specifically. So I think there's a wider play here that we need to be concerned with, especially if we get more hyperscalers raising.
Would you see any of these, can these companies go into the private debt markets? Like, would you see any, I guess you wouldn't even hear of it if they decided to, just for the amount of cash that they're trying to raise.
Well, I think you might, right? In their earnings reports, because they would have to disclose that, right? And the accounting on the profits and loss.
From the lender, they don't have to disclose it.
The lender doesn't have to do squat, right? Because they're a private company, especially if they're private, right? But if Amazon in their earnings report has to kind of do it, right? So,
yeah. No, I mean, listen. So we talk about the bottleneck in the memory storage. Now, we're going on this insane run. We're seeing these hyperscalers start to enter the debt market. Nvidia did it, Google's done, Alphabet's done it, and now we're starting to see Amazon do it. Well, Amazon depleted over 75% of their free cash flow for this AI build-out. Now, when will we start to see a cool down in the memory storage and in this AI build-out?
No way.
Was that Mo?
No way. 2.
It's over.
2-0. No way. No,
bro, don't leave me hanging,
bro. No way.
It's over.
It's still not over, bro. It's 60 minutes, man. It isn't even close to being
30
over.
minutes.
No way.
Bro, we should have been on Kelshi. Never mind this. Why weren't we on Kelshi here when it was at 32%? Let's pull this bad boy up and see what we got going on. Man, what an upset. The upset of the century. Sharif, the tides have turned now.
Oh, my God.
Look at this, my boy. Look at this.
The chart, Joey.
Look at the chart,
Joey.
Look at the chart.
Oh,
the tides have turned. Man, oh, man. You were banking cash on this, my bad boy. My boy. That is insane. Holy. Dude, $141 million traded on this.
Are you kidding?
No.
The degens are all out,
all over this.
All the degens are out.
Man.
I love it. Oh, my days. Oh, there's a VAR goal. There's a VAR check here, Joey. Oh, he fouled him. It's not going to count.
It's not even going to count.
It's not going to count.
Oh, man, short this. Yeah. Now 71%, you go short on this.
I don't think he's going to count. Yeah,
he stepped on his toes,
accidental. It's incidental, but it's still a foul, right?
Wow.
Yeah, well, it is what it is.
Okay, so anyways.
You're not even Argentinian. What are you so happy about?
Yeah. That's crazy,
I don't need to be Argentinian to support a team, just like I don't need to be from Italy to support Ferrari. That's how it works in sports.
Oh, she's getting heated. This is what sports do, man. You don't got to. All right, anyways, aside what I'm getting at here, guys, we're starting to see these hyperscalers really step into the debt markets.
Took it off.
But yeah, that sucks, man. We are celebrating a little bit too early. Sharif, I told you the short on Kalshi. Never mind Amazon. Look at this. At one point, seconds ago, 76%. The tides have turned once again. in the prediction markets. Kalshi, Egypt going from 76. If you were quick on the trigger, man, I need to know more about this because that was a big time short. Now 50-50. Man, oh man. Could this be a good time to buy? Guys, I'm curious to know if anybody, Katina, man, I see you in there. Let's go Palantir. We're on Kalshi right now, brother. This is Argent. This is how you trade prediction market.
Right back,
real quick. But that's what I said. As soon as you said, well, no, it did because it prices it in the W right away. But then as soon as they mention the fact that it's a no goal, it's sold off immediately.
Well, exactly. I mean, then it puts it back to 1-1.
But that's what I was saying.
1-0, I mean.
That's what I was saying. If you could short it somehow, 46%. So things starting to come back in there in the prediction markets. But again, Amazon, guys, depleting the majority of their cash flow heading into the debt markets. There's going to be multiple metrics that I'm going to be keeping on amongst the hyperscalers. Meta, Amazon, Alphabet, and Microsoft. I want to see how much money these guys are going to be spending.
Take a look at Toyota. So Toyota Motors has said today that Toyota has said today that it will be investing $3.6 billion to move production of the Tacoma midsize pickup truck from a plant in Mexico to San Antonio in Texas manufacturing campus. So the investment is expected to create at least 2,000 jobs in the United States at that facility and add a second vehicle assembly line and roughly double the size of the 2.7 million square foot plant by the year 2030. So it will expand the plant's annual capacity from roughly 200,000 to 350,000 units. The announcement is also a part of Toyota's plans to invest up to $10 billion, more than previously expected domestically in the U.S. through the year 2030. So this comes less than a week after the Trump administration has confirmed that it would not extend its trilateral trade pact with Canada and Mexico, and instead will be opting to conduct annual reviews. So a Toyota spokeswoman has also said that the company is maintaining its operations in Mexico as the Tacoma production transfers from Tijuana to Texas over the next 4 years. The company has plans to continue the produce Tacoma pickups at another Mexican plant in Guanajuato.
Yeah, this is interesting as well because we've already seen this with these Japanese automakers in Canada. Honda specifically canceled a plant expansion. We've seen Stellantis shut down an entire plant. We've seen GM as well cancel an entire shift. And most of those, sadly, those jobs for that production is heading south of the border. And so I'm kind of seeing a bit of a pattern here where car companies are going where there's the least friction. And one of the Honda, I think he was the Honda Canada CEO, somebody high up. He was on Canadian television, I think, a few months ago when Honda announced this. I know we're talking about Toyota, but I think the read-through is apt here. He was like, look, we have no problem building in Canada, but we are building in Canada to sell to the U.S. market because the Canadian market alone, if we were to just sell the Canadian-produced cars to Canadian customers, is far too small. And there's no incentive for us to build in Canada for Canadian consumers. They're building in Canada for American consumers. And so once that doesn't become advantageous financially, you're going to see exactly what we're seeing here. And that's kind of my gist of this whole thing. What do you think?
No, I find it interesting, right, Sharif? You and I both stand in the same camp why it's a little bit more difficult to produce vehicles here because you have the unions involved. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with them, right? But it just gets expensive. And with that being said, you lose the majority of the margin. But within a plant that produces over 144,000 Tacomas in 2025, starting to shift, I mean, there's some big changes in the auto industry, and we're starting to see things like, look what happened to Rivian, produced in Normal, Illinois, just having to dilute their shares. It's not good. I've always stood in the camp that sometimes, aside from, I believe it's GM who's the best performer, it's really tough space to be invested in because it's very, very low margins within the legacy automakers.
Oh God, yeah.
It's just because you have to pay your employees so much, and the cost of goods. That's why China has the ability. We talk about them not being good with ICE engines, but they've somehow perfected the EV.
But can I say one other thing too? Like they're a bit more flexible as well. So when you come into the
Who's a bit more flexible?
So non-unionized auto makers. So for example, Tesla. can change the shifts, can kind of change your position, can maneuver a little bit easier. But when you have some of these legacy automakers that are heavily unionized, right, changing a shift is like
it's the 8 to 4, the 4 to so on,
or
and
anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Any major changes is really hard to go through because of that process, right?
Absolutely, man.
So they're less able to kind of respond to the shifting landscape.
Look what happened to the chaos when they canceled the one shift in Oshawa.
There you go.
Right?
Yeah, well,
So,
that was just, I mentioned
right?
that because people were really livid about that. So, all right, let's see what else we're talking about with SIA.
Up next is Google participating in a 411 million euro, which amounts to almost $468 million funding round for a German company called Proxima Fusion. I mentioned this in the Sector Watch. So this reinforces its long-term commitment to nuclear fusion as a future source of carbon-free energy for AI infrastructure. Now, Proxima is developing Stellarator fusion technology and aims to build Europe's first commercial fusion power plant later in this decade with a demonstration reactor that is targeted for the early 2030s. That's what overall is going on over here. With that, Google is up closer to 8% on the day.
Yes, the completion of this private round was actually specifically engineered to exceed that $400 million target, which is actually required to bring a binding memorandum of understanding with Bavaria. So apparently they have a deal with the Free State of Bavaria that if they were to get that $400 million, then that unlocks $1.2 billion in secondary national subsidies from the German government. So it makes sense for them to kind of do it in this way with that quantum of $400 million. That's about, I believe, 400 and change in US dollars. So I like this look. I like getting into the fusion business. A lot of people feel that this is sort of going to be the energy source for the second half of the 21st century. We'll have to see where it goes. That's two. That's game. That ain't offside. Let's go.
That's a good
2-0. My man. Boom.
Yeah, I feel like Katina Man got a bet on Argentina over there, man. Oh, did you?
Did. All right. Get it, Assassino. So that's kind of what I feel a little bit there, Joey, is, fusion, energy generation is going to be great in the second half of the 21st century. But before we get there,
well, just because of the cost,
you got to crawl before you can walk. So
well, the cost of energy is supposed to more than triple by 2030, especially if it's just the use of data centers.
Yes, sir.
And everything along those. So, I mean, I'm reading out something else at Cognizant. There's a deepening partnership between Google and Cognizant, so enterprise to 100,000 workers this year. So this is a pretty big deal, and the stock itself was up 6.2%. Shares have lost about 47% of their value, which isn't good whatsoever. But anytime you make a deal with Google, and in regards to AI, it's definitely going to benefit you, and it's going to benefit Google as well. So things aren't looking too bad. And like Sharif said, you got to walk before you can run. This is why out of all of the hyperscalers, Google's primary on my list, because they literally have their hand in almost every basket. It is the tech ETF, regardless of them having to raise, which I believe that debt was to pay some form of tax. Enough said. Cash heavy at one point, starting to deplete it, but the AI build out, if anyone's going to be able to monetize this to the fullest extent, we know who it is. Why? Because you have the cloud aspect of things, and then just the Gemini ecosystem. Okay, so Google, love it. Going to continue to buy it. It's my favorite. I know we've done multiple polls on the fact that who would you personally want to get behind, and Google just remains at the top of the list right now. It's only I don't know how much more it's going to take, Sharif, until it surpasses Nvidia for the highest market capitalization.
Yeah, and you kind of feel like it's kind of accruing there, all the different divisions that they have, right? But anyway, just to bring it back to this, guys, they're strapped for energy. We know that it's BYOE, bring your own energy now. There's not going to be any sort of subsidies from the government. You're not going to have a lot of receptive ears in government, obviously, because you're increasing the costs on their on their tax base there. So there's going to be issues with energy, and so they got to figure this out. Anyway, let's send it back to Sia and speak about the next story.
This is a story that I do want to talk about with Nadera as well. We're just going to co-share this story. So Meta has disclosed that 4 U.S. states are seeking roughly $1.4 trillion, did you know it, in civil penalties in a lawsuit that's alleging that Facebook and Instagram were designed to addict young users and also mislead the public about platform safety. So the proposed penalties that are brought by California, Colorado, Kentucky, as well as New Jersey are nearly equal to Meta's current market cap, which is an insane thing to take a look at. The company has also called this figure unprecedented and legally unsupported. So the trial is scheduled to begin, as you do know it, on August 18th, and claims are filed under the state consumer protection laws alongside the federal Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, which is the COPPA. Lots going on here, Adira. This is a pretty big thing. What do you have to say about this?
Well, I think the timing of this is kind of crazy because you guys may or may not know, but over the last week or so, I've spent a lot of time researching and putting out infographics related to states, specifically state attorney generals, suing or pursuing action against public companies. So this is literally right in my wheelhouse, the exact work that I've been doing. So with that in mind, I'll show this. This is going to be posted tomorrow, so it's not out on X yet. But this is just basically a number of actions that have been taken against each of these public companies so far this year. Now, the reason that some of these numbers outnumber the total number of U.S. states, because if there were multi-state coalitions, I would include each state as a separate action. So, total number of people who were involved in each separate case. Because in the cases of Google and Meta, as we know, multiple different coalitions. So again, Meta, second most pursued company so far this year, next to Google. Now, as you can see, tons, SpaceX got a letter earlier this year about some of their XAI content. You've got Netflix on here. You've got CalMaine. Apple, Eli Lilly, United Health. That's just the ones who have been pursued at least once each. Now, I bring this up other than the obvious. This is a story about 4 states suing Meta, but because I'm going to say something really unpopular here, but we always talk about, oh no, Europe hates America. Europe hates big tech. Can we maybe make the case that some of these states and some of the U.S. hates big tech too?
True.
And I'm going to, again, I feel free to attack me. I would love to have a debate on this, but I find it very, very interesting how willing some of these companies, some of these states are, and there's some that are more than others. I have other data on that we can talk about, but some of these states are very willing to sue companies. And, obviously you're trying to act in the best interest of your state. I understand that. But I think what kind of line is it for this versus what we're seeing in Europe? And that's the debate that, I'm very open to having. But I did want to show this visual. I thought the timing of this was quite serendipitous in terms of the work I've already been doing, and expect more infographics, including this one, about state AGs and public companies to come out over the next couple days and weeks.
Thank you so much for that, Adira. That was an insane take. Let's send it over to the guys.
Yeah, this is more trouble for Meta. We've seen this already where they have 2 pending lawsuits, one about addiction, one about, obviously, child protection. So this is just going to, I feel, get a little bit worse unless there's some sort of legislative protection put in for these companies, right? So that they're sort of statutorily protected from these lawsuits, sort of similar to what was that, Section 31 that they were using to protect themselves from what other people posted on their networks. So I feel like the courts are really going to open up here and hit these social media companies pretty hard unless they get some sort of either federal or state protection. But they got to be statutorily protected. Otherwise, it's going to be open season on them. We'll see how it kind of goes here, Joey. But I got to tell you, when it comes to children, I think that there should be certain rules that don't apply, obviously, to regular adults. I think that protection is required for that.
Well, we know Lena Khan was going after big tech for a very long time. But I totally agree. Listen, there was an individual case as well where the plaintiff was rewarded $30 million, okay? So there is an overhang within this company specifically, and there's these multiple lawsuits that really makes it more difficult for this stock to appreciate in price. Now, we've seen the exact same thing when it came to the antitrust and Apple. But as soon as that was lifted and the judge ruled in their favor, what happened to the both underlying stocks itself? So I'm going to claim the fact that it's the exact same weight bearing on Meta's shoulders right now, even though it's a different case in regards to child safety and social media addiction. but it's an overhang on the stock in itself. Okay, there goes CLRO putting in a new high of the day once again, guys, but coming right back in. So what's going to have to happen is, as Sharif mentioned, there's going to have to be something ruled to the point where it protects these major social media companies, more or less referring to Meta. Now, we know other countries have taken some risk measures. You have to be 16 plus in Australia, and they're doing the exact same thing in Europe. Is that going to happen here in the States? Wow, nice pop up there on CLRO.
Nice. There comes 15.
From 14 to 15.
There
wow,
it is.
Up to 15.50 and right back down. So that's what we're waiting for right now. Meta can announce anything, and we've seen what's happened as of over the past couple announcements, is that, hey, we're getting into the prediction markets. Hey, we're going to be adding this paid tier. Oh, okay, guess what? We're getting into cloud, which is all fine and dandy and feels like sunshine and rainbows, but it's not when you have this overhang from multiple lawsuits to the tune where it's almost equal to the amount of their market cap. Now, shoot high, I understand that, aim for the stars, land on the moon. I don't think that's necessarily going to happen for where they're going to have to pay that sort of fine, but I stand on the fact that once this gets cleared up in the next year or so, then maybe we can see Meta finally start to climb a little bit higher. Send it back to Sia.
Yep, let's talk about SpaceX. So it's officially joined the NASDAQ 100 as of today with an estimated 1.3% index weighting, which has triggered a passive buying from these ETFs, as well as mutual funds that are tracking the index. So this inclusion is supportive, but analysts are believing that the impact may be smaller than expected because only about 4% of these shares are publicly tradable. So this basically limits the amount that the index funds can purchase. So CBOE has estimated the options market pricing to be roughly $20 more over the next 11 days, as traders are positioning around this rebalance. With that, SpaceX is down on the day 5.16%.
As Sia mentioned, 1.3% index weighting. Yet it's a $2 trillion, give or take, market cap. So how does that jive, right? How does a $2 trillion market cap only make up 1.3% of 100 companies? That's because they are only allowing 3 to 5% of their float to actually be publicly traded. So what the NASDAQ did here was they have a rule that prohibits full valuation from dominating the benchmark if you have a low float like that. So instead, the NASDAQ calculated a specialized, what they're calling index-specific market cap, which is actually closer to $300 billion, given that 1.3% weighting, rather than the $2 trillion that we're talking about. So something to keep in mind there. Its market cap is not indicative of its weight within the NASDAQ 100 until and if they allow more shares to trade on the public market, so increasing the float. But I also have to mention that the supply dynamics is going to change markedly here, at least on the 6th of August, when there's going to be there's going to be that's their first public earnings, quarterly earnings, but there's also going to be the expiration of a localized insider lockup that actually activates, so that legally unlocks about 20% of internal insider holdings that could be sold into the open market. So there could be a bit of a downturn August 6th onwards. You'll have to keep a close eye on that. But here's the deal as well. Because the NASDAQ 100 is zero sum, what that means is it's a cap-weighted system, meaning passive tracking funds like the QQQs, for example, must pro rata liquidate an estimated $4.3 billion worth of mega caps that they already have. We're talking about Apple. We're talking about Microsoft. We're talking about Nvidia. The purpose of it is to legally, to kind of make sure you're doing all the legal things correctly and to free up the cash that's now required to buy the new SpaceX position that you have to add. So something to think about there. There could be some localized sellings in other names because they're forced to reweight their ETFs here, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, Sharif hit that on the head. Again, you have to wait till this lockout period. I wonder, is that, so the shares that are going to be released?
2-1, Argentina scored. 78-44. Oh boy, here we go. Game on, baby.
15 minutes left.
Game on, baby.
So anyways, we got an interview. All right, so I mean, guys, we have to be prepared for the shares that are locked up right now and that are going to be released momentarily. All right, I think it's going to be a massive tell on what's going on. I mean, we had the Raymond James $800 price action, but
He's offside.
We see some more realistic things. Now, what we do is we have B of A with a $235 price target, RBC $225. Need him $200. Cantor Fitzgerald with $246. Totally reasonable. Now, the valuation in which Raymond James has put SpaceX at with an $800 price target is absolutely insane. But the direction of this stock is going to be massive after this Q2 earnings report. We're going to send things off to Adara. We have a special guest for you guys.
Yeah.
We do indeed. We're very pleased to welcome Nolan Peterson onto the show, CEO of Atlas Salt, which you can find on the Toronto Ventures Exchange, or TSXV, as ticker SALT. Welcome on. Good afternoon. How are you doing today, Nolan?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
Of course, honored to have you on. Let's get right off here with a question. So I understand that Atlas Salt recently released an update with regards to your Great Atlantic Salt project. What can you tell us about construction mobilization on the site?
Yeah, so we are developing the Great Atlantic Salt project. It's on the west coast of Newfoundland. And recently in March, we announced that we started construction at the site. So we wanted to provide the market with a little bit of an update of that, it's very rare for mining projects to actually get going. They talk a lot about construction, but they don't actually build anything. And we are actually building something. So we wanted to get that out there. We also wanted to demonstrate the strong community and permitting support we have in the region, which is also something a lot of mining companies find a challenge with. We streamlined the permitting process with the local community that we are beside. We saw it as a very great sign of support from stakeholders in the region that this is a project that they support and want to advance as well.
So you kind of alluded to this already, but I want to get more into it. What kind of permits have you received, and what's the scope of these permits?
Yeah, so the Great Atlantic Salt Project has a full environmental assessment approved by the Newfoundland and Labrador government to advance the project. Out of that comes a number of permits that basically a list of permits that are required. We consider them at the procedural stage right now. So right now, we've received a full slate of early works permits for over $100 million of construction activities, which we are acting on at the moment. There will be further permits required as detailed engineering is completed and designs are submitted and approved by the government, but that's where we are at the moment.
Let's get into as well the financing here. So what's the status of the financing for this project, and what type of interest are you seeing from possible lenders or partners?
Yeah, so that was also something we announced in the press release. We have had a number of discussions with lenders. They're very advanced and detailed due diligence in our data room right now, and we expect to have a financing package for this project put together by the end of the year. But we expect to have announcements of the success of the financing along the way as they become relevant. So it's something we've been working on for quite some time. For a project like this, you want to get it done right once, and we've been working diligently towards that.
And with that in mind, what are the next major milestones investors should be watching out for as the Great Atlantic Salt project continues to advance?
Yeah, keep an eye out for advancements on the project front, like we've talked about, continuing to build it. And the financing is key. Obviously, right now we have detached the construction from the financing as a constraint, because we did a couple raises in the last year or so. We raised $25 million that has allowed us to advance the project. But at some point, those will link up again. And so keep an eye out for the main project financing package and some other initiatives that we're always working on that we can't, of course, point to directly, but may be exciting for the market to hear about when and if they become a reality.
I understand you can't point to them directly, but before we let you go, Nolan, are there any other updates about the Great Atlantic Salt project or Atlas Salt just generally as a company that you want either investors to be aware of or maybe just even hint at here?
Yeah, I just would re-emphasize, as I do to all investors, that the runway is well ahead of us. We've got a lot of room for growth. We've had some great success in the past year or so since I started. I started in June of last year. Check out our success since then. We aim to continue going forward. There's never been a better time to invest in Atlas Salt.
Great words there. Thank you so much to Nolan Peterson, CEO of Atlas Salt, for being here with us today. You can find his company, and its stock rather, on the TSXV as SALT or SALT. Very apt ticker there. Thanks again to Nolan. Great to have you on.
Thank you.
Oh, man. It's not over, man.
No, Joey.
Not over, bro.
It's too stressful. My cortisol levels, bro.
That's all right.
My cortisol levels are elevated cortisol levels, man. I was like yelling, get him out of the box, Messi, eh?
Maybe
Yeah,
O'Neal was at this. I was gonna say maybe the guys will be kind and start 10 minutes early for you.
No, we could continue to trade here.
Katina man's acting like he can't hear me.
Poor guy. All right, let's keep an eye out on side. I don't think Sia's there anymore, so I guess we're done the news segment. Let's keep an eye on some of these tickers, man. Let's bring them in. Let's see exactly what's running because it's been a minute since we were looking at said chart. CLRO, man, continues to go. Unbelievable. 1560 area high. Beautiful flat top break there through 14. There was a lot of resistance. You could see the sellers were aggressive as hell at that $14 area, but there you go, taking out that level. I know, Katina, man. 1560 area high right now. I'd be looking for a possible 14 to 14 and a quarter retracement, but if it does lose 1450, I'd wait for confirmation of that because that would mean it lost prior bar low. So be on the lookout there. CLRO still looks pretty good. SkyQ, I guess we got out of that one a little too early. Up into 284 it goes. I had to get out of that because it dipped into 55. So I wasn't watching too closely, so I had to make sure that we're all kosher on that. Skin continues for whatever reason to find support at the volume weighted average price. Every time it dips into that white line, it is being bought up, but it really can't shake that 118 seller there. So we'll have to see if it can get into 1 1/5. But those are the ones that I keep an eye on. We mentioned RXT earlier. RXT could be a buy here, guys. Here's the deal. This $7 area is, number one, it's been a very obvious area of support locally since we took it out at 1245, but it was also resistance earlier. So 7 holds up here. You could definitely see 7 1/4, but RXT is not a big mover on the day. It is kind of steady state structure, higher highs and higher lows. Not a bad look. Those are the ones that I'd keep my eye on, Joey, but there could be some new ones here coming in on the scanner. Let's take a quick look, see if anything new's kind of weaseled on in. What do we got over here? What's TVRD? No, that one's still a little bit below the volume weighted average price. Let's have a look, see what else is moving. IVVD, mentioned that one already. How about this one? SSPC, no, I'm not. That's a leveraged ETF. That's why I was telling you guys, a lot of the tickers today were leveraged ETFs. So I stayed away from a lot of them, but we're gonna keep a close eye out on that one. What do you got, my man, Joey?
Nothing, man. This is crazy stuff. All right, let's see what's going on with Microsoft and stuff. I mean, there's issues. SpaceX 100. Microsoft is cutting around 3,200 jobs in the Xbox gaming division. Yeah, I mean, as for Microsoft, man, this is a stock that I'm just really disappointed in its performance, and I hope that Nvidia doesn't fall into that realm. Okay, so I mean, I think the numbers are drastically different between the two. You're up 1 1/4 here today. Strong move into this trend line. Let's see if that can be broken. Hopefully, I'm dead wrong because I know there was somebody in the chat who's like, "Man, we're hella long NVDA," and I am too. I just don't like the look of this one's groove right now. And same thing with the NASDAQ, right? So we talked about constructing an iron condor at these levels. I do believe we're going to close in this chop within the next couple of days, and we're starting to perform these lower highs. Now, as for Microsoft, we'll head over to this specific underlying asset and see we have a whipsaw move here, but it's just unfortunate that it's been dead money for quite some time. It's really dramatic to say, but this is a top market cap name that's down 30% off of its highs. You don't expect to see, you don't want to see this from the best companies on the planet. All right, I just think it's odd. I don't think it's a good look. Obviously, the street and Wall Street has significantly more time than what the average investors do. Right? They'll sit in these positions. They have no issues with anything, or I shouldn't say they have no issues, but they just have a lot more patience than what you and I typically have. Now, if you remain patient, then hopefully this is where we get the break of this name from 201, and then we climb back to that 238. Now, the fact that we rejected it to the tune of 12% on that first uptick and then failed to establish that new high, I had the hunch that we were going to be in a little bit of trouble. And that's been the case. Are we in bear market territory right now? No, but we were on the brink of heading into down 20%. All right, so that makes things a little bit more difficult. Now, as for some of the memory storage, this is going to be a key teller on how today's print closes. Now, if involved with DRAM or some of these leverage products, see how SanDisk is performing, all right? So you always, when you're playing DRAM, you have to keep an eye on the underlying assets, and I'm talking about the Western Digitals who were in it, the Seagates, right? So here's Seagate Technology down from $1,100 to 827 to the tune of 30%. So you go on these parabolic runs where everybody's all happy, but then I said, be cautious and be careful. Regardless of how hot you're going to be, the market will find a way to, or find any form of an excuse to sell off a little bit more. All right, so that's the boat that I stand on. I'm not saying that the trade is done, but the market has priced in a lot of big. And again, I keep falling back into the example of SK Hynix and Samsung and how 14 million retail investors and traders in South Korea are really helping drive those stocks higher. The Kospi the Kospi, two names that it really consists of, which would make trading significantly easier in these circumstances. But when two names equal up 50% of the index, it causes for a lot of issues, in my opinion, okay? And that's where I was like, hey, when the time is right and this bottleneck is slowly starting to open up to the tune of where supply is running into demand and meeting demand, then there's going to be something, in my opinion, that could be absolutely treacherous for the index. All right. So ETHA positive. We were talking this name only up about 0.1%. Now we're 0.75% right now, guys. 1365 all the way to the top side, filling in this gap. So some relative strength in the past couple of days, starting to step in to the crypto space. Now, does that mean the sell-off is over? I don't think so, but I could be wrong, right? So 0.5% for Bitcoin. CRM, okay, well, you know the market is kind of going oppo when CRM's up 4%. Oh. But in the past, Sharif, from June 26th, it's only put in one red session. So CRM on a little bit of a run here, guys. BMNR yesterday up 13% as well too. Coinbase negative here today, and this is a name that I believe is just too heavily concentrated, and the ties between it and crypto are there. So you see that correlation, and it's not inverse, to down 60%. This is almost identical. So the performance of Coinbase is really going to fall on the performance of all the altcoins, and most importantly, Bitcoin and Ethereum. All right, so just keep that in mind, guys. Webull still down here. $7 is at a discount from that low of $4.55. You got 60%, just like that, Sharif. I tried rambling on for a little bit.
Oh, you're good, brother. Yeah, everything's kind of breaking down, though. That's the thing right now, Joey. We have everything's breaking down. Skin is losing the dollar. SkyQ is coming into that 260 area. If it loses that, I think it's over. Oh my God.
Oh wow.
No way. Unbelievable.
That's an epic collapse, dude.
Unbelievable. 3-2 Argentina. We're out. Wow. Oh my God. Come on, bro. That's a heartbreaker right there. It is what it is, man. Oh my days. Yeah, thank God I didn't go to that game. That would have been a full-on EKG for me at that level.
What's EKG?
Electrocardiogram.
Oh, so, yeah, the EKG machine. Yeah.
Oh my days. Yeah, that's what it is, man. Argentina's Argentina, so we'll take that.
How come they didn't put Antonella on the screen there?
I don't know, Joey. Maybe she's hiding in the stadium there. But
it might be offside, Sharif.
I don't think so. I think that looks good. CLRO, guys, losing 14. This could be an interesting one right around that $13 area. That was where structure was holding, but to me, I would have been looking for 14 initially, though, because of all the topping tail candles in and around that area. And the fact that it didn't hold up there, right, and now it's down into 13.50, to me, I'd be staying away from this one. Moreover, it's below the 10 EMA on the 5. So 13, I'd possibly look for a dip trade, but, I'd be very, very stringent in where I give my stop to. TVRD, we said very little about this one, but this one is coming back into the volume weighted average price. It had a fantastic looking morning, and it didn't even do anything in the pre-market. That's the interesting part about it. And then it just lost trend, alas, for whatever reason. It found support at 3.25 over here. So if it comes back into 315, I want to say, 320, 315, and holds that level, it could be a nice VWAP retracement above. What else? RXT just down a little bit below $7 at the moment, but to me, this is still holding general area structure at around 695, and you can see the topping tail candles in and around there as well. So those are the ones I'd be looking at in the afternoon. We went through the scanners. Sadly, nothing showing up on the scanners other than, you know, some of the leveraged ETFs. But we had a feeling that it was going to be a little bit of a light day today in small cap gapper world. So we'll kind of take the days as they come, Joey, because we don't really make up the rules here and show what's good. So just looking through the scanner real quick here, guys, to see if anything new. BRBR. Okay, when did this one make a move into VWAP? I remember BRBR, we were watching this one. This one could be a nice mover here if it can get above 1410. I'd be on the lookout for that. It had a pretty prolonged retracement into VWAP. Now it's kind of holding trend a little bit, but it's a little bit light on volume as well, BRBR. But that's all I've got at the moment.
Yeah, man,
everything else kind of breaking down right now.
Do I see trend on the past few 15 minutes, past few days? Yeah, let's pull that up, man. I mean, we talked about this not too long ago in the news segment. So, I mean, I understand there's a lot going on here. So we'll just try to clean up. There's just multiple individuals and larger firms that have been pushing the price. Again, I stand in the camp that once everything is cleared up from an antitrust standpoint, they pay their fine because that's what it's going to end up being, is that they're going to have to pay an insane amount of cash. There might be some regulatory change as well in regards to the apps, which could obviously be some form of a hindrance, especially if they're not allowing teenagers or anyone under 16 on the app without any parental supervision. But there it is, a nice little strong uptick from 609 up to 611. Now, is the volume supporting this? I like that you called it out because that's a pretty aggressive break. Meta image available today across. So something is coming in, AI app on Meta, Instagram stories in US, WhatsApp in some countries coming soon to Facebook. So Muse Spark dropping something, guys. Muse Spark coming in, and that's when we've seen that uptick. So, Alan, thanks for pointing that out. Muse Spark image available today across Meta AI apps on Meta AI, Instagram stories in US, WhatsApp in some countries, something coming soon to Facebook. All right. So, I mean, it's nothing new. Image generation. Oh, there you go, Sharif. Now you can start to use a little bit more of that compute power that
remember OpenAI canceled their image generation because it was just like melting, or not their image generation, video generation, because it was like melting their GPUs.
And the token expense is just insane.
Well, I mean, because you're paying for it too, right?
Like insane amount.
Yeah, they don't even give it for the free.
Yeah. So Alan, there you go. You got volume.
We gave him that one.
Yeah, we gave him one back. Yeah, I know. We better get out of here.
Neil gave us one. We gave him one right back.
You shut it off?
Yeah. It's over.
It's over now? Yeah. Damn, man.
All right, guys. It has been real. See, Joey and I, same bat time, same bat channel. Let's send it over to the big boys. Peace.
Yeah, that's like... Welcome back, everybody. I got to admit, I'm feeling, I don't know, a dog in that fight, but man, are you kidding me? 3 goals in the last couple
3 goals in like the last 15 minutes or so.
Absolutely insane.
Bruh.
Yeah, the recent headline we just saw, Meta rolls out Muse image feature across AI services with Facebook launch coming soon. So what has been, I don't know, for the broader market has been a pretty sideways last couple of hour and a half, has Meta spiking to the high of the day. So we'll open off jumping right over to Adara as Meta up 2% and still climbing.
Just to provide some more context on this here. So META, again, as mentioned a couple times now, rolling out its Muse image feature across its AI services. Facebook will soon be also having this launch, but apparently it's also going to be announcing its Muse video rollout, which will be coming, quote, soon for creators and also on Meta AI. They've also unveiled their Muse image. This is apparently the first AI image generation model developed by their superintelligence lab. So this is actually a nice breakthrough here for the superintelligence lab. And keep in mind, this comes after we had a pretty poorly received set of comments from this internal town hall from Mark Zuckerberg last week. In response to that, we had Scale AI co-founder and Meta Superintelligence Labs leader Alexander Wang teasing out new announcements. Looks like these are some of the new announcements that he indicated we might get. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara. But quickly, before we go on, we have to remind everybody about OGEN, of course, ticker OGEN on the NYSE American. The company has now activated its Phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Origenics spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution with clinical progress underway with additional CNS assets under evaluation. Go check them out. It's OGEN, ticker OGEN, as we always talk about some concussion protocols and whatnot around these places here. Yeah, look, I mean, you want to talk a little bit about Meta, if that's what we're going to talk about first here. Yeah, you know, we've seen this before. I mean, you know, tell me something we don't know, and that is that Meta spikes up on news and then just retraces all the way back in. So, you know, we got that story about compute last week and goes all the way to 630, comes all the way back in. We got that story about Meta putting out a subscription tier of some sort there. That ripped up to 630 that day, and that just came right back. I mean, you know, we traded it every day that something's been happening. So I think now he can go right back on the radar and we can look again here at Meta. But, you know, at the end of the day, I still need to see this thing break through 640, 650. We are going to get more information, obviously, as this gets released, but it doesn't seem like it's a big, huge deal for Meta. I mean, that was a good spike, don't get me wrong, but that 608 up to 612. So, you know, you're just kind of where you were back at 10 a.m. So let's just continue to watch out Meta. We should have Brian on this afternoon, and when he comes on, we can sort of ask him what he thinks technically about the stock. But for me, as long as it's underneath the 640 and the 200 period moving average, I think Meta's a stay away for now, and we deal with it later. So that's what I'm going to do with Meta. But yeah, hey, you know, we traded yesterday breaking through 600 in the afternoon right into here, and it kind of just went sideways the rest of the day. Wait for maybe a big imbalance to come through. But yeah, you know, there it goes, Meta. I feel like we need to get a little bit more information on exactly what this Muse Spark and all this sort of stuff is here with META. But
I think
Meta on our mind.
If the 3-day rule on one of these news stories on Meta results in at the end of the 3 days, it's still going higher, then we can start feeling a heck of a lot better about it. You know what? Like you hate to say that about a company like Meta because, you know, you're so great for so long, but that's the world that they're in. So yes, you're breaking out the highs as we speak. But there is that overhang that you do have to worry about at least a little bit here. But no, it's a good move to the upside. What's weird about it, though, you know, you'd think that maybe it's like, the futures are still going sideways here? Like, that's not really helping any kind of a late breakout as we speak. Like, we're still very much range bound. Like, this last hour and change has been incredibly sideways after a good bounce off the lows. Like the market did a pretty good job regaining not everything. We're down over 2%, and you know, to be able to claw so much back, I think is done pretty well. But it doesn't seem like Meta's really pushing us through. As I say that, you know, IBIT, which I famously stopped out at the LOD there, that's coming right back into our entry off the top end of the range. So I'm not holding this to VWAP. I have a break-even stop on this. I want it to retake the high of the day, hopefully. SpaceX is at least off the 150, so that's doing pretty good. But I have eyeballs on something we were not looking at this morning. Still don't think we were. We talked about nuclear. Well, we talked about nuclear in the context of fission, not specifically names like SMR. I didn't, SMR fell off, had a flat bottom break that was pretty impressive. So that's what gets it on the radar. And now we're in this not weird uptrend, but we're in this uptrend right back to the first bounce spot in the morning. So that was at about 9:25 to 9:30, right in here. The only grain before it just completely fell apart. And it's just sort of coasting into that level. So I'm looking for a reversion here in SMR, which, by the way, it's still a hat size, but it didn't actually break this flat bottom. Like today we tested it on the daily, like it got there and it's bounced. So for now, SMR once again has rebounded from the depths of hell to catch a bit of a bid. But I'm looking for a trend break off of this volume weighted average price here. Once it does that, that's almost like an all-day trend from the lows. Break that, play the VWAP. If it gets to 9:30, I'd probably just short the level instead, but SMR is going to be on the mind for me this afternoon.
Yeah, good look. I mean, I like some SMR as well. Just looking here, though, what we really like is what we put up for you guys early today, and that is Palantir, right down there on the sticky note at 132 to 133. You guys that were here with us earlier on in the day, you know, saw me talk all about this name and to the fact of where we even 20 minutes later got reloaded down there. So first 133, this is just, you know, sort of in that first half hour melee where the stocks are going back and forth and up and down. And, you know, we just honestly, boom, there it is now. It's 650 now in the money. And we've just been piecing it out on the way up. Can you tell when I got back from the gym? Right about here. So there it goes all the way to the upside. I mean, I think we would have had some more outs around 136, but, you know, really appreciating it going all the way back there. Up to the upside is Palantir. And, you know, oh boy, we talked about trying to hold on to some SpaceX. We've been doing that as well, you know, off of that 150. So SpaceX will be a decent stock today, but really holding fort for me. We make back everything we lost in Apple on Palantir, and just waiting to see what winds up happening now with PLTR back up to the upside, up 4.5% as, you know, software names. IGV, we saw Microsoft going back upside as well. IGV trying to catch a bid over the last couple of days, and there it goes right there from 85 back to 95. And again, Palantir, a name in the IGV, as is Microsoft, and Microsoft trying to feel some kind of ways today as well, back to the upside, up 1.5% in a negative market. So yeah, that's all good. And then the only real hit I have today anyways is this one. It's just early, and it may be not really too early. I mean, we didn't really get involved until 9:35. It came back in, and just we didn't even get a chance to get out on Apple. So obviously we don't take a huge hit on it, but we still take a hit and battled it back there throughout the morning and now into the afternoon as we look for some more opportunities. But I think SpaceX will be fine. Just going to let this one sort of settle down a bit. It hasn't really had too much love around this 153. I mean, that's the highest it got, you know, in this rebound. So we did have 270 at one point in the money, but then we just started taking it out, trying to break down through this 152 marker. So we have a couple outs here, 152s, that one's 152.25. So we try to do our best to hold this thing, but it is looking like SpaceX may want to test back into this low right now. Yeah, that was too bad about Egypt there. They were up 2-0. Now Sharif and Joe, I don't see anymore, but yeah, that's too bad. That's what happens. In Belgium, had a lucky call against Senegal as well, where they were down 2-0 and came back. And now Belgium, you know, took care of the United States. So we'll see what happens with Argentina playing the winner now of Colombia, Switzerland. Last game in Vancouver, as they shut out to Canada there as they play. We play our last World Cup game today, hosting, of course, in Vancouver. Lovely Vancouver. Shout out. I think it was Adam James abroad was chilling out in BC, he was saying.
You can't say anything about this not being an exciting tournament.
Oh, it's been great.
I'll tell you that
that's what I'm thinking. It's
unbelievable.
It's brought some fans probably to soccer, and then in about 2 months they'll forget all about it, and it'll be back to other
There won't be bottles broken on the street.
No.
So we were staying. I was just in London, England. For anyone that doesn't know, but for the last couple of days we're up in Preston visiting family. So it's like, I don't know, it was a 2-hour train ride north, call it northwest. It's kind of like, it's more than halfway to Liverpool from London, but
2 hours is good.
Kind of up that direction.
It's a nice train ride.
The place we're staying was a 5-minute walk from the train station. In the morning when we went to go catch our train, this is after obviously England's win, when they played
some people stumbling
They
around.
played at 1 a.m. The game was at 1 a.m. till like 3 something in the morning.
Okay.
The walk from the hotel, which was 5 minutes to the bus station, like, to tell you, it felt like I was walking in an obstacle course of broken glass. Like the amount of beer bottles.
These hooligans.
This is kind of I don't know how big Preston is. I didn't get a very good sense of it. But like, there were just broken bottles everywhere.
Yeah.
Now, granted, it wasn't so bad that I didn't get any sleep. The night that the game they won prior to that in London, when we were in, forget about it. Like, everyone was going absolutely nuts.
Well,
like,
that's
part of what you're there for.
Yeah,
like, we're in a touristy area.
That's part of the best part about being there.
Oh, for sure.
Is seeing the people and the culture.
You got to break bottles.
Got to get cultured up, but
you don't have to break bottles. You can celebrate.
Preston is a horrible town. I don't know why that would be 169.
Well, I don't know too much about it.
Yeah, I mean, we're not.
My wife's cousin lives there, so that's why we were visiting.
Okay.
My family's is in Leicester, and some people say Leicester's not the greatest place in the world. So.
Did you wind up visiting there?
I don't know. We had a good visit. The park there was pretty nice, and we're happy to be back. But now just looking for this market to maybe. I don't want it to break down. Like, it would be nice to maybe catch a dip by an IBIT, but I'm looking for SMR to break down at this point. And someone in the chat saying, "Have I not seen Eurotrip?" Neil, have you not seen? I've seen Eurotrip. What? They go to Preston in Eurotrip?
Do they? I don't know.
No, there's the soccer hooligans in Eurotrip, but you're accustomed to that kind of thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say I expect a lot. You said 1 a.m., so I was thinking like if a sporting event ends here around 10, most people 2, 3 a.m. at least. That's 5 hours. So that would put it to 6 a.m., 7 a.m. is probably when people would stop partying. I would think.
There was really nobody on the street by like I feel like that settled down closer to 5 or 6 a.m. Like people just kind of gave it up. What was crazy is they let kids go to school like 2 hours late. You were allowed to be 2 hours late.
They should cancel school that day.
I was like, why did they even
bother? Why is there
bother?
no school going on now anyways?
Well, they do different over in Europe. Like they have like they don't have July. A proper summer, like a summer break's not like the whole summer like we do it. They have like it's like a longer break, but it's not a real one.
Yeah,
it's kind of weird to me.
Okay.
Kids can't focus when it's 40 degrees. And they don't have, first of all, they don't have AC in a lot of places.
No.
Like one of the museums, they didn't have any AC.
Museum? Yeah, I know.
Oh, bro.
London is, when we were in London, we loved London. Going through everything, Piccadilly Square and just Trafalgar Square and all that stuff, man. It's really, really awesome. Okay, what is that? CLRO? Something like that. So there it is, clear one up to 16. I heard these guys talking about 15. There it goes, CLRO. Nice move today on, I'm assuming some sort of news, but there goes CLRO. Upside from 6 up to 15 and still going. I don't know if anyone on the midday show was trading this worthwhile, but nice move there. Yeah, really holding VWAP, right? I mean, pretty much held it all day. So now you're way away from that. So now I would think, potentially, I don't want to say the move is over. We topped out right there at 15, made a move back into 13 right now, getting that top wick right there coming in. I don't know what it would cost to short this name in particular, and I don't know if that's the right call either. Maybe we zoom out and we can see, so there's going to be nothing here. And even if there is, I discount whatever's happening back here anyways. So $16, obviously we're well extended through there. I mean, here's the real sort of actionable trade right into here. It's between 6 and 7. That's where we sort of went back and forth there, and then we busted through that at $7, and now it's just pure upside up into 16. But that's, it's easy to say now because we haven't closed. This is a one-day chart. That could be a top wick there, but we got to close that out. And if you're looking at a 5-minute chart, does look a little toppy there on CLRO, so maybe, and then the volume profile as well. The last time we spiked like this, we actually continued to go higher right there on that little volume spike back at 130, and then right into here, a volume spike to the downside off of a halt. So right now, we'll wait to see what winds up happening with CLRO, but for now, nice move up, and we may have extended out through 1630 now on CLRO. The real story is going to be Meta, I guess, as that's just going higher. We looked at it was 2%, and Dara brought us this news here. Meta rolls out image generation model Muse. So I don't know. I mean, I can, is it that much better than what else is available? Maybe it is. What will they charge for the tokens? I don't know. We do have Gemini 3.5 Pro, which has Nano Banana, an improved image generator there as well. And then there's also ChatGPT and Grok. Every time I log into Twitter, it tells me, or X, it tells me to look at this new Grok image generation thing. I have never done it, but I would assume that that's also something that they're talking about. So at least right now, Meta's joining the party. So that's something that, we can, maybe they can sort of plant their flag in, right? That they have that image generator. There's a lot of people that are obviously on Instagram and, some of those content creators that are looking to make things like this. And if they can keep it in-house, I guess that's where the benefit is, that you don't have to go from one app to another to another. Yeah. If they can if they can integrate into Instagram, then maybe it will be a success story that we're just not realizing right now.
It just has to be good enough. Doesn't have to be the best.
I mean, that's the thing. And depends, if it's affordable and, that's the thing. This token generation thing is just it costs way more money to generate these tokens than they're charging. So,
China.
That's why I said, that's why I like Alibaba coming back from the dead here. So, all right, let's go back over to from the window to the wall. It's Dara.
It is time for the window, to the wall, where I look at a infographic window and I put it up here on the wall and we talk about it. Now, this was a choice that I made this a little bit ambitious. I want to get into it. I want to start by saying I drew over these state lines, so I apologize if I drew your state kind of weird. I don't have a steady hand, so some of these are a little squiggly. But let's first explain what this visual is. So as you guys know, I mentioned it in the midday. I've been mentioning it for the last couple days. What I've been trying to do here is go through all 50 U.S. states and see, since the start of the year, since January 1st, 2026, have you initiated any kind of actions with regards to public companies? And the answer for every single one of these states is a resounding yes. So that's right. Every single state has initiated at least one, actually at least two actions, either individually or part of a multi-state coalition, against a public company. So let's talk about what these stars mean. This star here, yellow, allegations. Hey, company, I think you did this. It's not a formal investigation. Then you've got suits. This is if they file a lawsuit. You can see quite a few of these like reddish, pinkish stars here. Settlements are the light pink stars. This is like, okay, we came to a monetary, or sorry, that's statements. That's like, we assert this about this company. We have this opinion. It's not an action. It's just kind of a comment. Now, alert is, hey, consumers, be aware this company is doing this thing, which may or may not be harmful to you. Requests are, hey, we're requesting either information from a company or we're requesting that the DOJ get involved. Settlements here, and as you can see, this is probably the largest portion here, with a lot of these states having like multiple settlements. This is, again, some kind of cash settlement. In the case of Cal-Maine, some kind of egg settlement between the state and the company. Investigations, hey, we're looking into XYZ allegation that we have with you. Again, it's different from an allegation because there's an actual action being taken. Then wins, it's like, okay, we won a case. There's only really 2 types of these. So there's going to be 33 states here with LYV or Live Nation related wins for that antitrust trial going back to April. And then New Mexico here has 2 wins because they also won that Meta trial. And then you've got indictments. This is, okay, a charge was laid against a company. There's really only one here. I think this was Dollar Tree, and that's over in that corner, one of the Virginias. And then you've got agreement. So this is like, okay, the company and the state came to an agreement. So you might be like, Adara, why does this matter? Valid question, a question I ask myself a lot. There are a couple of reasons why I think this matters. One, I think it's worth noting, as I said in the midday, we talk a lot about how often these European countries are suing American companies. Look at how often American states sue American companies. It's so often, guys. It's like hundreds of times so far this year. And again, that's in coalitions and individually, but I do think that's important to remember and I think really important to contextualize. Now, furthermore, a lot of these state AGs who have these opinions about certain companies or certain types of companies, mostly big tech, a lot of them end up going into legislation. They join Congress. They join the Senate. Like examples off the top of my head, current Texas state AG Ken Paxton, he's running for Senate right now. You also have not one, but 2 current, like 2 of 2 current U.S. Missouri senators. They were both former Missouri state AGs. So guys, this does matter. I know it looks a little crazy, but there was a method to my madness, and I do think it's important to kind of acknowledge the amount of U.S. companies that are being investigated here by states. So speaking of those companies, I have a whole other visual just showing like the companies and how often each of these has been investigated so far this year. That'll be coming out tomorrow. But in the meantime, that was today's segment of To the Window, to the Wall. I hope you enjoyed this kind of crazy deep dive. Please let me know what you think in the chat. And in the meantime, we're going to send you back over to the desk.
Back from the window to the desk. And thank you, Adara. And you know what?
The big graphic.
It's low-hanging fruit to say that politicians want to go after big businesses. That said, I got a sneak peek at one of those graphics, and if there's a list of like the largest companies that are, or the companies that are getting litigated against by the government the most, I will tell you that it's okay if you're. It's okay if you're Alphabet and you're on that list for obvious reasons. It's okay if you're Meta and you're on that list. The biggest of the biggest, you expect to be there. Now, if a company like Shopify ends up in like the top 15.
Yeah,
like,
you gotta get those lawyers ready to go.
Like that's where you're like, okay, well, what's going on here? And you see a stock which has been maybe a little bit depressed as well. That's where you don't want to end up on the list. It's expected of the mags. It's expected when you are when effectively you're one of the top 10, top 20 largest market cap companies. Those guys are expected to be in there. But when you're not in the top 50, but you're in the top 10 the wrong way or the top 20 the wrong way, that's where you can start to think about this as being real and having some legitimate concerns. And nothing against Shopify.
It's also, it's, but so I was going to say, you could take the other way around as well. I don't know if Adara remembers what day the DOJ dropped, their case, I guess, against Google or voted in favor of that.
I know it was September of 2025.
Right, so that's where I am.
I think it was a Monday or Tuesday. I believe it was after, I think it was the Tuesday after Labor Day, I want to say. Or the week after that.
Okay, I'll give you the whole week. It's fine. But right into there, I mean, that makes sense. Here's a big volume spike right there. So it does look like it's going to be September 2 or 3, something like that. And there's the bump up, right? And then Google has never looked back from that day. I actually think it was before this, Adara, maybe, but because I thought it was like around 160, 170. But at the end of the day, there it is right there. You can start getting some bumps. It might have even been, is it possible that it was in April or May, but no, that would have been the tariff. Yeah, so yeah, probably would have been somewhere around here. Anyways, sometimes these stories get turned the other way around, and ever since then, Google has just been off to the races. So, you know, sometimes when you draw the ire and the look of, you know, the feds or whoever's on top of you, the FTC or whatever. We talked about Lena Khan in the past, and, you know, but when those stories go away, then the analysts can come out and get their teeth out again and start to grind the stock back higher and put out different price targets and all that, because the pressure of some of those lawsuits have abated, right? And that's something to definitely think about here with some of those names that are on that list, as Neil said, especially if they're bigger names. Like, you know, the smaller ones, obviously, those are a little bit easier. When they, you know, win or lose lawsuits, it can even bankrupt some stocks. But for names like Google and Meta and Amazon and all this, you definitely want to make sure to watch out for some of those pluses and minuses of said, you know, lawsuits or injunctions or whatever. But there it is right now. I mean, what is stopping Meta? Like, this is very much a little bit like, I thought the other stories that we got were actually like bigger, but I mean, I guess, you know, that day when Meta went from it was the data here it goes. Yeah, the day that they had that compute story, you weren't here, but it absolutely ripped. I don't even know where what that day was, but it absolutely ripped up there. But this is a huge move. Like, this happened right at 2 o'clock. It's only been 25 minutes, 6:10 to 6:26. So maybe a little bit of a pullback in store for Meta at some point. But hey, man, they're in now, and that's what we're all about, right? Is that Meta trying to reinvent themselves? And we got that question earlier, and that was, what about breaking, and when are we going to go long on Meta? And I'm thinking, like, still the same thing. It's just that's 640, like this break right into there. We've seen it come upside, maybe 645, something like that. And I don't think you're going to miss the run. I don't think you're going to be upset if you miss that, you know, that push from here. If you say, wow, why didn't I buy at 630 or something? You know, if you had those same thoughts into here, you had to let it go all the way back down to 540. And then again on that, here's that move up there on the compute. So that would have been June 30th. So there it is all the way to the upside. It just got faded as well. So if you ran to buy Meta on that news day, you could have bought it $50 lower. So let's just see what winds up happening today. Would like to see, as Neil said, it hold over, you know, more than one day, more than one afternoon. It could be a short now, trying to come back in a little bit here. We're still in Palantir and we're still in SpaceX, both of which are just hanging out. I mean, look at these futures. You know, what do we want to do with these? I almost think a break here. I said, could we get to 30,000 today? We actually went the other way, but right there, 29.5. Like this little level breaking lower, I'd still like to see us take VWAP, but maybe a downside push or so happening. And SpaceX saying, hold my beer, and so is Palantir. Like, they're both up pretty nicely right now. I think I'm gonna get another, I still have some shares, so we're gonna get another piece out on Palantir if we're lucky to do that at 71 here. And then we'll go from there. But that's part of that whole, we talked about the real, I don't know if there's gonna be a campus read or anything soon, but campus here at Real Trading, that's where it's gonna help you figure out the difference between like professional and retail order flow and execution and things like that. And the fact that we get paid to add liquidity is something else. And that's something that we want to focus on all the time as well. So here we go, Palantir, maybe on the way back in right now. An interesting name for a longer term here. And Fabian, maybe you can help me out here. I think it's November, I think is take two. And that's when it's time to dance with, Grand Theft Auto. So, I mean, what an idiot I am for many reasons, but also for like when we had the move down here, like we knew Grand Theft Auto was coming. It's not like it wasn't an easy sort of take. I mean, we go all the way back in here into April, tariff time of 2025. Take two came in there. I know, Fabian. This is what I'm saying, my guy. You did give me that. I gave myself that. We've been looking at this for a hell of a long time right there, and we didn't pull the trigger. So there it is, 190 up to 250. Great take on take two, and we'll see what that wants to do there. I think a blowout of 265 is imminent on this name, and then you just ride that to the high side as we wait for Grand Theft Auto coming in just 2 months now. The pre-orders were already going through. My kid was talking to me about the pre-orders of it. And so it's going to be a big time game. Take two, just one of those names. Because I was looking at Roblox, but I think this is a little bit of a safer bet. I'm pretty sure it's going to be successful. But they just dump so much money into it that I don't know what classifies it.
I mean, Roblox has been. I mean, you know what? It's breaking down trend now.
Yeah.
So Roblox, it's been a minute, but Roblox has made the bottom, right? So like the temporary bottom. How far it wants to go? Can it get 50 to 200? That's a name in the space. It's not doing, well, it's literally flat today. So it's obviously not doing much of anything in here today. But if you're staying on space, triple bottom on the daily, over the 50 period, now you're getting a nice little consolidation above. This looks constructive. I'd still say lean into the whole downward sloping 200 period moving average means have some realistic expectations as to how far the bounce is going to go. And when I think that, you're thinking 70 to 75 here. But that's another name, which is, you can say not doing much today, but that's consolidating when you're going higher is perfectly fine, as long as you can hold on to things like 54. Like the example I'd use would be the hooded one, Robinhood, which is kind of in that same mold today, inside day, but still holding support. So a bit of a bull flag on a higher time frame if you're able to pull it up. And then the uptrend and the low has been made. There's your hold to low, there's your hold to 50. This one actually broke the 200 period, so I do still like that. This afternoon, maybe not so much, because, well, it's barely holding on to VWAP, and it's underneath VWAP, whereas the Qs are above and possibly breaking down now. Yeah, you know what? As I say that, I'm about to hop out of this IBIT trade. It's consolidating higher, but it's not really breaking. It's not breaking out. And if we're coming in the other way, I still like that SMR short if we can grab it. Yeah. I might even look to a BMNR breaking down. This has been relatively weak in the space. Like if IBIT and ETH are at the highs and this is already breaking down into VWAP, I might look for this breaking VWAP. But I just realized we still have to pay for locates on BMNR. So
oh, do we still?
Do
okay.
Yeah,
we didn't really trade that last week, so I don't.
It's one of those, like, sometimes you got to pay a quarter of a cent. I think that'll be, give it a week or two. That'll be free here, real trading. It's literally 0.02 cents or something like that per share for locates on SpaceX.
Yeah.
But it's still
it's free. It's
basically free.
A couple hundred shares. It was like 5 cents, literally. No. It's something stupid how low SpaceX locates are.
That's a value. It's one of the values at real trading is 99 point something. I don't know the exact number. 99 point something % of all U.S. stocks are effectively free to borrow, easy to borrow, I should say. Or free for locates, be able to go short. And then the small percentage where you have to pay, it's very, very reasonable. It's only ever expensive when it's that stock that you've never heard of with an 800,000 float starts randomly doing volume. That's the one where you're actually going to have to pay something real. But that would be expected. Let's go up to SIA for happening now.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that, Neil. It is indeed happening now time. Let's take a look at what the major averages are doing with the IWM in there. As the SPY currently down 0.3% at the moment. The triple Qs are also down 1.4%. The Dow is down 0.22% with the IWM down close to 2%. Not too far away, not too close. Let's take a look at what we're talking about. CTSH. We're talking about CTSH has said that it will expand its partnership with Google Cloud. It's aimed at accelerating enterprise adoption of Gemini AI. So it's continuing to hold that momentum. It was 6% up currently, up 5.7% on the day. Not that much of a difference. So let's also take a look at USAR, USA Rare Earth. So continuing to fall more than 6% here after the Wall Street Journal has reported that a group of Democratic lawmakers are expanding their inquiry. This is very relevant because Adara just did that segment right now. And it's reported that a group of Democratic lawmakers are expanding their inquiry into the government's funding. That's a $1.6 billion investment in the company. So in particular, the lawmakers are seeking information from Cantor Fitzgerald regarding a potential conflict of interest that's tied to Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. With that, USAR down on the day 7%, and we're going to send it over to Neil.
Thank you very much, Sia. Well, we were just talking about real trading and locates and the advantages that you can have if you're doing so. Well, you know what? If you want to become a real trader, the next trading cohort is just around the corner. And this time, we're expanding our reach. If you live outside the U.S., now's your chance to apply and join the program. You'll be trading U.S. equities during hours. So be sure you're available for the continuous U.S. session. This program is carefully designed to help you master market microstructure, different marketplaces and venues, order types, professional versus retail or amateur approaches to execution. The space is limited, so don't wait. Apply now, take your trading skills to the next level. Shout out to Real Trading for sure. And again, sign up quickly. It always seems to fill up pretty fast when we do the promo, so you got to make sure you get in there if you're outside of the United States of America, everybody. But it is about trading those U.S. markets because, let's be real, markets go as the U.S. markets go. They absolutely.
I was showing an example.
Like July 4th, like look at Toronto.
Yeah, no, I was showing an example yesterday, but like names like TD Bank and Royal Bank, they do more volume in Toronto. So there's a lot of opportunity. And we always are showing you guys, here, let's figure out who made all the money there the last little while here at Real Trading. We'll show you, it's not who, it's what. And we'll give you a little bit of an idea of some of the names that have been looked at here. And actually, it's not the names. We did get the email of the names, but this is the market right here. So we'll go down. Oh, I just saw a big number there. Somebody yesterday, somebody figured out something on the NASDAQ yesterday, or the AMX most likely. There it is, man. $61,000 yesterday someone made, and this is all prop money.
I'm guessing.
So we've got Amex, NASDAQ, New York, so on and so forth. Amex, NASDAQ, New York. These guys are all probably holding hands. And then Amex and NASDAQ, as it keeps on going. There's someone there in Blue Ocean. Yes, it will. There's Blue Ocean, there's NASDAQ, New York, Amex, NASDAQ, so on and so forth. Okay, I'll talk to you about it then after, Rob. 9,000 right there for Blue Ocean. So good little run there in Blue Ocean. Remember, the Blue Ocean is the next couple days, so it's not necessarily last night, it was the night before. So, you might have had some earnings or the SOXL or, SpaceX or something like that going off there. And I know Sia just went through some of what's happening now. The thing that always interests me is this section here, because so many of these names have really had huge runs. And I don't necessarily think that, I know Caterpillar and, I know what the turbines and everything like that are now being used and, typically used there for farming and whatnot and et cetera, et cetera. For me, some of these things still have use case, like even after, and you can see Caterpillar down 929. I think the all-time high is 1,100 or something. It's some of these pullbacks that are now happening that get me a little interested, because I do think that Caterpillar, we talked about GE Vernova and some of the other names there, IREN and Constellation and blah blah blah. Some of these other names that I think there's a lot of value in this space here. Deere, even John Deere, could see a little bump up as well. Down 6%. And this doesn't show me the chart. So if we actually go over into said chart and take a look at John Deere or Deere and Company, even Caterpillar's at the 50-period moving average. But like this was just, it's not like it was moments away, but it was coming up into all-time highs again. And there's a little bit of a dump down. So you're getting a pretty aggressive move here today on DE. That's coming back. And then here's Caterpillar as well. So some of these names that were, more classic industrial names, more classic names attached to agriculture and whatnot, now have been associated a lot with power generation and, equipment, as well as rebuilding and building up databases and the infrastructure plays. I still think that there's some value coming in here. And there goes Caterpillar down into 920 again. Last time we were at the 50 period, we hit 855. They made a move up basically $200 straight to the north side there on CAT. So, a little bit of an opportunity there that might be a little bit different than what you were thinking about the last time you looked at a Caterpillar or any of these names. So, yeah, coming back into a good spot there is Caterpillar.
It's not alone. GE Vernova pulled back into the 50 period on the daily. These are somewhat healthy, but remember, these are all things which have gotten repriced based on what is going on with AI. And when that cycle comes back, they all have pretty solid moats. Like, they're not completely falling apart. These are not the type of names that are going to get rugged to zero if you make an AI top, but they are names that could have some deep corrections. Like, is it crazy? Like, GE Vernova, would it be crazy if it was back at $800 by the end of the year? I don't necessarily think so. That's really going to depend on the hyperscalers for us. Right? Like, as long as that stays on track, then I think, you're probably going to be okay. But the second you start seeing that spending drop, why wouldn't you be all the way back down into some of those levels? It certainly makes a bit of sense to me. You get a sticky note.
Yeah, because I'm trying to ask Rob about this printer that's going on here.
Nobody prints anything anymore, Sean. What are you trying to print?
I just sent you a thing. I'm attaching to the wrong printer, it looks like.
Oh, you must be printing a lineup.
Over here.
You're making the baseball
No. I'm printing well, we have a baseball. Actually, I got to do that later. That's tomorrow.
I knew it.
I have that one right into here.
I know that.
See, I keep on trying to get this one, but it's this one.
I don't even know what printer we use here.
Right.
Right-click delete.
Yeah, it's okay. I got it now. Don't worry about it.
Have you tried logging out and logging back in?
Well, is it on the website?
I don't know if it's on the website.
I mean, that's what I was trying to figure out right here, if it's on the website or not. Yeah, we've had a couple different printers come through here, and I just was printing back a shipping label.
What's the last thing you print?
On that, we don't print. I mean,
what's the last thing I printed?
I was actually thinking about that, and it's like, we have a printer at home. That's for the kids. Like, I think that they'll print things for school and things like that, but it's just like a very, very basic printer, and we go to like Staples or something and get the ink for it every once in a while. I don't know the last time. I mean, everything now, if you just have a barcode, you can pretty much show it to whomever you want.
Oh, I'm legitimately trying to think of the last thing. I know I had to print something here recently because I asked Rob, and I can't remember what it was. Oh, that's gonna bug me.
That's what Rob's all about.
You know what? It doesn't matter. But like everybody's got a. I shouldn't say everybody.
It's like a DVD player. It's
like we have a printer at home. I don't know. I couldn't tell you where it is, but it's somewhere. It's somewhere in the house, probably in the room of doom where a bunch of stuff has just been stored. It'd be fun to go office space on that bad boy because
you actually have a name for that room. That's pretty cool. The room.
That's a bad thing.
No, I know it's a bad thing, but I just like. We have a bunch of stuff lying around everywhere too. When you have kids, you only have one kid. You got 3 kids.
That's why I don't understand how it could be so bad. Like we shouldn't have that much crap. We only have 1 kid. Yeah. Yet we do, and it's I don't know. It drives me nuts.
Crap everywhere. We should have Brian Shannon ready to go, guys, soon. Not now. Yeah. But he's going to come here today, 2:45-ish. So in a matter of minutes there. And I'm going to ask him about Meta.
Meta did make the top, by the way.
Damn it! Darn it! Shoot! Bruh. Rats. Last time we were looking at Meta, man, we were talking about that little top wick there. I mean, look, there's been lots of them. It's fine, but it was the first real kind of pullback that had happened. And I think sometimes you want to go like on the prior bar close. You might not even use that one, but maybe this bar right there. So a close of like 622 gave us some downside play there. So I think that there was a little bit of love there for Meta on the short. So I think that was for someone, hopefully you guys maybe took it, maybe you didn't, but that looks like a decent call there for anybody looking at Meta onto the short there. Could be into something. That's all. We'll wait to see what winds up happening on a little bit of a pullback, only because we've seen it before many times, and I think that's part of muscle memory. Really, is that we've seen Meta go back and forth through these levels and just come back in after news. So Meta right now doing what we all thought it would and pulling back just a little bit there. I feel like I thought it would have pulled back a little bit more, but right now holding for 620, not bad at all. We did have Amazon earlier today. I tried this one. It's fine. We're down on it, but it's nothing to really write home about. That was a great move higher there. And because it was a little early, it's the same time that we had this Palantir and whatever else we had there. Apple, I think, was getting run over there. But we found it. We got it to the upside. This is the problem. But we lost there, and then we lost there again, which is why I'm saying it's a hit. It's not a big hit, but it's still a hit. And Amazon right now gave it up into 244. They had a $25 billion offering or something today, notes offering. So that's not great that they have to raise a little bit of capital, but the market doesn't seem to care that much. With the NASDAQ being down 1.5, Amazon's only down 0.6.
Easier for them than it is for others. Like you worry, when Rivian says they're raising money, it's a problem.
You're right.
They're going to get pummeled over
How much is that down? That was down 13.
Great question.
RIV.
Great question. It was down. It's probably still.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah, Rivian not.
Ooh, that's loud.
Not really appreciating Rivian actually to the downside. And
Yikes.
I was debating picking some of this up, but then I was reading about it. It's like they're still losing a lot of money, man, and they still lose money per every car that they're doing. Sharif, I actually have to read Sharif's morning note because he had something there about they have to meet certain obligations to get some sort of federal funding or some grant, and that may or may not happen. And if and when we get that news story, that could create another downside push. So I think for me anyways, a little bit of work needs to be done here to consider exactly what play we're having on Rivian. So I would like to buy it down at 15. This is actually 16 is a 200 period. We may get that tomorrow. So wish what you want, but don't wish too hard because that could be coming through tomorrow. Joe has
That's the thing about
something about that saying, you could wish in one hand and do something else in the other and see what actually happens. I forget what that, I know, see what goes first. And,
I know that one.
Yeah, so that's what that
you
is
can't,
there,
yeah,
but,
you could say it, but.
Yeah, anyways, that's something there. So yeah, we'll just wait to hear on Rivian. I don't want to chase this one to the downside. Tesla's having its own problems. You know, I mean, we got that story from Toyota today, moving some of their production into the United States. They didn't even react to that. There's Tesla right now down 3.5%. And yeah, that 420 level again, like some of these things have memory. Like we're up to 420 there, it came back in, ripped up to 420. I mean, it did break a little bit higher, but there is a move back down in again. So just hovering around. Hey, there's worse Mag 7s out there. So I don't want to throw too much shade over here at Elon.
Oh, you can't. There's way worse.
Way worse. And it's just like, this is just now breaking its 50 and its 200 period moving average. You look at stocks, you know, like a Microsoft or, you know, even a Meta or, you know, as you
everybody that's not Apple and Alphabet,
unfortunately,
basically.
Nvidia. Oh, Nvidia actually has a really great bounce today. You know, I can't really hate on that. That's a nice move, right? From 190, 150 all the way back up to 197. Great job, Nvidia, actually. So why is the market down so much? Is it still that DRAM story? Like, why are we down 1 point?
Micron's still down 6.
Yeah, it's this whole, here it is. I mean, that's why I just call it DRAM. It's like SOXL and DRAM and all these names. DRAM still down 7%. I wrote it down as a short for the very first time. I put it on the notes today, but it didn't get there. I was thinking if we did have a rebound in DRAM, but we haven't really. Sure, we got one off those lows. How much was this down at 1.11% or something? So not a great story today for some of these names, including SOXL, including Marvell. And maybe I'm missing something. What was there like a major? I mean, I know a Samsung, but was there?
That's all it is.
Yeah, I feel like there
that
must be.
was literally all it is.
That's all it is.
SanDisk dropped. I mean, it's recovered already like more than $100, but it dropped like $100 on this, so.
Okay.
This is one of the remember the good old days?
Nope.
When ARM was trading at $430.
What, last week?
Where you could, I don't know, what do I usually say? Where you could go outside without locking your door.
Yeah.
Where people actually talk to their neighbors.
No, don't remember.
You know, like those good old days. No, I'm not talking about a couple of weeks ago for those things, but you were for ARM. Like you're just you're cruising. And remember, when stocks do this, like if it's going to go from $300 to $450, make a 50% move in 1 week, well, when it gets back down there pretty quickly, you can't be that ridiculously surprised at this point. What's scary about the ARM is if it loses not 3. I mean, it's under 300 now, but if it holds under this 300 and loses the support down here, so probably like the 290, then you start talking about that 200 breakout that we were literally just doing a few months ago. Like these names have some serious ways to pull back. Like when part of the reason why they went up was talking about revenue that's not really getting booked for 3 years, or I guess 2.5 now, then you got to understand if people start having short-term projections of growth get scaled back in some other name, what does that do to the ones that have a couple extra years before they even catch up? Because they just went into making their own chips here, really competing with some of their clients. That's a new one, and that could be fantastic for them. But the timing for all of that gets pretty nasty if people are calling some kind of a top on the memory chip names or the chip names in particular. So the only thing that I didn't get BM&R because it's not really. I don't know, Bitcoin is trying to make a bit of a bounce. So crypto's bouncing a little bit here. So that BM&R short might not actually even set up if we just get back to the highs on some of the crypto names. But SMR did break that little trend. So there's SMR breaking the trend line. We got our consolidation short, looking for VWAP to try to get half out, then try to hold for it to break even lower. But the NASDAQ could be contributing to a little bit of this as it's started to move. So that range that we were sitting in from 1230 till basically now, 2 hours worth of range, we just broke down. And I feel like it's because if Meta wasn't enough to drag the NASDAQ up, when Meta made the top, it was clearly enough to drag it back down. And that's maybe that's an indication when Meta was doing this, the NASDAQ didn't want to break out. So the second Meta stopped, it's like, okay, there you go. Now we're rolling back a little bit here. So keep an eye on Meta. This gets all the way to VWAP, probably not going to be a good thing for the overall market. As it's halfway back there now, but we're going up to the desk. We've got Sia.
Thank you. Let's take a look at the individual tickers and also start by looking at the IW1, which is still down 0.67% on the day. CLRO, Clear One, is up 112% at the moment. It's entered into an agreement and plan of merger to acquire Cortigent with Vivani receiving over 500,000, near to 12 million, well over 500,000, 12 million almost Clear One shares just as consideration. So the stock is reacting. Obviously, it's up 112% on the day. IVVD in Vivid is up 16.5% on the day after the company has announced that it has received notice from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, which is the FDA, of the impending expiry of its emergency use authorization for its PEMGARDA preventive treatment. So PEMGARDA's emergency status will be ending on June 29th of next year unless the company secures a full FDA approval by that time.
All right, thanks, Sia, there for all of that. I just wanted to, here is Luis. You mentioned there that we missed your super chat. I was covering a little bit on Palantir, but I guess we didn't exactly talk about will it get to 160 by the end of the month. I mean, like I was saying about having that crystal ball. Look, I mean, would love to be able to tell you that this does have another 15% in it. I think it does. I mean, you know, we're kind of going to the upside today. We got a story today. It's on our watch list about a deal with the Mexican government. I just think that in a little bit of a better feel right now with some of those software names. I think we've sort of talked a little bit about those as well and how that's been going. You know, I just think working in, Alex Karp was on CNBC there. He's talking, about everything that he can about the power of Palantir and how, you keep your own data and, everything that they've built is going to be, you use your information with that. It's not like these other LLMs where they're just taking whatever Neil and I put as inputs and then, figuring it out from there. This, Palantir has a very unique situation with all the travel and, everything that's been happening now. Border security and just immigration. I like the Palantir story. I have not been buying more though down here. Obviously looking back and saying $100, like to go from in June, let's just say July 1st, first of the month there was $100 and say $7 or $8. I know there's a weekend in here, but if you go from 106 up to 160, like that's 55% in a month. So, is it possible? Have we seen names, do stuff like that before? The answer is resounding yes, but that's still a big move. So I don't know. I'm not sure if it's an options play. We can maybe talk to that with Joe, a little bit tomorrow or whatever. But 160, that's where the 200 period moving average is. So I think you're right about looking for that level. But I think it's a little premature to say that this thing's going to go up 55% in a month. But, it's happened before, and it's halfway there now. So let's see if it can get back to the upside here. Palantir, good call. I'm long it right there. I'm as long as we still get these stories that we like, then I'm going to keep on pushing the Palantir long. But there's, by the way,
oil spike.
As we were just,
oil
spiking right here. Something about Iran. We are going to go to it there in a second. But there's that break that we sort of were afraid of. We talked about breaking right here, 29.5 on the NASDAQ. Yeah, that worked, man. And there it is to the downside now. Taking out a whole bunch of levels here is the NASDAQ. So what's up, Adara? What's causing this?
There is a story that's causing this. So I'm seeing here, apparently the U.S. Treasury has revoked a Iran-related waiver from June 21st. I looked this up because I didn't remember hearing about this. And apparently it was issued actually on June 22nd, so not the 21st. So either way here, this waiver, regardless of when it was initiated, apparently this was a temporary 60-day sanctions waiver allowing Iran to produce, sell, and deliver crude and petroleum products. That's been revoked. So again, just over 10 days into that 60-day waiver, it gets revoked. I guess sanctions are back on, it sounds like, here for Iran. We'll take a look here at USO, which is spiking to the upside. Furthermore, comments coming in from the U.S. officials saying that Iran's actions in the Strait of Hormuz were, quote, wholly unacceptable to the U.S. and will be, quote, met with consequences. So in addition to revoking that sanctions waiver, you also have the U.S. threatening consequences for some actions of Iran in the Strait of Hormuz earlier today and earlier this week. We talked about it earlier, a couple different strikes that were targets, I guess, from Iran towards these other countries, in the Strait. To get more details, I'll let you know, but I think the move up is just basically because we're seeing heightened hostilities and tensions between the U.S. and Iran. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, watching at USO, you weren't here, but USO hadn't been doing much other than coming back in. Gas prices much more affordable around these places right now, and I hope it is around where you guys are as well.
Huge when I got back.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like, much better discounts. happening right now. So
But the market's starting to.
Yeah, missed the boat a little bit here. SpaceX coming back in. We still have like that. It's not a huge position. We have like that 10% or so left on SpaceX, but we do have to worry just a little bit about it here, of course, as this market is, coming back in, to say the least. So right now, there's SpaceX coming back in. We'll take a little bit off of that, and we did get some more Palantir out here just at 137.50 as we break in a little lower there as we get that question about Palantir. And yeah, a little lower right now on PLTR. I guess I missed that SpaceX. Oh, 151.07. I thought I punched out, but I must have missed it. Now you have some pressure there at 151. There, it's not an alcohol, it's not 151 proof, but we'll see. 9,000 shares sitting there right now. That's all of these are represented by 100. So when you see a 1 there, that's supposed to be 100 shares. Now you could see that everything in between are all these prints. Blue is in between. Red is going to be off the bid. Green is off the ask. Most trading in SpaceX happening in between this spread. So, just be careful. And I guess that's what happened. I must have punched 107 and didn't come through. So we'll wait to see now what winds up happening. Maybe, we don't even really need to care that much about these prices. Like if I'm dealing with one, I'm just going to punch out a little bit there. We'll cross down. There we go. We get an 85 as we cross into 83. So a little more of an out there. I don't think we'll reload this. The NASDAQ is not loving life right now. Yeah. That's just making a big move down. Like, honestly, that's pretty decent for this time based on, of course, what Adair mentioned there with USO.
It's like we're moving on that, really?
I guess so. Oil's been kind of muted for a while. Okay, here we go. Something for you. TNGX.
Nick Dubs in the chat. Wait, what up, Nick? Been a minute. Obviously, good to see you again. TNGX on the 30. Okay, so hold on a second. Let me switch the 15 to a 30. So the thing, Nick, you always have, I think you just want me to change my time frames because I like a 15-minute chart there. Let's see, on TNGX. I got the Friday charts going on for this one. So you specifically like the 30-minute chart, so we'll indulge with this to see what it looks like. Technically,
it's a therapeutic company, just for FYI for you.
Is it also on the 30 or at 30? I'm going to assume on the 30-minute because this looks pretty good, right? You've got a lot of deal making, which is happening in the space. That's just already a good start. So I don't know if they've got any rumors surrounding them, but that definitely helps if they do. But I love the fact that you've got some. Look, you've got the consolidation here on the daily chart to start with, because I like to start outside in. This looks pretty solid. Like the 28 support, which was prior resistance up here. Then when you flash to that 30. Really, you're just sitting in front of the 28. Now, the best part about the fact that you've got a support level on it, again, there has been a lot of deal making recently within the space, so you can get a lot of sympathy bounces if you just buy some of these things in front of support, and that can kind of help it out. That said, you really need to know the individual stock, like what are its recent catalysts, like do they have any kind of a trial result that you're looking forward to, because that can be a good reason for it's trending up and off some buy support. But if tomorrow, and I don't know, I'm just making this up for sake of argument here, if tomorrow they have some kind of a trial result happening, probably not the best time to be buying in front of the support level because when they sell the news, your support levels don't really mean diddly in those situations. So you want to make sure you have an understanding of what they have coming up. When do they report? When do they have the next results? Is there anybody that just had with a deal that would be sympathy to it and maybe a similar product line? Those are all things that you have to be concerned with. But I do like the technicals because hey man, the trend is your friend till the end when it bends, and that's just taking the stairs to the upside. So thanks, Nick, for the super chat. Appreciate it for sure, as always. And you seem to, what I like about that is I feel every single time you bring something up, it is something which is trending higher. Like you seem to like to play that trend, which is so much easier than the alternative. Trying to pick a bottom, like an SMR, which is literally at 52 weeks.
It's close. No, it's like 8. What was it, 875 or something?
I'm eyeballing it. 8. Yeah, that sounds right. 875 sounds right to me.
It's 885.
Cool.
On e-signal.
Well, then it broke that this morning.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
So it broke it this morning.
It got into its all-time lows.
Wow.
The 52-week low, not all-time.
Oh,
and
no.
Of course, SMR formerly.
I lost one of my graphics. I don't even know which one it is.
Okay.
I'm going to hit the button and see which one it is that I've lost.
Bottom one you're looking for? No, there's not too many victories. Flawless non-victory.
Yeah, but like on my stream deck, I lost my icon for it because I have like these. You guys can't see. See, they have like, oh, there you go. There's like pictures for my buttons I hit, and now the flawless victory is gone. Like
it's probably Joe's fault.
Blue screen of death. But that's fine. I know what it is, so I can just hit that one No, but seriously, why did I lose
Joe.
my fun graphic? I can hit my football one.
Yeah,
That's
you
got a
got
nice little
some fun
picture.
stuff
So I know
going on
I know what key I'm hitting. But for SMR, it seems like it's trying to catch a bit off of VWAP here. So I took another leg out. I might rest another bid in front of the volume weighted average price because VWAP is still a support, and I just bid 109. You told me just instead of that's hilarious. Let's put the wrong. I just bid $1.09 instead of $8.99. So that was my bid for a split second.
I mean, here's a stock that, yeah, we've been talking about. I know you like it. I like it. We all like IBM. I mean, IBM was one, for some reason, honestly, we got into this name and then Trump, like we were in it because IBM's a name that honestly I've probably, and I'm going to show my age here, held this for 30 years, honestly, on IBM. It was one of the very first stocks I ever bought. Like I said, a disciple of Mad Money back in the day when I used to watch it with my father. So, you know, getting into the banks and getting into IBM and, you know, even Nvidia early on, that's more of a, you know, last decade story. But, you know, IBM just, and then it was announced that they were getting a few $1 billion from the government. And we started to go upside as the whole quantum space sort of blew up. And then we did have an opportunity, but did not take it to get more down here. And again, like this is June 22nd. You know, we were at 250. Now you're up to 310 again. So, you know, throw out those textbooks that say some of these stocks aren't supposed to move like this. But IBM definitely is. I love this as a long-term quantum play. You know, the more and more I see this, you know, sort of, I'm going to say catastrophic, but it's not really because of where we come from. But when you look at a name like Marvell that was just $100 higher about a week ago, you know, it really makes you think like, why not? And look, IBM had these moves down as well. This is not prone. I mean, IBM might have had this exact move down. What was this? 340 down to 240. Yeah. So they had a $100 move down lower as well. So it's not like, oh, wow, it's easy to pick and choose which names that you want to sort of get back into and whatnot. But, you know, just thinking like,
I feel better about that.
well, that's what I'm saying. I think the long term for IBM is something that you can really wrap your head around. Meanwhile, playing in the DRAM space and, you know, this whole sandbox that is SanDisk and all these kind of names that just keep on moving and they print millionaires, and I'm sure it takes a couple million away as well. Because when it moves and you're caught the wrong way, it's like, look out, man, because you're coming off the morning and you're down 7 or 8%. And if the market keeps on going, next thing you know, you're down 11%, just like that. And I said earlier, like, you know, to have all your money in a name like an AMD or something, there's obviously going to be associated risk with this. This is another name that's really hasn't fallen back in yet. This might be one of the best, honestly, one of the strongest and best names to hold in your portfolio right now, just because of the action that it's had. This has been a nasty couple days in the space. And this name is just like, yeah, that's fine. Like, we're just chill right now. So watch out for a 50-period break of 5 bills. Wow, that could be tomorrow's trade today. A break of 500 on AMD. We've wicked off of that now basically for a month. And, you know, like I said, if there's a lot of people like myself looking at this saying, hey, this looks pretty good. This looks like it's going to hold up. It's like that whole call wall that we talked about yesterday with Joe. I forget what stock that was, Joe. Was it Meta? I think it was Meta 600, yeah. So, you know, watch out for AMD 500 today. And how's those Meta 600s tasting for everybody that was writing those calls or whatever? Now it's not great. You know, you get some news. Hey, it was a sweet trade today, early. Get those 600 calls long to buy them. Now you're up to 620. So good little movement here on Meta off of, again, MuseSpark. We finally found out what's up with that image generation there. They're now entering this sandbox now is Meta with this. But yeah,
hopefully not
pull back in SpaceX. I don't know. Are you out yet? No, because
I just put a break even. My stop was right in here at break even, so I'm out. It never got all the way to VWAP. It's the only place where we were looking to buy was in front of 155 and then 150. So we're gonna get it looks like we're gonna get a retest of 150 bones on this thing at this point. Seems almost inevitable. So that one's like an older one that'll be out. Yeah, you're still. If this is just a wick underneath VWAP on SMR, this is still kind of a strong nail. I might try to get another leg out here under the volume weighted average price of SMR, and then we can see if we let it fly. I don't want this bouncing off VWAP and getting back into the high. You got to be able to take what you can, as we're going to go up to SIA. Again,
SIA.
What do you have for SIA?
Oh, that's funny. Anyways, SPY currently down 0.54% at the moment. Let's take a look at the sectors and what's going on. With electric tech, we have Nvidia and Apple flat at the moment. AVGO, Micron continuing that bearish momentum. It's recovered just a little over 1%, but it's still down 7.2% at the moment, with INTC down close to 11%, Cisco down 1.5%, and AMD down 6% at the moment, with SNDK sliding further into the bearishness, down 10% at the moment. Tech services, we have Google, Microsoft, and Meta continuing their bullish momentum from earlier in the day. Google up 0.5%, Microsoft up 1%, with Meta up 3.3%, as is Palantir and Netflix, but Oracle still sliding down 2% on the day. Finance, we have BRKB, JPM, MA, BAC, MS, and WFC holding that flatness from earlier in the day. Visa is down 1.6% at the moment, with GS down closer inching to 1%, and Citi down close to 2%. With retail trade, we have Amazon up 0.64%. Walmart was a bit flat earlier in the day, but is up 1% at the moment. We have Costco still trading flat, 0.11%, 1% just down a little bit. Home Depot, HD down 1.4% as well, followed by TJX up 1.2%. We have producer manufacturing continuing to be one of probably the worst performing sectors today, down with AMAT down 8%, CAT down 4.6%, LRCX and GEV down 8.16% and 7.6% respectively. Consumer non-durables, we have PM and PEP back up in the green. KO and PG have continued holding that strength from earlier in the day. We have consumer durables, we have Tesla down closer to 4%. Health tech, we have Lilly and J&J in the green, up 3%, very close to 3%, both of them each. ABBV is flat. It looks like it made a bit of a reversal. Right now is a bit of green earlier in the day. MRK up 1.4%. Energy minerals has continued to show us that greenness from earlier in the day. It's super strong right now, still holding strong. XOM up 3%, CVX up 3%. Consumer services, a bit of a mixed sentiment, as is process industries and transportation. Uber seems to have gained a little bit more, up closer to 3% on the day, with health services and communication, as well as non-energy, a bit of a mixed sentiment in those three sectors as well. We have UNH up 1.6%, and that's a wrap on your sector watch.
Too.
So thank you there, Sia. I guess they were listening when we were pumping how great those Uber boats are over on the Thames there. Great for commuting, great views, good times. They weren't too packed, but
no, they're good.
Yeah, they were. It was fantastic.
I got a cappuccino on the one I went on.
You can get. Well, see, I had to slow Aaron down on the, how many treats and snacks do you need to get on this? But it's not that long of a boat ride. We just ate. It's like, because you get on a boat that just happens to have like a little bar kiosk
exactly.
thing. It's like, of course, like you have to get something when you stop at a concession. Yeah. It's kind of like they have an ice cream in England. They have an ice cream truck. I'm telling you, they're everywhere. They can't possibly have that. It's insane though. You can't go without running into an ice cream truck. We go into a place, we go into a museum. I don't recall seeing one at the corner when I went in, and I come out, and I swear there's now all of a sudden it's right there, and boom, now you're just I ate a lot of ice cream. I'm trying to blame it on something other than the fact that I have a sweet tooth, but if I'm being real about it, I just have a sweet tooth. I ate a lot of ice cream in London, and they got the slushy things too, and those are pretty delicious. You just can't go wrong. Yeah. And when it's like 30 degrees, you gotta have it. But no, back to Uber for a quick second. I think when you get rotation, sometimes you gotta wonder who's gonna power up next. And if you look at what is strong today, relative to most of the market, which is getting its what handed to it, Uber's been a pretty boringly crappy stock. But it's been a crap stock in the same range where there's just dip buyers on the low 70s. And you're getting some signs of, hey, it's starting to put in some higher lows. And if it can just, like you sort of see the pattern here, and if we are getting some rotation, if it can just show you something at that 200 period moving average or into the 200 period moving average, like that's a good move off the lows. You ring a little Reggie because, hey, downward sloping 200 period moving average, stock's in a downtrend. So you're looking to get a little something back into this 80 level, just one good press. And maybe this is the start of something new. It's back above the 50 as of today, so maybe look for some continuation tomorrow. It's gonna have to take out this 75 though. That seems like that's the hurdle that we got to get past. But plenty of room. 75 to 80s, that's a good move. Adara?
I was gonna say start us something new. Is that a High School Musical reference? Very likely completely unintentional, but my brain just was like, so I don't know.
Okay, so first of all,
what the hell's High School Musical? I mean,
there is no chance I'm making a High School Musical.
I mean, I know what I mean.
No, I know what it is.
Like,
I couldn't tell you the first
no
thing about it
reference.
though. Like I couldn't tell you a song in it. I couldn't tell you who's. No, why would I know? Why would I know?
I could not either. And Joe can't either.
Isn't that? No, that's not.
Right, Joe?
What's the thing with Leah Michelle? That's not it.
I don't know. Leah Michelle. Oh, that was something else.
That's something else. What's that one? Oh, that's Glee. Okay.
Glee, yeah.
Well, it's like, isn't it? It's like Glee, right?
You know, stop doing high school.
Very different tonally and in terms of the age demographic who it's for, and also one is a show and the other is a series of movies.
Okay,
Neil,
well,
stop
fine.
making
Make fun
references
of me, man.
to High School Musical. Okay,
Yeah, that's
we
my
understand.
bad.
Neil, you've heard that
I was just
song,
trying to
Start
drop
Us
my.
Something New.
Huh?
Start Us Something New. Do you know that?
Can you sing it, please?
Honestly,
No?
No. Okay.
yeah. Well, I don't know it unless you.
Yeah,
Somebody's singing for me.
We have no point of reference. No point of reference. Okay. Yeah. So no, bad on us, Neil. We have no idea about High School Musical, and that's okay. I'm fine with that. But yeah, shout out to High School Musical and Neil making random references around these joints.
Clearly intentional.
Right now. All right. All right, we got out a little bit there. Hope you guys are having fun with us. 137.50 came right back up, so take advantage of that, getting lighter and lighter as this day goes on, because it looks like we are getting set to break. I mean, you know, we had sort of sensed a little bit there. We told you we were offering these prices. So there's that 150, 107 that we wound up getting eventually, and then we wind up getting that 150, 80, you know, when we punched out the first time. So yeah, man, it's back in right now. It's SpaceX coming back into 150. My stop is still right here. Break of 150, and we're out on this name. I mean, the futures are. This is the missed opportunity for me. Is we actually called. We looked at this and was kind of doing nothing, and we're like, well, I was like, if it breaks, that's going to be a little bit of a problem. But we were going to run into VWAP, so I thought the short would have been here. So to call it from up here, we did not. But to look at it down at VWAP, that's looking pretty strong there. And the Nasdaq retraces back down now. 2%, and I know, sorry, not Adair, Sia looked at the daily chart there of what's happening now, but the dollar, I don't know if we're gonna, I think we have money talks at some point here this afternoon as well, but there it goes, man, the US dollar upside pretty much right now as this market is reacting negatively, so there goes the US dollar. We saw it going upside there earlier today as, whoopsies, don't want to click on that, as we saw it going upside early, what am I doing? Upside earlier today. Then it faded when the Nasdaq didn't get back to green, but wasn't too far away. Then upside, back in, taking out day's high right now. So I think the Nasdaq does have some more room to go back to the downside right there as we look. So you said something interesting there, and then we started talking about High School Musical. It was about what was next, you know, what was sort of the next thing to go. I think right here, and too bad Randy's not here right now because he was loving life when he was talking about XOM before when it was all the way up here. But this has come right back in again as well. Like, so these levels down here at 135, you can collect a dividend. Obviously, oil stocks have their pluses and minuses on why you'd want to own them and why you know, especially if you think there's a recession coming, which I don't think so. I mean, earnings have been really strong. You don't really want to hold an oil name if that were to be the case. But right into here, 135, a good hold on ExxonMobil. So collect a dividend, have a little bit of a flight to safety there. Well, and, you know, if it just appreciates back to 155, that's your 15%.
Look at January. The thing we've all forgotten about because of Iran,
yeah,
is that spike that we had over Venezuela.
Yeah, well,
and if you look at Chevron, right? And go look at XOM, and that spike, like the close that day on Chevron CVX was 164. Look where the bottom is. It pulled right, all that Iran pullback goes right into the Venezuela close. Like there's a volume spike, there's your big volume. This is where it closed. It opened the price the next day. That's exactly where it bounced. So this is what you got to file those things away. Like Brian will talk about like throw an anchored VWAP. Stocks have memory. Like they tend to close gaps in. It closed the gap to that point. It's like, well, where was it from one conflict to another? And that's exactly where you're catching the bounce. I don't know which one you like, but it was a logical place for things to pull back, and now you can just start resuming the uptrend. Like, so for me, CVX went from a 140 buy to a 165, 170 buy, and I think, will it get back to the Iran highs promptly? No. But that's not why you own it. You own it for some rotation and a divvy, and usually you like buying it when you think things are getting a little bit frothy in tech, and that's one of the things that's supposed to be good about it. Is NASDAQ is, well, I mean, we're down over 2%, and we're not even at the low. So it's not turning out to be a very good power hour. For the longs, any longs have all dripped out, really only in SMR because it didn't actually catch the BMNR short. So BMNR did end up breaking down. Obviously, everything's going down, so it's really not too much of a surprise there, but wasn't able to grab it. SMR is still trying to fall further, but there's some relative strength here at VWAP. Like, we're getting acceleration now to the downside on the Qs. So I would have liked to see this get a little bit weaker off the long-weighted average price. So I don't want this breaking the downtrend. If it gets back above and starts breaking out over 9, then the move is what it is, and you take what you can get, and you do not want to be upset. The other thing to keep in mind, it doesn't mean a heck of a lot. SpaceX, it's in the NASDAQ. Of course, that when it's effective today, really, it's more of like a last week thing, or
yeah, exactly.
You throw that into significance to close the prior session. All of that being said, given the volatility in tech today, and given the fact that it is added, like, I'd be looking out for it on the locator here, or just anything in general. Like, when this comes out at 350, let's just say it's trying to bounce off 150 again. Like, you got to keep that in the back of your mind that you could have kind of a weird volume spike on this kind of a name at 350, and you won't get a heads up about it like you will on New York stocks. Like, I can tell you that, just going to throw one out here, like KO, we got 2 million to the sell side early look, whatever AMPX is, 1 million to the sell side there. Not really a heck of a lot early. You got SockSell.
SpaceX yesterday had a big buying bounce.
Yeah. Did it hold?
Or was it? Well, everything kind of fell in off the end, but I remember, we were able to short this thing at 160 and had some cover down there. But right now, just to let everybody know, I did buy more right now. I just think the risk, my average price is 32, I bought 35. So, just light on it, not trying to get too carried away with the trade here, but I just think the risk to reward, we've already sort of planted our flag on where we're going to get out if there's a problem. Until that problem happens, I think I'm pretty fine with what we're doing right now. So I'm just going to break through 150 there on a quarter of a unit right now, not a big one, because of just the way it's been moving, right? I mean, there's been really no buy at all in SpaceX over the last half hour. I mean, maybe right there, which we took advantage of. So that was a good pat on the back. But other than that, right now, we'll just put a little bit more on right here on SpaceX and just wait to see if that 150 winds up holding like it has been. I just have offers. I have offers in the 60s and 70s all the way back up on SPCX. So we'll see if we're able to get something around there. And if not, fine by me, and we'll get stopped out. And with slippage, I would say that it's pretty well traded right now. Like, maybe slippage of maybe 15 cents might be the highest. So if it breaks below 149.99, we'll be hands off. And we always get questions about the execution. So my order is already in. So it's a stop order. As soon as I take the trade, I throw out the stop, and we just let it fill if it happens. So it's kind of just like a all or none situation. If it breaks through 150, we'll get out. And if it continues to go back to the upside, then we deal with the winner. And that's always a good thing, to look at a winner. And thankfully, if you have one, that's a good problem to have. So we'll wait to see what happens here at 150. Needless to say, SpaceX trying to make some moves now, and it looks like it's trying to go the other way. So yeah, not really in love with what SpaceX is doing here, but we got to try it. We don't have to, but I think it's an easy level to look at right now. SpaceX down to the downside at 150. So we're trying the long one more time.
Yeah, I'm trying to get right in front of 150, but I haven't gotten filled yet. Because I still have a stop from this morning at 149.99, but I'll use that to try to get like 10.
Oh, that's USO you have up?
But USO, I was just about to point this out. If you look at why we're going down, it feels like it's been a minute since we've had this kind of a reaction where you get like all of this strength in oil and then all this weakness coming into the market simultaneously, like we're actually following it again. But one of the first things that came to my mind was, hey, battle is going. So look at the volume. This is what happens. It gets battle, BATL, Battalion Oil. It's a small cap. like super small float, light float, highly shorted. And when oil goes up, like this thing tends to start to get volume and start to pick things up. The second there's a turn here on USO, look at these. There's no red candles on a 3-minute. The first red candle on USO on a 3-minute, I'm going to want a short battle, which for some reason is free today. Like usually we have to pay for locates on this because it's not the biggest float in the world, but that's going to be on my radar. Just once there is any weakness, and there has not been yet in USO. This is all trend up here. And remember, this is all that we throw the story up here.
Yeah.
I can do this. Why not? Like, I can hit a button and throw it up. US revokes Iran's license to export oil. So that is obviously not good. You're seeing this reflect in the market down. You're seeing silver down almost 4%. But obviously, gold not going to be doing very well. We just talked the US dollar. You look at a couple of other things which are going to be suffering a similar fate. So at the lows, the market, metals, at the highs, oil. So once USO, it looks to me like it's just program buying off of this headline. So once the behavior changes to even a small degree, i.e. red candle on the 3-minute, of which there's been none, looking for the reversion trade, but it's got to slow down. It's got to show some kind of a stop. Like I said, even before, I don't know what it was last week, but I don't think it was oil really moving us around like this. It's been a while, and I want to see how much it can actually sustain it, because it feels like we're past the notion where we should be overreacting and freaking out to these spikes in oil. So once these guys settle down, I'm just talking loosely about the algos, I'm going to look for a reversion, but specifically on battalion oil. Like, just pick on the small capper, which fundamentally, I mean, let's be real. Like, look at the stock. This is the daily chart. When it goes up, it pretty much always comes down. So it's a safer bet.
Yeah, I was just reading about it there, refinancing their credit facility. Because I was like, what's going on with Battle today? Because up 22%, obviously they've now gotten some looks because of what we just saw with the licensing there with Iran, and obviously some ships being hit there in the Strait. So, oil companies, and we looked at XOM and CVX and this is just a highly levered name right there. Tiny market cap, like $40 million. Like, this is super small, very, very volatile. But the thing has got me interested in, I don't see any splits or anything here. Like, BATL did get going hugely back in March. Like, this was up to $30 and now right back down in again. So yeah, man, I mean, battalion here. I think the bull or the bear case is just the fact that you're hoping for it for oil to go back up and then the squeeze is on. Oh boy, someone said, why are we doing that on SpaceX? Money. I mean, it's easy to sit. I mean, this is why I sit at this desk. But yeah, there it is. Okay. Oh, we have too many offers that we just got. That's why that coded yellow. But here we go, man. And like we said, we took a little bit of a risk. We sat down there. We took the trade. We liked the trade. We talked about the trade. So all the way back to the upside there. That's a good fill at 80s, by the way, for that trade. So we take some more at 34. It's a 50-cent winner to the upside. These are all 1-to-1 right there. So, you're able to get some more out there on SpaceX. And, it's just been a really good stock to trade over the last little while. And it may just come right back in. But that was a nice top take right there off of an almost 150 break. So now I feel like maybe it comes back in a little bit there. We got out of half. So it still might not be a winner. Actually, I'm going to take out another piece here at 56 if I'm able to. Just because this, okay, well, we got it. All right. So I was going to say, I don't like the fact that it ripped and failed. Okay, now it's coming. We took another piece there at 70. So, all right, so we're turning this idea now into a winning trade all of a sudden again. As you're mentioning, USO pulling back a little bit, I guess. But there goes SpaceX, obviously nothing to do with oil, but nice move there. And that's how you trade. I can't honestly describe that even more. Like, we went long at 150.30. Obviously looking down, you could always take a little lower than that. But we took that. We had 30 cents worth of risk. So there's the outs, 430 cents. And now we just sort of wait to see if we do get another move in SpaceX. But that battle, like we just talked about it, it's going higher.
Yeah, USO right just turned. USO is
amazing.
We don't have locates on USO?
Probably not. But there it goes to the upside. There goes, battle right now, 190, 181, 190, 191, 192 right there as it goes up. But hey, man, we'll just hang our hat on this trade. That was a good one. Therefore, I'm going to get another piece right there. We'll cross. That's me crossing down to 62. So you got no love there. But we get out anyways. So there's another out there as it comes back. So just trying to watch out for SpaceX here. We only have a half hour left until those imbalances. But yeah, Battle's an interesting name. I think we want to definitely have a look at this tomorrow in the next few days. Now someone's showing up with a big ARCA buy there. Is this not halt state yet? I guess not. 172 up 17. It might. It's not.
No,
we don't have the halt bands right now.
I don't think we have the bands on Amex stocks. Maybe.
Oh, that's right. It's Amex.
Oh no, I see it.
I didn't even realize.
I see it. It's at
Amex.
219.
219. Okay, so it's reset.
Oh, I don't have it marked as an axe on Amex.
Anyways, yeah, BATL, just lots of volume, 10+ million shares. But yeah, we're just gonna hold on to this SpaceX thing and see what happens here into the close. So far, so good on SPCX on what we call a reload. And this is the first time we reloaded this thing since 10:45. So came right back in. So far, so good there. We're out of more than half on this one as it's SpaceX moving around. And what did Palantir just do? Yeah, wow, Palantir down to 135 in VWAP. So we have less than 5% now in this name. Maybe we should just clear it all out. But Palantir definitely on the pullback. Look at this NASDAQ, man. Damn, missed opportunity there shorting that one.
Yeah, well, I think
That's USO,
if it's bouncing now, if USO is going to make that turn, there's a topping tail here. Yeah, I know you can look at the leveraged ones to go long, short, and not pay for locates. I get it. Of course you can. But I just like trading, I like looking at this chart. I like short being short. If it's a liquidity thing, like sometimes I know we were trading it with ZSL, with silver. That was more just the liquidity was so much better. I found on that name, which made it really good. No, but like there's your first red candle up at the top on USO. Just pop to a 15, so I can show you. You're also at like a technical resistance here at the 110. So I want to give it to 110. We'll give it to that up at the highs and see if it can go. And also look at that VWAP. But also, we're getting a curl back on. Look, if we are getting a curl in the market bouncing here, like USO catching a top and the market catching a bottom, can't let this get through the volume weighted average price. So move the stop just underneath VWAP here on SMR, and we're going to give it to like just about 9 or so. Just got to try to respect it here on SMR. If we hold VWAP, then we can get out of this trade. Because overall, the move is the move. Like if the trend down happened because oil was going higher, if we're catching a bit of a top in oil, then got to respect that and try to get out of some of the shorts that were working before. We're going to go up to SIA. You know the US dollar's been moving around. So let's do money talks and see where it's going to be headed next.
Yeah, let's take a look at the USD JPY pair here. The yen remaining pinned near 40-year lows despite rising Japanese government bond yields. Also, markets continuing to test BOJ's tolerance for this weak currency. We have the Indian rupee that is also expected to open on supportive Asia cues, but markets are also flagging, however, that the underlying bias has softened after the recent weakness, and the RBI, that is the Reserve Bank of India, that's keeping the RBI in focus for any signs of intervention and or certain guidance here. DXY, the dollar, currently hovering around the 101 mark. It seems to have climbed up a little bit on the day. It was a little bit green. It's become a little bit more of 0.24% on the day. Let's send it to Adira.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, oil in focus. We know, of course, there's this big spike up in oil, which began when we had the U.S. basically saying that, you know, and hinting at potentially some retaliation for Iran for some strikes that happened. And because of these strikes that were reportedly happening earlier today, they also said they were going to be suspending that waiver, the temporary waiver they gave to Iran with regards to oil. Now we have response here from Iran. They're saying, also talking here about Qatar, which made accusations earlier today as well against Iran. They're saying, quote, Qatar's accusations against Iran regarding attacks on a vessel linked to the country in the Strait of Hormuz are, quote, perplexing and inconsistent with the principle of good neighborliness. They also said that they're diligently fulfilling their commitments per the MOU in regard to necessary measures to manage the Strait of Hormuz. So Iran maintaining business as usual. Obviously, U.S. and sounds like Qatar as well don't agree. We're going to continue to have USO in focus. Back to you.
Yeah, so you're going to still get that volatility. The volume, remember, the spot might be closed, but you know, oil futures might close at 230, but that doesn't really slow down what's going on with the equity market. So you're still holding off of that high. I'm bidding in the 75 range. You're like, yeah, why do we like those levels? Here, just going to pop a 15-minute. There's a prior top at 108.5, so I'm bidding out in front of that. And then we have another one here at about 107.5. So that's where I'm looking for the reversion back into. off of this high here in US. So still got to put my little thing back. Keep hitting this key where it does like the circle on my pointer, and that's now off.
Yeah, Joe was mentioning that was not working.
Yeah, I don't know why that, it used to work, and all of a sudden it doesn't. I get that back, because I like to be able to indicate, like, why do I like the level? And then I highlight over here, there's resistance to support, resistance theoretically back into some support levels. So that's what we're looking for, target on USO. Got to keep the ear to the ground for sure. And with only about 3 minutes until we get the early look imbalances, worth noting, something was not here before, but it is now. QBTS is now 1.2 million early look buy. I don't think we've said a word about quantum names at all today. I haven't really looked at quantum outside of IBM, to be honest with you.
I saw my guy Dylan over here. I have no idea how you just made $160,000, but
they have options on it?
No. On Battle, I don't think they'd have options. But maybe, I don't know. Did you buy 100,000 shares? Like, that's a monster move right there to the upside. So, yeah, man, Dylan, 4747. What up? That's a big move there as we continue to watch out for the chat. I want to say a big shout out to everybody that's in the chat here today. I mean, we continuously have this being updated here. We have YouTube on here. We want to say what's up to TikTok. We want to say what's up to all of our friends watching us worldwide right now on Twitch, on YouTube, on TikTok, as it just keeps on going, man. That would be absolutely awesome for everybody on TikTok. Give us a shout out, get into that chat. Shout out to Arun Warrior as well, and everybody that has been trading today. It's been a pretty good day, needless to say, but wow, that battle, man, for that Dylan there, $160,000. I'll see you in September, my friend. Go have a wicked summer. All right, it's Adara at the desk. I believe, but I don't want to say Adair if it's going to be Sia, but let's go back to the desk then. Oh, it's 1. Oh, yeah, it's 1.
There he is.
It is almost 3:30 p.m. We're through Power Hour, and it's time to talk about a story that really moved a lot of the U.S. markets today, and it originated in Asia. Let's get into it, One.
Yeah, definitely. Asian markets not looking so good. Everything in the red overnight. I mean, we saw sharp volatility in AI and chip sectors, and that all stemmed off from one major catalyst, which was that of Samsung's record Q2 results. Markets basically treating it like it's already a done deal. They already priced it in, and it definitely triggered a global chip sell-off. I mean, there's also that Morgan Stanley note warning of fading global chip momentum. So that definitely had something to do with everything that happened over in Asia. South Korea was the worst off. I mean, they plunged by about nearly 5% to the downside. They even had a level 1 circuit breaker intraday, and even 8% down in the middle of the day for Kospi. So, yeah, late afternoon dip buy might have helped cushion the final print, but 3 trillion won of foreign capital exiting Korea. We saw Samsung down by more than 7%, SK Hynix more than 6%. Even battery stocks like LG, they were down more than 7%. So definitely something that affected the whole of Asia. But as we head towards the open of the Asian markets, here's something that you guys should look out for in order to maybe take a little bit of dip buying maybe. You know, after that drop from Kospi, heavy retail liquidations likely at the open, whether that's going to be state-backed institutional blocks providing a floor for the Kospi, or maybe some forced liquidations making an immediate gap down. So keep an eye out on Korean markets, as well as Taiwan markets. Keep an eye out on early volume in Taipei. Foreign investors right now holding record short futures. So watch if at the opening bell, there's going to be maybe some immediate short squeeze. So if that happens, or maybe fast liquidations across power semiconductor lines. And in India, okay, so test out your support level for India would be around 24,350. So if earnings from IT sectors or maybe banking mega caps can defend that floor, watch out for that. If not, there's going to be a clean break at the open towards 24,250. So definitely not a good day in Asia, but hopefully tomorrow is a better day. But we're looking for a downtrend here.
Should be an interesting day here for the Asian markets. Thanks again to One for covering that for us. You can see him every day at 11:30 a.m. for the Euro markets, and then 3:30 p.m. to talk about the Asian markets. We'll send you back over, though, for now, to Neil and Sean.
That's right, the one and only there. Thank you, One, for that update. Yeah, look, we are just basically the only name I'm in right now is SpaceX. We're still in Palantir, but it's very, very light. But there's SpaceX again, back up to the 50-period moving average. So we'll take a little bit out there on SpaceX as, I think there's a good opportunity here just to hold this a little bit. My next offer now is at 151.20. So we got some out there at 60. We got another bid out there at 80. And we're getting lighter on the stock. So I only have 20% left. So let's now wait to see, even if this thing falls down, well worth the risk. I hope some of you tailed that play there on SPCX. Just buying that near 150 was kind of an easier trade. And, that's kind of stuff that we're talking about, making, risk. No play is risk-free. This one had about 30 cents. And then I said, with a little bit of slippage there too, possibility. So, nervous about that always. When then you kind of add that into the equation and just say that's part of trading. So we'll wait to see what happens here as it like a nice little upside move happening on SpaceX into the close as we wait. Now let's look at the imbalances. There's no point in me talking about SpaceX with this because SpaceX is a NASDAQ name. So they won't show up on here until the NASDAQ actually comes out at 350. But Coke, I think PepsiCo has been doing something as of late.
It's been
okay. Coke also
it's like a rotation,
trending higher right now. So yeah, just like we like J&J and some of those other names there. We talked about some oil and gas names. Coke and Pepsi there, obviously off some worries there about GLP-1s and whatnot, but they've sort of absorbed all of that. And Pepsi's the opposite of Coke. That's what I was thinking. It's going the other way. Pepsi is downside. This could be worth picking something up now on Pepsi. You might have just missed the very bottom of 138 and change, but still not so bad into that level for 138 on Pepsi. So a good little dividend payer there. And I think you can get some Pepsi and see what happens with that one. But so far so good here as we are now 30 minutes away from close. And USO still pumping higher, man. But it's still you're in USO, so whatever. But still doing nothing around that 109.50 area.
When does the Pepsi reports, don't they?
Do they report soon?
That's
Maybe,
right. They report this week.
Okay.
Yeah, Pepsi.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, so Pepsi, you heard it from, I don't know if you guys heard it, Dara, but Dara just said they report on Thursday. Today's Tuesday, so in a couple of days, Pepsi's going to be reporting. I forgot to mention, I said QBTS, first time we'll talk about the quant names in a while. 1.2 million buy and balance. This is what I was getting at. As the market pulled back in, it's making a bit of a trend break. So this busts VWAP. A lot of times I look for a reversion on an imbalance play, but there's still 15 minutes until the imbalances come out officially. It's just the early look now. I'm going to look for a VWAP breakout on this just to try to play any upward momentum. The market's trying to bounce. It also has the buy and balance going with it here at 1.2. That's pretty significant. It's only done 14 million shares, so it's just a hair under 10% of the day's volume. But unless it's breaking VWAP, meh. I'm not that interested. I want to see it break the volume weighted average price, go for the long, put a stop under the prior bar, and then try to hold it to 350. The idea would be if it breaks, not to hope that 1.2 million comes out at 2 million, but to kind of play it into 350 and then get out near that high. So that one's going to be on my radar. I'm just going to set a stop for the breakout. That'll be about 21.4 here on QBTS. And if it doesn't get through, then I don't have to worry about taking the trade or not. It's going to have to get through that volume weighted average price to trigger me in. USO is still, there's your reversal candle, broke that prior bar, so jumped in. Still hasn't really taken out the high, hasn't gone to any of the targets yet. We're still very much, we're at about 15 minutes ago. I'm not going to change the targets yet or the structure of the trade, but you start to get close enough to the close and you do have to worry about, you also have a time limit when you're day trading. It's got to get out before 4 o'clock. I want to make sure we get there. But for now, just leaving everything as is. SMR, once it got back to VWAP, we'll get out of it. It broke the trend. It got through. Couldn't really follow through under the volume weighted average price. Able to take out that 9 again. So that short, we're now done. I know it was bearish on SMR, just particularly here. But on the higher time frame for SMR, it did take the 52-week low, not an all-time low, 52-week low, wick bottom, and is a bit of a reversal play today. It's going to close back above the 52-week low. It's down 7%, but technically this is a bit of a reverse play off of it. So it's not necessarily the strongest looking stock in the world, but sometimes you'll see a little continuation after you've held a 52-week low. So it's worth being on the radar tomorrow, and I'm only looking at them because, heck, I've owned them, still have a piece in them. You could look at any of the other names too, I suppose. It's just whatever happens to be your cup of tea. one of the museums in London actually had a small modular reactor is one of the exhibits, which I thought was pretty cool.
Yeah. There's some really cool.
They had the Science Museum.
Remember all the ones.
Science Museum is one of the better ones in London, actually. It's
we had
just
like
interactive
a tea party at one of the museums. It was a lot of fun there. It's just the wife and I went, so it was a lot of fun. Going to that one there. Yeah, look, I'm trying to get out of Uber, by the way. Just let it go up just a little bit more. This battle stock, still 17 million shares. This is going to be a story tomorrow, I feel like, for sure. I mean, just finally getting some action into this and really just picking up since 3 o'clock. And it's just done a whole bunch of shares, and it's an Amex stock. There obviously is going to be trading after 4 o'clock, and then you can't halt or anything like that. So I would just say be careful for battle. I would not want to be short this name into the close. Like, that's 295. We've been up here lately in June, was 220 or so. And, depending on, and I can clearly see with, like an individual like Dylan and everybody else in the chat, what's up to Jacob there talking. There's Dylan as well in the chat and battle. He says he's going to see 140 soon. So yeah, a lot of different talks about what we're going to see here with BATL. But yeah, just be careful. And I'm only saying don't be short because of what we've seen here into the close. You never know. On a day when the NASDAQ is down, and I think the ES is probably better, only 0.61, I would expect Walmart to be up. I don't know if it's up or down. It's up nicely a little bit anyway. That is positive, right? Yeah, positive 0.75. So nice little move there as Joe gets excited for Walmart. And why not, right? It's up today, so that's going to be a good play there for WMT. And we'll wait to see if it can get going even more on Walmart now, as good little talk yesterday on Walmart, as maybe that, or 2 days ago, off some of those lows there. And yeah, now we'll see if it can battle itself back upside. And as we say, the switch is now on potentially in some of these names into a little bit more of a consumer-friendly name like a Walmart or a Costco, where the value is back in the stock, because they were really maybe not overly priced, but as far as PE is concerned,
no, they're still expensive, but it's always been expensive.
What's this question on SpaceX? Yeah, I mean, I think that's 100% right, West Palm Beach. I mean, that's exactly the trade that I have on right now. And you and I are thinking alike, man. I mean, I just got out there, but I didn't put on a big position like you're saying you have. I only had a quarter of a unit, but still ran that to the upside, made a little bit of profit there to end the day. So yeah, we're happy. And I would 100% agree with you on a 150 break. We've been sitting here. I've been sitting with that trade on. I don't know, your name went by too fast, but I've been sitting with that exact stop since 11 o'clock, 10:45. So yeah, like I am with you on that there for SpaceX. So let's just wait to see. We are now 10 minutes away from another updated tick on the imbalance locator. So that could be in your favor if you are a long for SpaceX, or if it's not, hopefully, if it's not, that slippage will be a little bit more. Like if it's a couple million shares to the downside, you'll probably get more than a 15-cent print. But, hoping now that if you're still in the name, there's 10 minutes left until imbalances. So I don't know what price you're in at, but I would lighten up a little bit if you can. Not just, yes, because I've been doing it. So that's what I think. But at the end of the day, it's fighting this 50-period moving average and not winning. It's come up. Like those have been targets out for me. So hopefully, it goes in our favor and we rip upside. But if it doesn't, just be careful. It's definitely doesn't look like the trend is our friend here. So I only have less than a quarter of my unit left. So we're almost out of this trade. And I wish everybody the best here for SpaceX near the end of the day.
And tomorrow we could be talking about SpaceX making a fresh,
Yep.
It's not really.
What is the low on SpaceX?
It's not really all-time lows. It is all-time lows, but
no, 146.
Because 135 matters.
We will get
and
146 tomorrow. Actually, I think this will open up under 150 tomorrow, especially if we break it right now.
Yeah, but it's 146.80, I think, or something like that.
The crazy thing is, this morning, right? Adair gave us all this news, upgraded here and there, and this and that, and it just doesn't seem to want to go. SpaceX. So they had that $800 price target. I thought I liked it because Goldman Sachs stepped in.
I still want that flap.
So we'll wait, man. We'll wait. I've bought no more shares of SpaceX, so I'm waiting to see what winds up happening here. Felt a little bad when we missed the 150 the first time, but that's right back in, and I feel no kind of ways. I'm going to wait for lower.
135.
Yeah, 135.
Well, because between 150, the only thing you've got left at that point is the actual IPO issue price, right? So my expectation is you get that flat bottom break, and then that day start thinking about 135. And I just sort of mean this flat bottom break. Sorry about the wick. The low on the first day was like 149. I don't remember. So it opened at 150, briefly broke the low. I don't think it got that far. I want to say maybe 50 cents or so, something like that. But once it breaks that low, 135 is going to be the level because that's where I expect them to defend. I fully expect there to be dip buyers all plastered all over the bid at $135 on SpaceX. Like in my head, I'm picturing like millions of shares and reloads and all that good stuff at 135. They don't want the embarrassment of people that just invested in this from the beginning being red a month in. Like that's not a good look at all. So that's why you'll see Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, hop on that bid and try to defend it. And we could see that this week. I fully expect we can see that this week. 7 minutes to go till the imbalances come in. USO starting to roll over, but now we're getting that time constraint where you're running out of time and just try to break 109. Got under, came back through, so hop some out on the way back through the 09. And just going to look for, I think, the 08 half at this point. Maybe back that one up to the 08 half. If that's all it wants to do going into the imbalances, I want to be kind of looking for something that's a 350 imbalance play. If it ends up being QBTS, fantastic. Or maybe something else pops up. Not seeing anything on the Amex. I mean, Soxel's there, but it's only 800,000 to buy, which is, that's effectively nothing on Soxel. I think you need to see bigger numbers than that. I wasn't here yesterday to be able to see what happened at the close for some of those Amex names, if it was even Amex. But you got to think, first thing in your mind, if it is an ETF that's moving big at the close, it's probably going to be a chip-related one. Like that would be my first guess. But that's way too small at 800,000. That's a few million shares. You got something there. The next time we actually see Soxel with an imbalance of a few mil, then it's time to go for it. This doesn't look like it yet. You never really know, though. I should never say never.
I wanted to actually, I don't have the poll thing up. I had it yesterday. I was going to say, what are people's current positions? Like, are people long 150 on SpaceX? Have they bought higher? Like I told you, the only time I bought it was 170, so I'm still there. So even if I do get a 140 print, average price will still be a little bit above 150 right now. So I don't really know how to properly word that, but like maybe are you buying 150?
Where are you on SpaceX?
Because did you buy 150s?
I bought, my thing, but not exactly at 150.
Yeah, whatever it was.
And it was in the CDR, so it's
that's right.
Math.
We're trying to figure out the math, yeah.
I don't know. I think it's somewhere between, it's in the 155 range or something like that. Because like the CDR is not like an even number. It's around multiply it by 6 or something. So
so I'm trying to think about like what the right way to word it, but it's like.
Okay, I'm just going to go for long here in front of.
Yeah, or wait, something like that. Yeah.
Long here. Waiting lower, or how about
stuck higher?
Not interested.
Or I don't know.
And we'll go with.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, long here answers all the questions, right? We can go over to Neil's screen.
Yeah,
we will have the poll.
Well, I was going to say stuck at the top.
Yeah, but.
We'll leave that alone. Leave it
if you're long now, you're long.
Yeah, 3 things. You're long here already in SpaceX in front of 150. Yeah. That's one. Or you're waiting for lower, meaning you're interested in buying SpaceX and you're going to wait for lower.
Right, good one.
Or 3, you're not interested at all. So right now in the chat, those are your 3 options. You type 1 if you're already long in front of 150 in SpaceX. You type 2 if you're waiting for it to get lower, maybe that 135 IPO issue. You type the 3 if you're absolutely not interested in SpaceX whatsoever and you're like, forget about that nonsense. I don't want to touch it. I think I feel like waiting for lower is kind of chalk here for a lot of people. It's right now sitting at 44%.
I mean, I'm surprised. I thought the not interested. I think the not interested will probably take over number 1 at some point. Look, I'm glad we came up with that.
Usually you're ready. Usually you're interested at some point. Waiting for lower kind of covers that though, right?
Yeah, no, I just say some people just aren't interested. Fair. Right? So I think like right there, it's like they're thinking lower, but the 135 is probably not good enough. And, we want to wait to see what winds up happening. But looks like it'll be almost a third. So some are already long. Most are waiting. I mean, it's kind of a mix. It looks like,
that's a pretty even.
At least it looks like right now about 70%. So I think we picked a good poll here. 70% of you are very interested in the stock with 30% not interested. So I think we're always trading the names that I hope you guys are interested in. And it looks like SpaceX is one of those. Just to say what cash register, I guess, took out some there. I just took out a little bit more there at 50. We're now 3 minutes away between, what's going to happen and potentially break lower. So it just came right back up into, again, and I know it's only 20 cents, but came right back, well, a little bit more than that. Yeah, about 20 cents now because we're at 134, but took it out in the 50 period. So here we go. We're now 3 minutes away from this.
Some big imbalances just popped up. RWT, which I know is a delete today. That's 5.2 million to the sell side. I know because I looked at it before. Oh, I don't have that page up. RWT is supposed to be S&P 600 deletion, 17 million shares expected. Right now it's 5.9. Virgin Galactic, not SpaceX. SPCE.
Oh man, I'm buying the wrong
Virgin
one.
Galactic is an early look buy of 3.5 million shares. Oh, that feels like a reversion if it comes out to the upside. There's no index action on. Well, I'm like 99% sure. I haven't looked. I don't think I see anything on Virgin Galactic. There absolutely is not. So Virgin Galactic pops to near the top of the list. But this is expected. RWT is expected to be a sell. This one's out of nowhere. So if this actually holds up as 3.5 million to buy, that's almost perfect for a 355 reversion. Because like, why would it be up in the first place? Virgin Galactic, you don't have news. You don't have a reason to ever be up, if we're being honest about it, which we can be. I think I'm being honest about that. Virgin Galactic stinks, and it has for a while. So 270, if it pops up on the imbalance, I'll look for a 355 reversion on SpaceX. QBTS ends up doing nothing going into the imbalances. It doesn't break out. It ends up not even holding that 1.2 million buy imbalance in the first place. So it's just these two, RWT and Virgin Galactic. USO, it did that one little jaunt down. It's still holding trend lower highs, but at this point, it's now 349, so break-even stop is going to be in for this one. As far as it gets, that's fine, but I'm going to go with a break-even stop now that we are getting long in the tooth and almost at the end of the day here. But USO, the program buying stopped. It pulled back, but not that much. Like the program buy took it $3 to the upside. The pullback's about 70 to 80 cents. It's really holding a lot of these gains pretty well.
All right, we are 1 minute away, and we will be able to show you what's going to happen with said imbalances. And I think that was a good look there. SpaceX doing its own thing here. Palantir, just whatever, man. I'm just going to put an offer out for Palantir just in case it does make some sort of a move. And we can watch out for SpaceX, as obviously we have that study out where people are worried about their SpaceX trades. So we'll get that in a couple seconds here, 40 seconds away until these all update. It's been a very, very good day and a very good month for PanW and CrowdStrike and all that. I mean, now, of course, as soon as I say that, it's downside for PanW down 5%. Might be a good buy opportunity there. It's useless for us to look at the CrowdStrike chart, but we can definitely look to see what it's been doing here today, CRWD, as it's looking like it wants to take a little bit of the high road again, but down 2.3%. And yeah, oh no, our chart, yeah, that's okay. It was at 800 before it split. So still just now basically at split adjusted pricing. So, okay, here comes SpaceX. Let's give it a shot and see what winds up happening right now. Now 10 seconds away from SPCX, and we'll wait to see what happens now for that stock. And you'll see it instantly win the stock reaction in this. So now it's out. Looks like it might be nothing. The stock not really doing anything right now. So Amazon's a buy, Google's a buy. There's some shoots up right there. Nvidia's a little bit of a buy, but these are all pretty weak. There's not a whole bunch of stuff, not a bunch of action at all. And even SpaceX, no, lack of action now on SPCX. So we'll just hold it into the close and see what winds up happening. If it takes down 150.
Does it even have an imbalance?
It takes down 150. It might not have.
Oh, I see. It's 150K.
Yeah, the minute it wasn't moving, it was a couple million shares yesterday. So the minute
that's tiny.
It wasn't moving, we knew that there was something up with that. And yeah, not much going on right here with SPCX. So
Mag 7 overall, 700 million buy. That's not terribly large for those imbalances. Virgin Galactic comes out smaller than expected. RWT might be 5 million to sell, but that's much lower than the expected number for the index action. It was supposed to be like 17 million, I said, or probably other. Yeah, it's 17 million, so it's expected to be a lot bigger. That came out much smaller than expected and already starting to pair off. Let's go to Adara.
No worries about that. Let's go to Sia and talk about some crypto. Let's look at BTC, currently trading around the 63,800 region at the moment. So Vanguard is hiring its first head of digital assets to build a multi-year crypto roadmap for personal wealth clients. Now, Vanguard, which is roughly a $12 trillion asset manager, still has no plans to launch its own Bitcoin ETF. And now this role appeared on Vanguard's career page on July 6th. and it lists hybrid seats in Malvern, Dallas, Scottsdale, as well as Charlotte. So this marks a sharp break from Vanguard's earlier stance when the firm had blocked the spot Bitcoin ETFs from its brokerage platforms when they launched in January 2024. So with that, Bitcoin is down 0.33% on the day. ETH currently down 0.56% on the day, trading around the $1,700 region, whereas Solana is also down 0.73% on the day, trading around the $81 region.
Okay, yeah, 63.4. I mean, 63.8, 64,000 seems to be a top there for Bitcoin. We saw Ethereum the other day making some moves a little bit different than what Bitcoin was doing. Yeah, Ethereum nicely off the bottom, much better. 1160 up to 1360. So a nice little 15 or so percent move higher right there on Ethereum as we go. So
Michael Saylor is selling more.
Well, that's a problem.
Maybe no one else is selling an ETH.
IBIT up today though, when Ethereum is not. So yeah, so some maybe it's a similar kind of a move higher there on ETH. But yeah, again, I kind of I like the stock, but I don't love it. I mean, it's Bitcoin, but so I like it down here, but we'll see what winds up happening. I'd still want to play the long game on that. That is for sure. So it looks like
next year is
USO
a better year
is
for Bitcoin.
Going well to the downside there. Finally,
the cycle for Bitcoin. I think next year.
Yeah,
back at this year, next year, then you start thinking about the longs again. The halving cycle really tells you, maybe even a skosh longer than that. Skosh. Oh goodness, that's one of those.
It's an English word, I think.
It is, but no, it's like the different amounts of you put a skosh of milk in or some whatever, like that kind of. It's one of those types of words. It's a very small amount. So USO's finally starting to pull back in. It didn't have an imbalance on it. So, well, I mean, you don't really expect it to, but none of the energy names have imbalances on them. Here, it's really just Virgin Galactic and RWT for no reason, but we are with only 5 minutes to go. I've moved the trail into 109 and just going to see if we can get to that 108 half, which when you look at it on a 15-minute chart, believe me, it's a level at 108 half. I'm not just sort of making it up. Go back. There's the 108 half. You just go back 3 or 4 days, and it was resistance. It's even a close level. On the it'd be like the 25th, the 25th there, and then a high here on the 30th. So that's the level I'm looking for it to pull back into. But once it gets back above 109, we'll jump out of that trade for sure. What was interesting about you were talking about Pepsi and the fact that they're reporting this week and that it's been doing poorly relative to Coke. Even today, it's not the best day in the world. Up 1%, but selling off quite a bit. This is a really interesting name. I haven't done this, whatever. I know I still have Pepsi shares in my account, 100%, because we had another friend that worked at Pepsi back in the day, and I remember buying some shares way back when he did. This is also a solid company to have, but I don't really have many. But the 50 period is about to potentially break. I'd rather be looking at it after earnings than before. But if it's holding the 50 period 3-day rule after earnings, that's a solid rotation type of play just to try to run it higher. I know it's got a death cross on it, but I don't really care too much about things like
SpaceX is bleeding to all high heavens.
What happened? It broke.
Yeah, it was going the other way. I shouldn't say bleeding. It's bleeding, yeah, but not to the high
bleeding to the heavens.
Into the depths of hell. Right now, 149. And there's the break, right? So we talked about that as being a potential, and it looks like that is exactly what's going down right now. There's 149. We keep on. There's something wrong with NASDAQ. I don't think it's our book or not. It's flashing that 150. It's not 150. These are the right prices, 148.90, 149, and there it goes down $1. So yeah, obviously we get stopped out, but no skin there. We don't have to worry about it. Because
just one thing about that quote, though. That's the NASDAQ book quote for market depth. So if you were to put up the NSDQ, that one's usually good. That's good. It's the NASDAQ. It's the book quote.
Yeah, it's just the book feed. Yeah, so there's a problem, definitely a problem with NASDAQ there or something.
It's so much volume.
But now it looks like it got cleared out finally. But that was huge, man. There was 50,000 shares just sitting there, whatever there was. 5 million shares, my bad. Just sitting there taking in some orders. But
anyone changing their votes? Anybody changing their vote on the poll here for SpaceX?
Probably. Too bad you can't change it. But
no, you can't change it because 37% of you are long here already in front of SpaceX, 32% waiting for lower, which you're getting, and still 30%. It's still thirds.
Yeah.
Not interested at all I always feel like there's a price. It's too big of a company to not like it at any price, right?
This will be one. I mean, this will
Right?
probably. I think this will be 135 tomorrow. I really do think that you may. I mean, it's one downgrade away. It's one negative piece away.
I'm saying Thursday.
From this. Yeah.
It feels like 2 days worth of work.
2 days.
It's,
Yeah,
it's down 7% already today.
Well, I mean, the high is 162, so it's already down $13 today.
That's
so
a lot.
If we go down $13 tomorrow, you're at that price, and we'll see what happens there tomorrow. And I'm glad that I haven't been buying anything else or any more of SpaceX here right now. We have a very small position literally at 170. So now it's down to 150.
Oh, I can do the math now.
Not really the end of the world.
10% from 150 is the 135. So I can look at the not stupid.
Yeah,
Something
literally
stupid about
10%.
it.
It's pretty
No, so I can look at the Toronto one. It looks like it lined up perfectly. The 150 break was $25. I think you can it's like 25.10. So really, it's like 10% down from there. It'd be like 23.60. Actually, now I do know what I'm bidding. I know I would have put 23.69 because I'm an idiot like that. No, so when the CDR gets down to that, that's what's going to be the next level to look at. That 10% down from here on SpaceX. But you know what? This is not an all-time low. You can go crazy, but this is not some kind of crazy all-time low. It did break 150 before, and it held at 147-ish in the pre-market. So there's still, in theory, a bid down here. Like if it retakes 150, this is just another false break. And that could happen. I mean, well, there's only 2 minutes left to go. So I guess maybe not happening.
I wish there was more time. I want to play the short. Like now that it broke that major level, I want to play the short. I really think this can get to 147 or so in like a half hour. The buyers will stop in the aftermarket.
It's going to be a good Blue Ocean session. The Blue Ocean numbers will be predicated on what this does on Blue Ocean tonight, in my opinion. Because what else is it going to be? You make maybe Micron, but it's got to be SpaceX.
Was that a Dara for something, or that was a false break?
No, I was just gonna say no. Yeah, I actually did take the short here on SPCX. So.
Yeah. Okay. So good call there. I mean, that breaking through 150. It really hasn't given you much yet. There's only a minute left, but yeah, that's a good one. I like that trade. I think a short of 150 is a great trade, and normally, yeah, perfect, man. 151 proof there, good trade of Dara. But that's the whole point of like, we got out. Like we wanted to take it. We got out when it broke. It was definitely worth it. But now we'll have to wait. As fighting the trend is never great in the afternoon, and feel like we do a good job talking about that. And yeah, it doesn't look like that would be a well-traded name in the after hours. So just be careful if you are stuck at all. SpaceX, you can get out now. You don't have to worry about that little liquidity vacuum that could happen at 4 p.m. proper.
Oh, and it's pointed out by some people in the chat, and shout out to them. You, of course, can play in SSPC if you can't short SpaceX. You can go long in this. This is levered, though. This is a 2x leveraged SSPC, but it'll
maybe was there an imbalance that showed up? There was.
If it was very briefly.
Yeah, no, I was going to say if there was some big seller still on this level, maybe. But
300K.
Right now, yeah, 300K.
I have it here. It's like 280,000. As we have the closing bell brought to you by VinFast. Life comes at you quickly, and so does the closing bell. Shout out to VFS. The market is now, casino close, as we like to call it sometimes. And the official close on SpaceX, didn't see the actual print, we'll call it 149.5-ish.
Yeah, I would say 149.5 is probably about right.
So definitely under the 150, but not all-time lows yet. That is tomorrow. And then the IPO issue. Now, we're expecting, it's not a guarantee. The expectation is that Morgan and Goldman and JP, the underwriters, a lot of times will be on that bid, not want to have pie in their face. So that 135 could be the next level in. We'll see.
Yeah, I will be definitely on this tomorrow. I mean, we have to pay for shorts, but it's very, very small amounts for sure. All right, it's 4 o'clock. Too bad for Egypt today. We say a big shout out to Sharif there.
Great run for them, though. I mean,
yeah. Glad got some emotion from the guy, and it just required soccer. So now we know what turns him on and off. So shout out to Sharif there and Egypt. What a great tournament they had. But out 3-2 today to Argentina, and then tonight is Colombia, Switzerland. So the last match in England, in Vancouver, and that should be a lot of fun. And then we wait for the next round, which should be just as crazy. And then it's July 19th, right, is the final. So that's just a week and a half, 2 weeks away, I guess, at this point, and that should be a lot of fun. I guess it's probably a Saturday, I guess. What is Sunday? Okay.
Sunday,
July the 19th.
It's also the 2-year anniversary of the CrowdStrike outage.
Yeah, more importantly, of course.
Way more importantly.
On that one.
Man, the thing about those.
I've been holding CrowdStrike for 2 years. That's more important. Yeah.
That honestly, when those types of events on stocks, those are gifts. Especially if it's something that you'd be like, I never was able to get into this stock. Like I only ever own Palo Alto. And then that lets you in. This guy's like, get out of here.
Definitely like, no, he's celebrating CrowdStrike.
Oh.
That is.
And that's a recent one as well, recent buy as well.
Yeah, recent buy off the January. We'll talk about our January buys, and we have to either close.
I bought it again after that.
Yeah. We can go over that. I can show you. No, I don't know if we were going to. Well, that's the thing. It's now more than half the year is over, so we can either redo another one in July or just whatever, keep running on those picks. But okay, we'll talk about that later. It's 4:02. Great to have Neil back. Thanks to Sia today, Adara, Joe, Sharif, everybody. Brendan, last person I see this morning, and the first person I see go, Brendan. He gone right now. So shout out to Brendan. He might be in the back. I have no idea where he is. So
Randy's gone though.
Oh yeah, Randy was gone a long time ago. No more supervision necessary. Tiffany. Tammy's one of my coaches. Tiffany, thank you so much. Andre, Fabian over there, one and only is there as well. We want to thank him for the Asian updates. But yeah, that's it, man. And there goes SpaceX. It's going to break 149. I'm pretty sure of that one. I'd say tomorrow's open around 145-ish. And then we wait for that 130, 135.
I think that break happens overnight. I think the blue ocean, it tests it and then comes back above. It would be my guess. But so like maybe a test of 146 in blue ocean, and then we're right here, like 48, 49 maybe. But we'll see. That's the fun part about it. Until it breaks 146, it hasn't made an all-time low. We'll find out tomorrow. So make sure you rest up. Should be more volatility. Yikes for the market. Not a very good one. It was down 1.8% over the NASDAQ.
See ya, muchachos.
We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Peace. Muchachos.